Aloha.
Aloha, everyone. Hey, Silver Girl. Aloha, Silver Girl and Ace. Can you hear me okay?
Baby.
We just we just got to the beach. Hey, Garrett. Aloha, Garrett. Just saw you at Ronnie's. So Steve's parking the car, and we have maybe about half an hour before the sun goes down. So I'm going to take you guys to go see the sunset. Oh, still up there. Palm trees. Yeah, I saw you there, and I only stayed for a little bit because we had to go meet a prospect that wanted to rent our short-term rental. We just left there too, so he woke up and looked around. He said, "Who is that calling my name?" He knew it wasn't me, and it looked his face was priceless. Oh, that's sweet. We're at a different lagoon, guys. So oh, Steve still has the home parking. This is the only thing about here is that the parking kind of sucks, especially on the weekends. Oh, okay. This is our view today. Let's see. So, oh, look at them. They have a nice, cute little setup there. Let's see. Hoping I don't fall. Here we go. Let's get. And I have my other phone so I can read the chat. How's that view, guys? Not much of a view today. The water looks nice. Why is it so dark? I don't understand why it's so dark. Let's see. Let me see my phone. Hey, Scott Pack. Aloha. Get my other phone so I can listen to chat. Oh, I guess it just looks dark because it's getting dark. Let's see. See. Steve's still parking the car, but I guess you guys can hear him, or I'm not sure if he. Oh, there's the sun. How are you, Scat Pack? How are you, little fur babies? Last week Sunday we took Pablo out to the beach. Oh my gosh, it was so difficult. Pablo? Yeah, and it was like a really fast sunset. We tried to barbecue. That did not work out well because the sun came down so fast. The sun is scheduled to set at 6:13, I think, in about half an hour. Oh, there's my phone. Jeez, you can see my phone on there. Oh, that's good, Scat Pack. I'm good. I've been out of it for a while, but I'm good. Busy with work, busy with my mom, trying to get my mom situated with her tenants. And I think we found a good tenant for my mom. Because if you guys don't know the story from before, I put a tenant in there and it wasn't good. They had a domestic fight between the son and mom. Then they broke the window, so we literally just got the window fixed on Tuesday. And now we found a tenant, hopefully. To move them in right away soon. So if you guys saw the description on today's live stream, we're gonna do a live cooking show after this too. We'll see how it turns out. I'm gonna make beef stroganoff. We'll see how it turns out. A live video, cooking video. Oh, that sun is bright. I know Steve loves that yummy beef stroganoff. He likes it, and we usually get it from the box. And today I was like, I'm, I'm gonna make it from scratch and do a video. Well, I planned on doing it like this morning. I just decided to do it, but we've been working on my little area that I'm gonna be doing my live videos or my cooking videos on. So if you guys are on Ronnie's, you kind of had a glimpse of it. There's nothing in the back, so but we're working on it. We do have a green screen, so we can put like a background of whatever we wanted to. We could be cooking. We can be cooking on the beach or cooking in lava, or or so. I'm kind of curious to see how that's going to turn out. Emmanuel, Manuel, Manuel. Is that what it is? I'm Manuel. Yeah, ako. Ako means I am, right? Aloha, welcome to my channel. I will. I'm already subscribed to you, so but I'm gonna turn you blue. Give you a wrench, so you can go ahead if you want to. You can go ahead and subscribe to everyone in chat, everyone here. I was wondering if Steve is already parked. I'm good, Akos Emmanuel. How are you? Thank you for stopping by and checking out the sunset with us. Yes, you can drop your link, Akos Emmanuel. I saw your channel and you have 861 videos. Awesome. I don't know where you're from the Philippines, yeah? It looks like Akosi Emmanuel. That's pretty cool. No problem, Akosi Emmanuel. Don't forget to hit the like button before you leave. If you want to watch the sunset with us, we are in Hawaii, and it is 5:57 p.m. right now on Saturday. A lot of people watching the sunset. Maybe if I put this up a little bit and then bring it down a little bit, maybe I'll get some of the sun. Nope. I was hoping to make it a little bit brighter. It's it's too dark. There's Steve.
I just parked on the
What?
white things and put my strobe hazards on because no one's leaving and the sunset is in 8 minutes. So, because once it sets, that's it. So we're leaving in like 10 minutes. So
Okay, well, maybe you should like at least go close by. Hey, Indy, aloha, beautiful Indy. Nice place, same weather, wonderful
this is the
place.
first time we came to this one, isn't it?
Yeah, this lagoon.
I
Yeah,
like this one.
yeah, more private.
I wonder why that's why the parking's always full.
Sun is pinkish. Yeah, it is. I was trying to get closer, but I don't have much of a tripod today, so I'm far away. But that is sure yellow. The smoke has made our skin pinkish this week, and with bad air quality, but sun is pinkish. You are in vacation host, or really you are in your house watching the horizon? We drove here, Emmanuel. We drove here. We live maybe about 20, 15 minutes away from the beach. Well, the whole island is surrounded by beaches. So depending on where you want to go, sometimes we go to the North Shore, but it is a longer drive, the North Shore, and it's a farther drive back. Yes, it's very pink. Indy, I saw you too on Rani's. Let's see, Indy. I found any rescuers. Yeah, didn't follow him last night when he opened up and his light, but only went and popped on the panel. You and V were getting grief and good humor. Rescue is he goes on really late in Hawaii time. So when we go on rescues live stream and then we go to bed and when we wake up in the morning he's still on.
He goes on like midnight our time, but it's usually like 6 o'clock a.m. Eastern.
Yeah. So when we wake up like 8 o'clock he's still on and it's like, oh, he's still on. You pop in to say hi. Oh, really? The moon like the last Sunday we were here, we saw the moon. I didn't see the moon today on our way here. Maybe it'll maybe when it gets darker I'll be able to see it. Or on our way out. Yeah, the moon is crazy. Crazy big and bright yellow. Did you see the moon, baby?
Hmm?
Did you see the moon?
Uh-uh.
The sail of that boat in the sun was pretty. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. We gotta rewind it and that would have been yeah. It's hard for me to stare at the sun. But it is going down now.
Okay. Okay, what?
That's fine.
Wait, is it on mute?
No.
Oh, I lost the, oh, there it is. Oh, no wonder why.
And there goes the sun, guys. I had to look. Now my eyes hurt.
Setting right
Now I'm
now.
blurry. What are you setting?
It's setting right now at 6:07.
6:07. Oh, that's halfway there.
In less than a minute, it'll be gone.
Hey, hoot owl.
I'm gonna go,
Aloha.
I have to go back to the van because
Yeah, I'll leave in about,
that'll be done in 1 minute. So.
yeah, I'll leave in about 5. Okay, here goes your van.
Okay.
I'll leave in 5. How are you, hoot owl? Haven't seen you in a while. 3.
That'll be done in 30 seconds.
Oh, look. The left of the sun looks like the moon in the clouds. Oh, there goes the sun. Sun's gone. So if you guys want to hang out, we're going to do a live cooking show, and we're going to try to do this with 2 cameras back at the house. So, and nothing fancy. We're just going to make, what are we going to make? It's on the title. Beef Stroganoff. No, when do you see the green flash? Between the 2 rocks outcropping. I don't see it. Sorry. Oh, I think on the left of it, right? No green flash. Oh, cool, Scat Pack. I gotta rewind it and take a look at it. Okay, I think Steve wants me to go back now. Take a screenshot of it. I'll drop my email, and you can email me. Okay, guys, we're gonna go back now. We're gonna go back to the house, and we're gonna do a little bit of cooking. We'll see how it turns out because, like I said, I have a new area that I put for to do my cooking show, cooking videos. It's still a work in progress, but You can still do a video today.
Oh.
I think this is called the beach villas. Yeah. Can you imagine? These are individually owned, um, you know, and they also use it for vacation rentals. There is the Aulani Hotel. I believe it's like $1,200 a night. The Disney Aulani Hotel. Could you make me a drink too, baby? Who are you on?
Well, David's and Ryan. I'm not jumping back and forth.
I don't know. You might have a feedback on that.
Not with, only if it's your channel. If it's your channel, I'll get through that. Otherwise, you just hear it in the background. But if it's your channel, then
Okay, guys. We're back in the car.
Verizon was watching while she's on David's.
Alright, cool. Alright, so get rid of Facebook. Get out of Facebook.
Right, Hoot?
Hoot, what's up, Hoot? Oh, is my mic even on? Yeah, it should be.
Oh, David broadcast. Aloha, David.
Aloha, Hoot. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute.
I know, right?
I know you've probably been here the whole time, but I wasn't with Nina the whole time.
No, I mean, haven't seen him in a while. Not on my channel.
He's still recovering from his birthday.
He's had a big hangover last month. So we're gonna drive back now. We're gonna try to figure out the whole cooking live show. Should be interesting. Who said LOL?
Alright. I can't let that shit get to me. Alright, let's go. All aboard! After all these little kids walk right behind the van and
It's cold in here. I'm looking for the sun. The moon, I mean. She said it might. It looked like it was over there, but when we're driving back, we can see if there's.
I fixed that. It was,
Oh, you did?
It was a loose wire.
Yeah, I was like driving and I was like, what is that? That's good.
Turn that off or on?
You turn off your flashers.
Yeah, that's off. Let's go cook. Cook and drink. Nina's gonna do some cooking, and Steve's gonna do some drinking, and we're gonna have some fun. Yeah.
Hey, do you see the? You know, this it's so cloudy right now, Scott. Even if the moon was out, see these clouds up there?
Yeah, but the sunset part worked out perfect because normally there's so much clouds that like ruins the sunset.
Yeah.
But yeah, even.
Oh, no, that wasn't it.
What is it still? Because it's probably like only a half moon now, right?
Well,
What is the? I don't even know. What moon cycle is it?
where are all these cars coming from?
All right, like everyone in the subdivision's like, okay, we're all leaving at once. They all work the midnight shift at the same place or something. Oh my goodness! Oh, you're gonna slow. You're gonna go super slow over that speed bump. All right. It's not even really a speed bump.
Okay, who else says Steve Harlow? When you have the music show, I can't go to sleep. I have happy feet.
That's awesome. That means I'm doing something right. Look at this guy. He's like, screw walking down there where the lights go to make sure nobody hits me. I'll just cross right here. Yeah, the past Tuesday, the Music Mayhem 5, that one was so far the most successful. Over 600 views, and the top viewer was like 59, I think.
Oh, I thought that was like your sex one.
The second one was top viewer was 61, but it didn't have as many views, which is weird.
Oh.
But close, I mean, it's right behind. It's like 581 or something, upper 500s. Or no, actually, it's like, yeah, it's 599. I looked earlier. So it's like one away from 600. The Music Man 5 is just over 600. And then this Monday, there's Let's Talk About SEX Part 3.
Is it part 3? I thought it was like part 4 already.
No, because the whole thing came up was on Ronnie's channel.
Mm-hmm.
So technically, on my channel, it's only part 3.
Oh, I see, yeah. Yeah.
But, and then Tuesday will be Music Mayhem 6. which I think I already sent a link out. Oh yeah, for the music I did. I sent, or for both I did, but then the music one I sent a link out, and I made a short like trailer preview for it, and then from the preview I made a short, which is the same as the preview.
We wear short shorts.
Oh, you gonna get me on that in that little Corolla?
And in 2 weeks, well, 10 days. Is it 10 days? Steve's dad's
Wednesday.
coming.
So yeah, not this Wednesday coming up, but the following Wednesday. So
You're gonna meet the original Mr. Harlow.
yep. But he'll be here the day after Music Mayhem 7. Because this Tuesday is Music Mayhem 6. So the day after Music Mayhem 7, my dad will be here. So then that's a Wednesday, and probably Friday I'm gonna do a live with Mr. Harloha Senior and Junior, and it'll be earlier in the day than I normally go on. Like I normally go on like between 4 and 6 o'clock p.m. Hawaii time, but that would probably be like between 1 and 3 o'clock p.m. Hawaii time. So between 7 and 9 p.m. Eastern time. And Mr. Harlow is going to be famous because the only thing I'm worried about is everyone's going to like him because he's like, that's just the kind of person he is. If you don't like him, then I don't want to know you because he's just the guy you just can't help but like him. He's a saint. He's an angel.
Cool Owl says, Steve, I do enjoy the music the next day while I'm doing my chores. Awesome. Linda Guess, aloha. Welcome. You just missed the sunset.
Who is it?
Linda Guess.
Oh, Linda, aloha.
Oh, we're going back to the house and we're going to do a little bit of live cooking. See how that goes.
I'm going to do a little bit of live drinking. I was just drinking, okay? Look here, don't tell me what to do, okay? Just saying. I was getting nervous when I do the fake hiccup because then I'm afraid I'm actually going to get the hiccups. And Karma's like, ha ha, got your ass.
Oh, it's okay. It wasn't that big of a deal, Linda. It was like a quick sunset, maybe about 20 minutes.
I'm going to make a video out of it because I thought it was awesome.
Yeah.
Plus that lagoon that we went to, we haven't been to before, and I really like that one. Next time we'll definitely go earlier. Maybe even go in the water. In the water.
Yeah, we need to go in the water. I need to go.
See, these motherfuckers are gonna get me about the left lane. This guy's like he's on a motorcycle. Otherwise, I would have cut him off.
Scott says, punch it, Steve. Woo-hoo.
No, that's the thing. Like, I only got 4 little tiny cylinders, which I really need to change the oil on this. I know I'm overdue, but which I do myself. I just haven't done it. I just got 4 little tiny cylinders. So it's not like I got a Maserati or a race car, but people in these nice cars, they don't even go the speed limit. Like, I'm not even going the speed limit yet. I've already passed like 6 cars. Okay. Now I'm going the speed limit.
Where are all these cars coming from? It's the weekend.
I don't know. It's like, yeah, especially from that way. Like,
Right?
everybody evacuating Waianae or what? Something going on we don't know about? Did the aliens land? Tsunami coming? Like, what happened? Keep on down the higher ground. Stevie doesn't mind. Till I reach the higher ground.
Aloha, Kelly King 916. I'm excited for you to see him.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
For a while, he was coming every year, once a year, and it was awesome. But then, you know, the whole the pandemic, or yeah, that's it, the pandemic ruined everything. And
why is it Christmas? The lights are all blinking.
I don't know, what the hell, something going on. Landed in Waianae. People this week, why are you breaking?
Sorry, guys.
At least go the speed limit. And they've taken over half these people driving because they don't know. They think going 15 miles an hour under the speed limit is, you know, and then they'll wonder why traffic's always messed up. I don't know. I know it's so weird. There's always so much traffic.
Who else says the pandemic robbed us of so much? Yep, definitely. Oh, look at those clouds. Gray clouds. Definitely. So much.
What kills me is when before that, like a week before that, remember that Jeff across the street was having a party, and that one tall white dude that always hung out over there? Really remember it? He was
Mitch.
military.
Mitch?
Was it? I don't remember his name. I don't think it was Mitch.
Matt.
Anyway, he was that tall white guy that was military. He always tried to talk with like a Filipino.
Yeah. I remember. I know where you're going.
Yeah. But anyway, he told us about it a week before it happened because he was military. He knew it was coming. And then since then, I was like, man, that's all garbage. And then he was like, yeah, they're gonna try to make everyone start wearing masks. And I'm like, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard of. The mask doesn't protect. Like, so from before it started, everything I was saying turned out to be 100% accurate. Everybody listens to Steve. And now, most of the stuff I used to say, they've even admitted that, masks don't do anything. And vaccine doesn't do anything either. And you can still catch it if you get it and get the boosters. And everything Steve said over the last 2+ years But anyway, the whole point is that I mean, people lost their jobs because they wouldn't get it, which good for them for standing up for the rights, which were still stomped on. But yeah, I'm just saying, Hoot Owl, you're right. It robbed a lot of people from, and no apology or nothing from them. No apology, nothing. Oh, sorry. Okay. Let's make it up to you. None of that. It's just, yeah, we're gonna try to do it again. We're gonna try to tell you something worse is coming, and you need to put the mask back on. Even though we already told you they don't do nothing. If anything, they'll make you sick.
Sorry, guys. I just turned off the camera for a little bit.
And I'm sorry too. I'm just venting. You know what they're trying to do? They're just like, okay, now we know that there's a large quantity of stupid people out there that will do anything we say. So we're gonna try to do it again, just to make sure we know. Because when we, the people, stand up and actually fight back, they gotta have a good idea of what they're up against. So when they push it out there again, and all the people that start following it again, they're like, okay, we got at least 50% of them on our side. But those are like just my opinion, man. Yeah, that's just like my opinion, man. I just want to go, 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 go forever.
Because I still have to wear a mask in the doctor's office. If you don't, you can't see the doc. What the heck?
Oh, still?
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's like one of the only times I did is when I had to go to the doctor. Remember when my feet swelled up like balloons and I couldn't even walk? And then I didn't even have a doctor at the time, so I found one. And then when I went, it was like one of the only times I did. But then as soon as I got...
that wasn't during COVID.
No, it was. It was right after I started. Yeah, because remember our pastor came over? Because there wasn't church anymore. And that's when he told us, you know, start doing it online. But anyway, as soon as I got in, and then the doctor is a veteran. He was a doctor in the Army for like 20-something years. And then when he got out, he wanted to still be a doctor to help people. And as soon as he came in, he didn't even say nothing. He just took it off right away. And he goes, yeah, you don't need that. I was like, oh, I like this guy already. And then he retired. I finally found a doctor after my entire life that I like. And he was on 6 months later, he retires. But he didn't look like a doctor either. He looked like a biker. He had a big old beard. I mean, he looked like he should have been riding a Harley and leather chaps and shit. Maybe that's probably what he is doing now that he's retired.
It's a lot of rattling in here, huh?
Rat-a-tat-tat. Ooh, if you got earplugs in or any dogs, turn the volume down because Pablo's up. You know, we've been gone for like maybe an hour.
Oh, looks like there's no parking. Is there a party?
Oh,
It's Alika. Alika's having a party.
Alright, well, if it's Alika, I'm not going to be upset. Alika's cool.
Okay, guys. Gonna.
Every time, Sam, every time. Emotional damage. We'll do this, and then
We'll get
I can leave it out here for a few minutes. Let me know when you're ready to open the garage for Pablito to say his warm welcome.
Okay. All right, guys. Yes.
What you doing,
There
little boy?
he is. There's Daddy.
What you doing, little boy? Yeah, what you doing, boys? Yeah, you was a good boy, huh? You was a good boy, huh? Yeah. You was a good boy. Yes, you are.
And I believe they're great kids. They have no desire to do anything but electronics.
All right, put it. I had to hit that thing 3 times today. Did that move or something?
I don't know.
What was that? Who
Okay,
was
let's
that,
get
Pablo?
situated, guys.
Wow, you sounded like a cat, bro. Go get him. All right, put that on mute for a sec.
Okay.
All right, can you guys hear us all right?
What is all that?
Yeah, so you can still hear it on that. Hold on, I gotta go here and
Okay, guys. Oh, Pablo's excited. It is good?
turn the mic off. Well, that's on mute anyway, so it don't matter. But yeah, that's good. You can keep them both going.
I don't know.
What?
I can hear it here. I normally cannot hear it.
I can't hear it on the
Okay.
actual stream.
Okay.
I can hear it on here too, but not the. I'll double check.
There's a mic here. Okay. All right, guys. Where's Pablo? Pablo, come here. Okay. I'll be back, guys. Let's see who else is in here. Let me get my comments up.
All right, yeah, it sounds. Let me see your mic.
Oh, that's why. Okay. Turn that on.
It sounds good on the stream. There's no feedback. There's no feedback or nothing on the actual stream.
Okay, cool.
Would you say 5x5 for everyone else? Is the audio 5x5? No feed.
How's the audio, guys? Is it 5x5 or is it? Can you guys hear the background? Where's the volume here? How's that? Better? Okay, awesome. Okay, so first time we're doing this, and we're gonna do a cooking. We're gonna make beef stroganoff, and I kind of got everything situated, but this thing is bothering me. It's kind of like bothering me, the noise, the 2 second delay.
What happened? You took it off?
I took off what?
Only one of them's on there.
No, I just made this one big. Oh, I picked the wrong one big.
Oh, you just put it backstage?
No, I thought I made this one big.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can take.
See how?
You can put one of them backstage.
No, that's fine. Okay, so anyways, did you guys enjoy the sunset? Pablo, come here. Come here. Let's say hi to everybody. Oh, shoot. There's Pablo. Say hi, Ace. Hi, Auntie Silver Girl. He's like, he's like, this again. Here we go. There. Kind of sweet. Are you going to take down the other one? Well, I kind of like put it in, what do you call it? The backstage or something. But I'm probably going to use that other camera so I can show the inside of the Instapot while it's cooking. I don't know. We'll see how it works out, because I can't do it on the desk, on the laptop. So, okay, Pablo, you gotta go down. We don't want fur on the food. Okay, so tell your mom that all you need to do is watch, and you can push the buttons too. That's funny. I'll be back, guys. So I have everything already set up, and we're going to make beef stroganoff. And I have my Instapot here. I have my recipe here. I just got to get the ingredients out of the fridge. Silver Girl, you want to come on? Oh, no. I got to think if you want to come on, or anybody want to come on, I can put the link on there. Don't know what Steve is watching in the garage. Okay, copy link. Okay. Paste. Okay, anybody want to come on? Come on. I will start getting everything ready for the beef stroganoff because we haven't eaten dinner. I know you guys are. Hudo, you want to come on? You don't have to show your face if you don't want to. Anybody want to come on and keep me company? I just have a hard time without my glasses. I don't think this mic, this is on. No, right? Use beer. Okay, so we got onions. Need the ground beef. And then you're gonna move your car. You wanna like hang out over here, baby? You can hang out over here.
Oh, I'm gonna do all this stuff first.
Mm. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get the ground beef and stuff.
Put up. Oh, I don't know what was in there. What's up? Let's see. Da-da-da-da. Silver girl. Yep. Aloha, silver girl. You there?
I'm there now.
Oh, that's why we don't have. Okay, hold on 1 second. That's my. There we go. They didn't have our. Okay. Aloha, silver girl. Trying to figure out how to. There we go. I think the background music is too loud.
My audio messed up background music. It's not right yet. Rescue's still going to fix it, but we hadn't got to it yet.
Oh, what's that? Hold on. Is that
I mean,
Hello. Okay, say something again because I think it's a little bit of echoing.
yeah, it's probably my audio combined with the background music.
Oh, okay.
I did okay last night on Rescue.
No, it's fine now. It's fine now. It's just that it was
Until somebody helps me fix the pieces and the parts, I'm still kind of got them all in and hope it works.
You're like me. Okay, Steve said it's good because he's listening it to the garage.
Since I turned
The garage. Okay, he's listening it through the garage. So, how was your day, Silver Girl?
Very tired. I stayed up too late last night on rescue. Indy and V didn't come, and I was the only one that would get up with him, so I stayed with him for a long time, and I was.
Mr. Bean.
How you
Aloha,
doing,
Mr.
Nina?
Bean. How are you?
Pretty good. It's the first time I've ever seen you on the stream. I figured I was paying off. I go, what the hell?
Yeah, that was interesting last night. Was it last night?
No, the night before.
Aloha.
What's up, Steve?
How's it?
Yeah, wow. She was just going for a walk and then she caught that in action. What was her name?
Who, mine?
Mara?
No, my name?
No, the girl last night or the other night who was walking. Shy,
Washa?
shy. Yeah, that was pretty interesting. Sly shy, yeah. So maybe
He was a firecracker boy. He always is, but she's complicated. I don't understand her a lot. She almost makes me feel stupid, is what she makes me feel like.
yeah. So have you met Silver Girl?
I don't think so.
So
So
I don't
she,
think. I don't remember having met him before.
okay, so this is Mr. Bean.
Yeah, this
And
is my
Mr. Bean,
little logo.
Mr. Bean has, yeah, I was gonna say, I thought it was Bingo. Is it Bingo?
No, it's Mr. Bean and GW. Mr. Bean used to belong and used to be my little chihuahua.
Oh,
And the GW is my name.
Oh, okay. So who's the one you take walking, Bingo or Bongo?
Oh, well, the one I was walking today was Benji. That's my nephew's dog.
Benji. Yeah, that's a Chihuahua. He reminds me of our old dog.
He reminds me of a beagle. Beagle is something else.
So, hold on, I gotta plug this in. Oh,
I
where's
thought
the-
I'd let Ace say hello so I can get a hold of my camera.
I like your little dog in your picture, or I did.
I
Yeah.
I guess the dog blew up now.
the dog has disappeared on the screen.
Oh, so you have a black screen, green screen.
Well, I don't, and I tried to use this. It didn't work. So hang on. Now I don't know how to do it. Okay. Now virtual background. No, take it off. Here I go. Okay. No telling what this is gonna do.
She is a what is her breed again?
Papillon
Papillon.
means butterfly because of the
Yeah.
ear.
You're right. She's so
Oh, he's cute.
Let me
pretty.
angle the monitor a little more. The camera's sitting on the top, so back here. There he is. That's all 12 pounds of him.
Well, that little chihuahua I had was only 4.5.
But his ears are supposed to stand up for a butterfly. I don't know if I can. And his are a little bit far apart. They're supposed to stand up like that. Much more similar to my avatar. That's Dale
Right.
E. That's on my avatar. And this is Ace. But Dale's ears stood up better. Ace's didn't. That's why I have him, though. Had his ears been closer together, I would have never been able to get him.
Hello, Hoot Owl.
But because you guys are going to make oodles and oodles of standard defined babies, and because a woman
Hello.
had him knew me very well and knew how spoiled Dale had been, that she just let me have him rather than selling him to me. So she
Is
wouldn't.
that his ears, the black part there, or is that just part of his ears, like the hair?
Well, he because of his age now. Hang on, Ace. Let me see if I can get this to sit there. Okay, maybe. You gonna look up? See, he's all gray.
Oh, okay. I was
He,
looking at the ears. It looks like his ears is longer than his head.
they, his ears are taller than his head is. That's how.
Oh, okay.
If his ears shut up, they're like that. But all of this is now gray instead of white. And but the ears are almost always black, and now his are beginning to turn gray in the back. But it's just because he's almost all gray at this point.
I don't feel bad, dog. Look, I'm getting gray too.
Yeah, well, I keep telling him mine is too. In fact, when I got my hair cut last week, I looked down at my front and I went, "Where did all that gray hair come from? I don't have gray hair. I mean, I do, but I didn't think I had that much gray hair. And my whole lap was full of gray hair. And I'm going, what? Where did that come from?" I told her I thought she was cutting Ace's hair instead of mine. But mine was just gray underneath, so now the gray is coming out. But I finally got it all chopped.
I figure I earned mine. I earned all my gray. You don't got that much gray.
This is the best little service dog on my street.
I like animals.
Oh, I like animals better than I do people.
Sometimes I almost agree with you on that one.
Yeah. And I tend to be able to talk and communicate with most any of them, so I managed to get into trouble a lot with them. But
Okay, there's two of them up there. We got, we're double trouble now. We got two Ninas and two Steves. Oh,
geez, now wait a minute. This is how we can't hold a candle to you guys anyway. But you're gonna double team us?
I promise I haven't been smoking. I promise I haven't seen them.
But you want to go back over there?
Oh, Steve, you one lucky man. You got two of us.
Okay, just a minute. Let me get the remote out of the way. Okay, now you can go. You can go now. You don't want to now. Tell them they can do what they are sitting here trying to do, and then they don't do it. Because they have to change their mind. They're just like women.
What are you cooking?
Yeah, what is that that's there? Is that a crock pot?
Or something. Y'all gonna make me hungry.
Yeah, it's going to make me very hungry. I do love beef stroganoff, though. I like even the kind that comes in a box.
Yeah, I do too. It's all good.
It's a whole lot better than me sitting there and trying to do something up on the stove. My stove, if anything stutters or spatters on pots on my stove, it's right in my face. That's one of the things I just haven't gotten accustomed to, is having things spit at me in my face. I mean, at 6 feet, nothing ever spit me in the face before. But now that I'm sitting in this wheelchair, I get spit in the face with a stove and the faucets and.
You're on mute, Nina.
There you go.
Sorry, yeah, okay. We're trying to
Yeah, because it was back feeding on our side, so. But
It's better
yeah, I
now.
wanted to remind everyone who's in here. All 7 people here. I just want to remind everyone to do this.
Do it! Just do it! Do it! Do it! What are you waiting for? Just do it!
Oh my god.
That's Steve.
That's my favorite.
Yeah, that's funny.
You
It
really,
makes
What
you
goes with poop is funny.
it makes you want to hit the like button, though, doesn't it?
Well, I will as soon as I back out. I just came up, I saw y'all live, and I saw StreamYard. Oh, hell yeah, it's coming up. I don't ever see that on Steve. It says StreamYard coming up. I looked for it before a lot.
It's so soft though.
Why is it?
Yeah,
That
it's
phone is
soft.
acting weird. Okay, I gotta go
All right.
park the van before I get it towed.
Maybe I know I should from here.
Having trouble connecting. I guess this is not gonna work. I thought I could
There we go. I shared it.
I thought I could cook and you guys could see me cooking but we'll still try. You can still talk story and cook in the Instapot.
Instant pot. What is an instant pot?
Instapot is like it's a pressure cooker.
Oh, okay.
So you can cook everything in a pot, all in one pot. You can saute it and then you can steam it or pressure cook it.
Okay.
I've not ever worked with one of those.
I don't think I ever have either.
The only thing I've worked with is a crock pot. I make my Vermont baked beans in a crock pot, but
this is not working, baby. It's not working. This camera. But anyways, thought it would work.
You could tilt the one you got down so we can see what you're cooking or making, and you can lift it back up.
It's actually. Oh, there you go. I guess.
Yeah.
It's a desk laptop. Oh, there you go. I can do that.
now we can see what you're doing, and you can tell us and put yourself full screen so we can watch better.
Yeah, here I bought me, or not bought me, but got my little symbol up there.
It's by the desk.
I can put Dale back.
It's over there by the other desk.
You could blow yourself up so we can watch you.
Yeah, because I don't know how you would do that in an Instant Pot. How you make beef stroganoff in an Instant Pot.
Okay, well we're gonna do
And
it today. So
We're getting ready to learn.
Okay. All right, Lena.
let me just read out the ingredient. Oh yeah, here baby. Let me just read out the ingredients.
On rescue, the topic was cold brewed coffee. And I
Cold brewed coffee.
never heard of any such thing. I'm not
Hello,
a coffee,
Kathy.
but
Okay.
everybody was talking about cold brewed coffee. So I had to go look it up. And you soak it in cold water for however 17 hours or something like that at room temperature. You don't ever put hot water on the coffee grounds.
Wow.
You just soak the coffee in cold
Wow.
room temperature for 17 hours, 24 hours. I forgot the hours now. It was a whole lot of them. I remember that much. And it was room temperature. And after that, then you strain it through cheese. What's it called? Cheesecloth? Yeah, cheesecloth. And you strain.
Oh.
Then you strain the grounds that you let set room temperature for 24 hours and strain that through the cheesecloth, and that's your coffee, and you drink it cold.
Wow.
And what Steele and Cree was talking about it, and he talked about it, and then we got into it while he went and drove off so he could get to the farmers market. But they say it's really stronger because you're not adding the heat, and the heat what decreases the caffeine impact on you and decrease it and makes the poisons come out of the coffee grounds. And if you do it cold, it doesn't taste that way. Now, like I said, I'm 72 and a half. I've never drank but one cup of coffee, and I swear I'd never drink another. Everybody drank coffee and stuff when I was looking. I was Coca-Cola sitting in my spot. But it was interesting because they were saying that it really made a difference in the taste. You didn't have the aftertaste, but you had a stronger coffee and stronger impact of the caffeine on you because the caffeine was pure. I thought it was interesting, but I couldn't imagine it.
Wow, that sounds so good.
But we talked about that last. You can just look it up under cold brewed coffee, and it tell you exactly how to make it. And they say it's easier to make, it tastes better, it's less bitter, and you got more of a kick from the caffeine.
Wow.
1 cup instead of 2 cups for the caffeine. That was what they were talking about anyway. I drink Coke. Now I don't drink any caffeine, but I'm mouthy enough. I don't need caffeine to help me be more mouthy. So
I didn't.
Come on, man.
Oh, Joyful Diamonds is in there. Hold on. Let me see.
Set this up for you so you can.
Can you just close your camera? Oh, you did.
Joyful Diamonds.
Joyful. Hold on, Joyful. Sorry. There you go.
to Nina.
Howdy, everybody.
Hello.
Cookie.
I wanted to say hi to Kathy. I did email you. I couldn't get onto my Instagram because it's kind of like says I don't know what it says. I got this. I don't know what it said on my Instagram, but I did email you. It's from Nina, the letter U and tube at gmail.com. So, okay, there you go.
Steve's got it.
Now I'm gonna go move my truck before it gets, if it's not already towed.
Okay, so
Good job, Steve.
Hello.
Can you email me then? I'll put it on here, chat. I'll put my email on the chat. Nina. Oops, Nina. I can't see. Nina. How are you, Joyful?
I'm doing good. Oh, Joyful. I'm sorry. I thought you said my name. I'm sorry.
No, you go for it. That's
I thought y'all said George. Sorry.
I was doing some meditating again, and I feel pretty good. Yeah, so I didn't have any plans really going on mine, but I saw you, Nina, and I wanted to be here to support you in your cooking. And so.
Aw, thank you.
Yeah.
He makes some killer food. I know that much. Gosh, he makes me hungry. I almost want to go visit just one time.
For sure.
I'm not flying nowhere. I'll take a boat.
Oh, fair enough. You betcha.
Good fast boat would get me there before a plane would. Because by the time you could drive to Seattle, get on an airplane, fly to Hawaii, get off of an airplane, go to the nonsense over there. I still couldn't have my service dog with me. I ain't going.
All right, we figured it out.
You got it figured out?
Yeah, so we have one camera up there that you can see what I'm doing,
A
and
little
one
bit of
camera.
an echo.
We have an echo.
A little bit.
Is it me?
No,
Most-
it's probably me.
I'm going to mute myself and see if your echo goes away.
No, it's probably me. I took out my mic on this, so but just a little. How's that? Can you guys hear the echo?
No, it's good.
Okay.
Better now.
How are you, Joyful?
Oh, very well, dear. Very
So,
well.
if you notice, we have a new setup back here. It's well, now that the camera's there, it's not Steve's his background. So this is a different part of the house. It's right next to where Steve was, like on the other wall. But we're gonna put a green screen. We do have a green screen. See, Pablo's already crying. Steve's parking his car and he's already crying.
Oh,
Can you hear him?
mine do the same thing too. They howl. Oh my goodness.
Yes, Kathy, I did. And when they emailed you with that email address, your picture came up. So I thought it was you. So, but I did make a new email address. So it's Nina, the letter YouTube @gmail.com. So if you want to email me there, I can get your sarongs to you. Yeah, I just sent Cara Breeze wind chimes today. Oh no, yesterday. So anyways, you guys can chat while I cook.
I'm gonna watch while you cook.
So we're gonna do beef stroganoff, ground beef stroganoff, and we actually, I don't know if this is still frozen, but this is 2 pounds of 2 pounds of ground beef that I put in the freezer. We also have egg noodles. The recipe calls for onions, minced garlic, flour, egg noodle, cream of mushroom, and beef broth. So we're gonna do that. And I have the Instapot here. Can you guys see the Instapot? So you guys can see both me and the Instapot. And this is very flimsy, so don't move. So, but I want you guys to talk while I'm doing this.
Oh, we'll talk. I'm just watching. I mean, there's 3 ladies up here and 1 guy. Someone's going to have to talk. I like just watching. I mean, if it's going to be this interesting, I'll just blow up the picture myself. There we go. What is that? Onion and an egg. That's an onion. Okay.
Well, I'm fascinated with this cooker too.
Yeah, me too. This is just something blowing my mind. I never even seen one.
Oh, okay.
You're the first that I've come across on your another video you did. So, hi, Silver Girl and George. It's really great to be here with you, by the way. So,
Ace is here too. He woke up.
Did he? Oh, hi, Ace.
He woke up with Pablo screaming. So we're gonna use 1 cup of half of an onion.
Now, do you cry when you chop your onion?
No.
I don't either. I used to like doing that in restaurants. They always gave me that job.
Well, I think it's because they do a lot of onions, you know.
Oh yeah, I done a 50-pound bag, and that didn't even last 2 hours at the restaurant.
I would be wearing a face mask and gas mask.
Oh no, not me. I love the smell of onion.
Me too. I cook a lot of onion, and I've gotten to the point now where I don't cry like I used to. I think you just kind of used to it for sure.
Well,
And
if you have a problem when you tear up with onions, if you take a piece of white bread and stick the corner of it in your mouth and let it hang out of your mouth, the onion fumes will go up and get in the bread and not in your eye. It really does work.
Huh.
You look stupid sitting there with a piece of bread hanging out of your mouth, but if you don't mind looking really like an idiot, then go right for it. It works. It really does work.
It absorbs it.
Yeah, it absorbs enough so that it won't tear up.
Oh my god.
So I'm not sure if this ground beef is fully thawed. So I'm gonna, if it's not, the Instapot will thaw it out really fast. So let's see. Because I took it out of the freezer 2 days ago and put it in the refrigerator. So
2 days ago, that's not
well,
good.
yeah, it was frozen solid. So
Yeah.
let's see. And I wrap mine up really good because I want what do you call?
Freezer burn.
Yeah. So, and we buy the big meat from Sam's Club. It's like 10 pounds.
Mm.
All right. So let me go. There you go. I think it's. Let's see.
I agree, Scott. Pat.
Yeah, just rub it in your eyes and get it over with. Oh my goodness.
Scat Pack says sweet Vadelias, and boy, do they make everything better. I like sweet Vadelias and like scrambled eggs even.
And I'm not sure if I'm going to cook all of this. I think I'm just going to make half of it. I think it's thought out. So this is. Do not do this at home.
God, don't cut yourself.
Do not. Okay. There you go.
Silver Girl, I love these Walla Walla sweet onions we have here in Washington. I feel very blessed that we grow them here locally because they're awesome. Those don't make me cry at all. But they're so sweet. They're like probably the best to make onion rings with. Do you like onions, Silver Girl?
Do I?
Do you like onions?
I absolutely adore onions and garlic both.
Garlic
The
sweet.
more the merrier. The more the merrier.
You betcha.
When I make my Vermont baked beans, it calls for small onion, and I put 2 in.
How do you pronounce that? Fat deal for real? How do you pronounce that?
I put 2 onions in, and I put a whole pork in, chopped up, and then as many beans as I can get in. Soldier beans are what I use because that's what I learned to use in Vermont, and I have to order the soldier beans. But they're big and they soak up the maple syrup really well, so they taste good.
Yes. Do you like red onion or shallots at all?
I like sweet onions. I like the Vidalia the best.
Okay. Okay.
Y'all ever eat wild onion?
No, but I would love to find some. I'm trying to learn how to forage.
You almost got to go almost at the edge of some wood lines. You know what I'm saying? That's where you find a lot of them at.
Okay. Yes. I'm only just starting to learn foraging, and it's one of those things where I want to be really careful in identifying them because they can have an imposter onion that looks like one and that could make you ill. So
I don't know if it's true for Washington, but I know that the wild onions in Vermont grow very close to where fiddleheads grow. If you find a whole bunch of fiddleheads, you're going to find wild onions.
And they're a little bit on the spicy side too.
Yeah,
Just a little.
yeah, they're spicier than the ones I like the sweet onion, and I think the wild onions are they've got a bite to them. In certain things, they're great. It's just that in my beans, I want sweet onions.
George, are you still doing restaurant work?
No. I haven't worked in restaurants since I was in my 20s. I'm getting ready to be 52 soon.
That's just for my my.
Do you like cooking overall? I mean, did it kind of stick with you?
Oh yeah, it sticks with you. I just like cooking. Period. There's a lot of restaurants I used to work at. I went from dishwasher to cook, and I'm supposed to be just dishwasher only. And they always stuck me on cook. I cooked everything from breakfast to lunch, supper, but some of the breakfast I forgot how to cook, like the biscuits and gravy, doing it homemade and stuff. It's been a while. I forget small stuff like that.
What state are you in, Georgia? George?
Do what?
What state are you in?
Kentucky.
I grew up in Nashville.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
That's just right down the road, or might as well say right down the road. Ain't too far.
Right. Because you said biscuits and gravy, and I wondered if you were Southern, the way you said that.
Well, I don't know. I got that hillbilly language anyway, that
Yeah,
accent anyway.
that's what made me think you might be below Mason Dixon when you said biscuits and gravy. You don't hear that term very much above Mason Dixon.
And sometimes I like the white gravy with the sausages in it, but sometimes you can add the cocoa to it and make it like a chocolate. Goes over to your biscuits.
I don't like it,
Wow.
and I don't know why, but
It's like a chocolate gravy. It's rich though.
I've heard of the chocolate gravy, but I've never tried it. But I grow up in the South and not like gravy.
Rob's out there. You call Rob.
Who is?
So what are you doing now? Just thawing the rest of the meat, or what? You put the
Yeah,
meat.
it's still a little bit. It's still a little bit frozen. So I'm letting it thaw a little bit so I can have it easier to mush up versus it getting burnt.
Well, I like your camera placement. It's ideal. And hi, Nicole.
Hello, Rob.
Hello. Hey, honey.
Hey Nina, how are you tonight?
Good. What do we have for dinner tonight?
Oh, I had ham steak and egg and cheese biscuit.
Ooh, yummy.
Did I hear you making sausage gravy and biscuits?
I am making beef stroganoff.
Oh, same principle except noodles.
Yeah, with a little bit of sour cream. I like chocolate cake, not gravy.
I don't like any kind of pie, cake. It don't matter.
Do you cook, Tutal?
Yes.
Yeah, he cooks. He got some killer stuff.
Oh, really?
going on.
He does.
That's like the naive question of
We had biscuits, ham steak, and red eye gravy. 3-egg omelet with hash browns with gravy on it.
Mmm.
Red eye gravy.
Okay, so you make the gravy with the drippings.
with flour and drippings from the ham and a little bit of coffee.
A little bit of coffee. Hmm.
Gives it a different taste.
Well, that's red eye gravy. That's not your white country gravy like you would with sausage gravy, like you'd get at a truck stop. Like I'd cook. I used to cook at a truck stop for about 7 years on the third shift.
See, there you go.
Yeah.
And he does a lot of desserts too, right?
Yeah, I used to work at a gourmet Polish pastry shop. I had 3 generations of Polish women teach me how to bake.
Oh, out. That's super cool.
Yeah, 3 generations of old girls. Well, one wasn't so old. She was cute too, but she was married.
That is a neat appliance that you are using to squish that up with. I have never seen one.
I know that. What is that? Almost like a damn. What the hell is that?
This is called a chopper chopping stir or something.
Almost like one of those things you hit a cow with and put a marking on it.
That's what it looks like, a branding iron.
Yeah, there we go. I couldn't think of the name of it.
Yeah, it could be.
Hold it up there. Is that one of them tater mashers?
No, potato masher is.
No.
Tater mash has got all the holes in it, don't it?
Yeah.
That one looks like a
Yeah, it's made
ram for a cow or something.
like browning meat.
Yeah, she's
Just stick that up to the camera one time, Nina. Now that I'm looking.
Sorry, let me do it again.
My goodness.
Oh yeah. That's just a meat masher for mashing and twisting your meat.
Yeah.
Well, basically, same thing for browning your meat, your taters and stuff, smashing and smushing.
Yeah, it's still frozen. That's why, guys. So I have to like steam it a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, I got
I
Nina.
love it. Mm-hmm.
You'll have to go to my community page and look. I got clips of the raccoon eating a Tootsie Roll Pop.
Oh my goodness.
That's got to be.
Remember the? Do you remember the owl? How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop?
Yep.
I got a raccoon in the middle of a thunderstorm.
Oh.
Like, I'll show you how many licks. None. Crunch, 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 crunch.
Crunch.
I thought that damn thing was going to bust a tooth and take out my camera.
Or was that yesterday you showed us? Hell, I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Why do you keep popping up? Sorry.
Oh, let's
That
see
chopped
here.
wagon gravy. 3. What is 3, Hoot?
Well, it's Dale Earnhardt's car number. That much I know.
That's right.
I know the important part of number 3. Also happens to be my birthday.
Yep.
That's a cool looking pot. I gotta go to Walmart and check out one and see what one looks like.
Don't they?
Walmart's got everything.
Don't they come in Instapots? Don't they come in different sizes?
Can
Instapot?
you see that?
Wait, hold on. Let me make you big.
It's a TV. And it's, oh, that's the raccoon. Yes. That's good stuff.
I
Wow.
got the clips. I got the clips.
Wow. He's just like
Oh,
enjoying that.
I have another one, thank you. They really do.
Oh, and you would not believe this beautiful calico cat that comes by to visit. That calico cat's the boss, man. She slaps some raccoon's ass around now.
My
We
mom
got a
has a
possum that shows up. Look at him, yum, 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 yum.
Should have shown them that fat one. That fat one's mean, boy. She just pushes that little one away or backs her butt up with it.
Oh, hush your mouth, Diamond.
I was just gonna ask, does Diamond try to attack him or
Huh?
chase him
No,
away?
he stays in the house. Whoa, how you doing?
That's a handsome dog.
See if we can- All right.
Oh, let's see.
Things around here that really have surprised me is the deer would rather have peanuts in a shell than anything. They just, those old kind of cheap peanuts that we used to get as kids that were still in their little blonde looking shell. You throw a peanut out there and those deer will fight for it. They'll go at each other to get the peanut. You want to throw them an apple? That's an apple. But you want the peanut. It's amazing to watch them go for the peanuts. They have no. It's got to be almost like a hallucinogenic for them or something because there's just no stopping them. None. They will just run for peanuts and start digging in the ground for them. They'll come right up to the deck. You can hand it to them. Anything for peanuts. It's crazy. I've never seen anything other than an elephant go for a peanut like they do.
Now, I sit there. I've got squirrel food, which is whole peanuts, cracked corn, and sunflower seeds. I'll put some peanut butter in my dish, and I'll put some feed in there, and then I'll put that on top of there, and then I'll put some dog food on top of that with some peanut butter. Them raccoons love that.
Nice. Yeah, I bet they do. The Stellar Jays here.
Hey,
they love
they're just asked. They are crazy about the extra toasty burnt Cheez-Its.
Nina, how long does that take to cook? About 45 minutes?
No, I don't know. It was frozen, so it's like taking a little bit longer than I expected.
Yeah, that'd take you 20 minutes to get it browned up if it was frozen.
Yeah.
Oh, now it's loose, so it's not like frozen together. So now I just gotta let it brown a little bit, and then I'll just throw everything together, and then
you can't rush good. You can't rush good.
Right.
Yeah.
But if it functions kind of like a pressure cooker, it's going to cook everything faster.
Oh hell, that's what's taking so long. Is that damn electric pot?
It's an Instapot.
Yeah.
So they have a I think I just put too much meat in there. That's why, and there's a lot of liquid in it too. So.
You know, I think I've got a 6-quart cast iron Dutch oven or a campfire Dutch oven where you put hot coals on it and you can bake in the campfire and everything. You need one of them.
Cast iron?
Oh yeah.
I might get mad and hit Steve in the head with it or something. I don't know.
No, you won't. No, maybe an iron skillet, this pot, no, yeah. I mean, I know these little girls pack a punch, but that's got some weight to it. Although it does have a handle, you can get a swing at it, throw it at him.
It's a deadly weapon in this house. Just kidding. No, I wouldn't do that.
I used to work with this one guy. We used to service pinball machines and vending machines and tool tables. He just got married and he was running late and we was going to stop by his house. let his wife know that he's okay. We're just working late and going to be working later. We're stopping in for a bite to eat because you've got dinner ready. Oh, it's hamburger helper. Anyway, we show up and she's all crotchy and fussy and bitchy. He's like, chill the hell out, woman. We're hungry. You know, she sits there, grabs, throws plates on the table. You know, she grabs that plate, that skillet, puts some on my plate, puts some on his plate, turns around to behind him and smacks him in the head and dumps the rest of it right on top of him. And like, damn.
Hey, B. Aloha. Beautiful B.
Hi, V.
Yes, hello, B.
He went shaking that hamburger helper off of him, gave her a shove into the front room of the trailer. I grabbed a hold of him. He was bleeding, put a kitchen towel on his head, and we went out the door and went back to work. Went by the emergency room, had 4 stitches put in his head. He wound up staying on my sofa for 2 weeks and got a divorce.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, she was a crazy woman. It was a terrible mistake.
I had that with women too. I feel like a magnet. All the
Good
crazy
ball
just
up,
keep
man.
coming to me. Or I got a bad picker.
Yeah. Uh-oh, I hear crunching.
Many people have been.
Oh, we got Raccoon back on the porch.
Oh, that's good. Hey, Sharon Steinsbein. Aloha.
Hi, Sharon. By the way, Nina, I love your new space. It's awesome. Steve mentioned it. I think it was last night that you're getting your own space so that you could cook. How's it feel?
It's
There you
good.
see
It's just gotta work. Have some plans for it. Like we were talking about earlier, I was gonna put a green screen here, and I can put a background because right now I can see my shadow. You know. So
Well, some of the photography that you do would be beautiful background. Your sunsets, as an idea, you know.
I don't know how to do that though. You know, like take a picture and put it on the back. I don't know because Steve is gonna do it for me because he figured out how to do the screen while we're live and put the background on. But he's doing something now. But I'm gonna take out some of this juice so that it can kind of like get brown. I'll be back.
I just let it cook in that juice and then drain it off and then start your gravy. Let it cook in that juice. All the flavor is.
But okay.
Grease is too much grease.
Well, you drain it out after you cook it. That way you ain't eating the unnecessarables.
So I was gonna add more gravy and all that other stuff. Have you guys ever had I know there's a couple ways to do the beef stroganoff, but one lady, her name is Catherine's plate. She uses cream of mushroom. Do you guys put cream of mushrooms in you guys beef stroganoff or just the
Cream of mushroom is good on a lot of things.
right?
No, I've never done the cream of mushroom soup. I've always
cream
done
of
the
chicken or
sour
anything cream of.
I've done the sour cream and the beef bouillon gravy.
Beef bouillon and gravy. Okay.
Yeah, my mother used to use cream of mushroom soup in a pan.
I like cream of mushroom. I put cream of mushroom in a lot.
You just gotta have a can.
Yeah, I gotta have that. So I also have a little bit of mushrooms. He doesn't like mushrooms, so I only got a little bit today at the store.
I imagine you can almost add anything to it. Well, not anything, but just enough for your taste. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You can
Yeah,
throw a pepper in there if you want a little bit of a kick to it, or
right. It's everybody's preference is different, and I don't like spicy food, and Steve and I'm glad he doesn't because I wouldn't be able to eat the same meal as him. But we don't like spicy food. You know how some people they put a lot of spice. I don't.
well, I mean, it's not like it's just a hair over mild, but it's less than that hot. You know what I'm saying? It just gives you that little bit of a kick every once in a while. You can taste it throughout the food.
Hey, what do they call a taco that's made out of raccoon?
Coon 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 taco.
I don't know what. A
We
what?
give up. I think beef stroganoff, when cooked with maple pepper, is exceedingly.
Ooh, that sounds good.
I love maple pepper, and I use it instead of salt. The only thing I put salt on is French fries and fresh cut tomatoes. That's it. And the rest of the time, I put maple pepper, and it adds a little zing to it. Now, I've never made stroganoff from scratch. My version comes out of the box. But with the box, I load that maple pepper in there.
I'm waiting for that raccoon to grab one of those caramels by its feet. That's gonna be some serious chewing.
Stuffed mushroom sounds good too.
Most people put cream of mushroom soup in stroganoff. I just,
Oh yeah.
yeah, most people do. I'm not a big connoisseur of mushrooms, so I don't. But most people do because it's the cream, the cream that comes in soup that makes stroganoff so much better. And I don't know of anybody that doesn't put it in there. And for somebody who doesn't like mushrooms, it doesn't detract from the stroganoff. So
Yeah.
if you like mushrooms, it's even better.
So I know this is a one pot recipe, but since my meat was frozen, I had to cook the meat first. So I'm going to take everything out and I'm going to saute the onions and the garlic and the mushroom, and then I can put everything back in. And I can get rid of all this other excess fat.
Those onions are going to smell so good when you get them in that grease and you start browning them. They're going to be just delicious smelling.
Yeah, I like to brown the onions and throw the it'll be
We always put a little bit of brown sugar in ours when we saute our onions, just a little bit. It
really
gives it just a little bit of a sweet taste to it.
caramelize it.
Ooh, that sounds like a good idea. I should try that.
So you're saying brown sugar or regular sugar?
No, brown sugar.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about white sugar. I never tried it with white, but I know brown is good.
I'd try most.
Not a whole lot, maybe a little spoonful, you know what I'm saying? Just a normal spoon, but don't add a whole lot to it.
Maple syrup would be something else in it.
Let's see.
I've seen people take maple syrup and put it in a bowl and then eat it just like it is. It's like, ooh.
When you get the real stuff and you got the golden brown and not the fixie, it is good stuff.
Yeah.
But you have to have the real thing. And you
My
have
baby mama is research for the federal government and the soybean agricultural department. and she brings home from Costa Rica coffee and brown sugar and stuff. Man, you talk about good brown sugar, straight. Straight raw. You get these, they're like a hockey puck, about 2 pounds each. You just take it and scratch that along on a cheese grater, put that in your coffee. Oh, that's good.
Don't garlic supposed to keep the mosquitoes away?
Okay, I got brown sugar. So you say add it with the onion?
Yeah, just add it with your little bit of a grease when you saute them. You got a little bit of grease in it, add a little bit of brown sugar to it, and saute with it. It gives it a sweet glaze type taste to it.
Caramelizes it.
Yeah, exactly.
Where are my wooden spoons? I don't have no wooden spoons.
Just do just a normal spoon, that's like right above the teaspoon, like a normal spoon, not a tablespoon.
Like this much?
Yeah, that's good. That's plenty.
Okay, cool. We're learning. Experimenting.
Yeah, you don't have to add a whole lot to it because when you saute your onions, you still want that onion taste in that. What Rob said.
Okay, we will make this one big.
There we go. I couldn't get the dang on word out.
Okay. Can you guys see the
God, that looks so good already.
Let's see. Can you guys see the inside of the Instapot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could probably even throw your mushrooms in there and saute those too if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm going to do the mushrooms and the garlic too. So I have minced garlic here. Can you guys see? Wait. Minced garlic. There it is.
I should find that convenient.
What's that?
Having minced garlic, I find that convenient.
Yes, I do. Fresh garlic is good, but my goodness, it's like I always run out or it dries up, you know? So I like minced garlic.
Is that just like a stove or something? Like you could put it on 350 or whatever?
No, it's just sauteing right now, and
No, I'm talking about your pot when you do cooking. Is it like a stove type?
no, it's like a pressure cooker.
Okay.
I'll be back. I'm gonna wash these mushrooms.
You're gonna smell that brown sugar in a minute. Y'all gonna be craving. You and Steve.
Them flavors will be tickling your taste buds.
Exactly.
We just have to look at it. We don't have to smell it.
If I can smell it, I'll be in trouble because I'm gonna go to a lot of 420 channels. Isn't that right, Rob? I'll follow Rob around.
Oh yeah, I can smell the brown sugar. That smells so good. I don't know. I'm trying to fix the camera. Is this better? No, you guys can't see the Instapot. There you go.
Hey, Nina, I don't know if this is too personal, but how much does something like that cost?
Something like what? Like the Instapot?
Yeah.
It's like, this one here is a small one. They have big ones. I'm not sure how many quarts this is, but I believe this is a 6 quarts. And they run like $89.
Oh, that's affordable.
And it's
How much is it again, you said?
89. I think on Amazon is 89, but here I think like at Walmart it was 115. So my friend, she wanted to get one too, and she saw I had one, and she wanted to get one, and she bought it. So she bought one at Walmart, and I said, if you go on Amazon, it's like $89. So she bought it at Walmart for 115, and then I told her to return it. You get it in 3 days here in Hawaii. It takes longer than in the mainland. So she did, and she's so happy. Okay. I know mushrooms have a lot of liquid coming out, yeah? Once that is done, I make the mushrooms big because Steve doesn't like mushrooms, so I'll make it big so he can take it out. Ooh, that's big.
Starting to smell good, isn't it?
Yeah, it smells so good. And then once this is, we can put the meat back in. And then we can put the liquid, cream of mushroom, and everything else. I put bouillons because I don't, that's another thing I don't do is use beef broth. I like to use bouillon because it lasts forever. And liquid and water. So. More oil? What do you guys think? Did I lose you guys?
I wouldn't.
What is it?
No? No? Okay. I just don't want it to burn on the bottom. But I think it's good now. I can put the meat back in and some of that. Put the cream of, let me see my recipe. So we can put the, oh, we gotta put flour to make it a little bit thick. That's another tablespoon. I guess you can use flour or cornstarch.
I always use flour for my gravy.
Oh, I can smell the mushroom. The mushroom smells so good. Then we'll put the cream of mushroom. I normally get, it's probably gonna burn the bottom, but once you put the liquid in there, it should be fine. So who all here has an Instapot?
I think you're teaching us how to use them tonight.
Yep.
That? My hub still eats like he's in boot camp fast as hell. If you saute, no notices. I have to. Okay. I'm gonna put the meat back in now. Just wanted to get put the meat back in. And then I have to put the liquid. Otherwise it won't come to steam.
God, it looks so good.
It is looking so good that it's making me hungry.
Yeah, it's making me hungry too.
I don't get hungry.
I know. I almost wish I could grab my spoon and just reach in there and grab me some.
Sure. Every time I watch cooking, though, it makes me hungry. There's just something about it.
I know if y'all still hear your growling going on, that's just my stomach.
Wondering what that sound was.
Yeah. That's all I hear sometimes.
Okay. So I turned off the saute
Like
mode
what
because
that's being cooked before it makes me hungry. I have to actually like whatever's being cooked. If it's something I don't like, it doesn't make me hungry. Beef stroganoff.
I need to scrape the bottom of the pan, so I had to find a wooden spoon.
Is
What time you add your beef broth or whatever broth you're gonna put in there, then it'll
Yeah.
it'll do a whole lot better and won't stick as fast.
Right.
Can Pablo smell it yet?
I'm sorry?
Can Pablo smell it yet? Can he smell the meat cooking?
Yeah, the meat's cooking. I don't understand your question.
I was just wondering if Pablo could smell the meat.
Oh, Pablo. Okay. No, he's usually next to me when I'm in the kitchen because he's hoping I'll drop something.
Yeah.
But his dad's here and in the garage, so he's just hanging out with Daddy over there.
So Daddy's keeping him occupied.
Yeah, Daddy's keeping him. He's like probably just on Daddy's foot. You know, he'd rather hang out there than with me. Pablo is more funner here. We have Ace, we have Diamond, we have Max, and we have Benji. Jeez.
Joyful, are your other two up on the bed too?
Do what?
Joyful's got two more besides Max. So I was just wondering if they were up on the watching too.
Now a lot of them's in chat. I think there's only like you, Rob,
Joyful is
Joey,
still in here, right?
and me. Is the only ones up here, I think.
Did you say Ace, Max, and Benji? Oh, all you had to say. That's all you had to
There
say.
he is.
There's Steve and the dog.
Bring him closer to the food. He's gonna get burned. He's gonna.
And he going, oh yeah, that smells good. I want some.
So Steve puts him down, and he goes straight back to following Steve, right? Even though here smells better than over there.
That's cute. Supergirl mine are asleep right now.
Okay.
Oh, so cute.
I just, because, ours can't smell it, which is a good thing. But normally, when the onions are pretty well cooked, whatever dog is around is in the kitchen too. For some reason, my dogs have always liked onions like I do. And of course, they can't eat them, but because onions are bad for them. But they like the smell because usually they're browned with meat, so they smell like meat too. You brown some hamburger in this house, and at least the dogs know it.
Hey, Supergirl, how bad are onions for dogs? Because I cook a lot with onion, and it's in my food.
Yeah, as long as they don't eat the onion.
Okay.
Don't let them eat pieces of onion. I eat my onions chopped a little larger than I would if it was just me.
Okay.
But, I know you cook for your dogs, and just make sure that they don't get a piece of onion at all. They can have the meat that the onion juice is in, but they can't eat the onion itself.
So what does it do to your dogs?
It usually gives them extreme diarrhea that doesn't stop, and then they get dehydrated, and they go that way.
Okay.
It can kill them,
Oh.
but they've got to eat a dog our size, Joyful, would need to eat, or Pablo's size, would need to eat almost a whole onion.
Okay.
It's not like
Thinking about that.
and grapes. You don't want them to have a grape. Never grapes.
Okay.
And that's one thing I have trouble with because I eat a lot of grapes, and dogs are quicker than I am. And if I drop a grape, Ace can get it faster than I can get to it. However, if I yell no, he's backing up.
And of course, chocolate, right? That's another no-no.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Oh, that's good.
Anything that's got, what is that? The artificial, the artificial sweetener has a particular thing in it. It starts with the letter A, usually, and that any kind of artificial sweetener is really dangerous for dogs because it could have that A word in it. So no artificial sweeteners, and nothing that has them in it either.
Okay, now I like to cook onions with my steak, for example.
Right.
So if you're cooking your meat with the onion, even though they're not getting the onion, what do you think?
They're still going to get the onion juice, just like you get onion juice. They'll get onion juice, but they aren't going to get the onion itself, and it's got something to do with the skin. That's why it's the onion itself.
Okay.
And not the flavoring of an onion.
Oh, okay. So
you see what I'm saying?
So the juice is not as bad as the actual onion.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Hello, tea girl.
Hey, tea girl. Aloha. Okay, guys, I forgot to put salt and pepper, so I'll do it now.
You might not have to add too much salt because there's salt in that cream and mushroom, a lot of it.
You're right.
The other thing you might want to consider is monk fruit, Nina.
What is that?
Monk fruit. It's a substitute for sugar. White sugar is one of the worst things you can eat.
I know. I love white sugar, though.
And there's no way to make sweet tea but with white sugar. You're just going to have to live with it. But if you really wanted to cut your white sugar consumption down for your health, you use monk fruit. It's
Monk fruit.
M-O-N-K fruit.
I'm just adding a little bit of paprika.
And you can buy it at Amazon. That's where I have to get mine. And some health food stores carry it, but not all of them in the little towns. I imagine the big towns do. But I don't live near I don't even live near a town. But the monk fruit is a one-on-one swap for regular white sugar. You just use it instead of white sugar. You use it just like you did white sugar. And it's a little bit sweeter than white sugar, some people think. But some people think it tastes sweeter. But it's the bad stuff out of the white sugar. And white sugar is one of the worst things you can eat.
Oh, I love white sugar.
Somewhere along the way, they forgot to tell us that. But monk fruit works beautifully instead of functions just like it.
Is it M-U-N-K? Is that what you're saying?
No, M-O-N-K.
M-O-N-K? Okay.
Hello, tea girl.
I think.
I'm going to add the egg noodles now. It is just egg noodles. I'm going to add 2 cups of egg noodles and see how that goes. And then I'm going to close the lid. I don't know, maybe more than 2 cups. Okay.
You got the same cup I got.
That's 1 cup.
My cups.
And this is going to be ready in 8 minutes. And I'm going to tell Steve to make the garlic bread. Oh, what do you call it?
Oh, garlic bread is beautiful. Garlic bread with that stroganoff will be absolutely out of this world.
Okay, so we got that. As long as the noodles are in the liquid, we should be fine. Let's hope it. Okay. We're gonna set this for 8 minutes on pressure cook. What do you think, baby? Are you hearing me? Where is he? Okay, so we're gonna set this
hearing like I do.
8
Does it
minutes.
have instructions so that you know how long to set it for to cook noodles, for example?
No, I just.
Or are you one of those natural cooks who just looks at the stove?
No, I went on YouTube this earlier and looked up some recipes. So I know that the minutes. It's, when you get used to it, you kind of like have a what do you call, a feel of what does better, because certain dishes, like if you make pork, I'm gonna add a little bit more water. If you make pork and you cook it too much, where it falls off the bone and it's more like mush, I don't like that.
Yeah.
So you have to like certain things. So I discovered that for me, pork, after I brown it and saute it like how I did earlier, it's better if I do it for, I think, 20 minutes or 25 minutes. I forgot what my video says. But I'll be back. I'm going to tell Steve to get the garlic bread ready. And I'm going to clean up this mess. So you guys talk.
So we're going to be able to sit here and watch you guys eat this wonderful food.
I know. Our stomachs are growling over here.
I'm going to go ahead and clean this mess real quick. And the Instant Pot, you have to put it on the ceiling. There's a tab here and it says ceiling. Oh, you guys can't see that. So hard to. Okay, there you go. So here is release. When it gets when it's done, it just gets, the steam comes out when you release the steam. But here you're sealing it so that the steam stays in, and this pin is going to go up, and it's going to keep the steam in it for as long as you need, whatever you program it for. And that's like called a pressure cooker, basically. But yeah. Okay, I'm gonna clean this mess. I'll be right back.
I understand those are really something else, that if you cook, that they make a huge difference on a regular basis, that those things are night and day helpful.
It is, and there. I can show you the other side, but there's like a one button you can make. Let me see if you guys can see that. I want to turn it. So it's like, let's see.
And I think they come in different sizes, so that
different sizes.
Yeah, if you have a family of 15 kids and you and your husband, heaven help you, and the big one. But if it's just you and your husband, you don't need the big one.
Right.
it is important to have the correct size because otherwise it gets lost in there.
Right. Yep. There's like 4 different sizes. And I'll show you the biggest size in just a minute.
Probably about $350 for the big one.
Yeah, that's what I understand. I just don't cook anymore.
Just
I used,
guessing at it, I don't know, but I never seen one of those before. I mean,
I used to cook and cook for A or for whatever dog I had.
there's
But
so much stuff coming out these days. I don't know what's out there and what's not.
right,
All right. So one more dump.
Because how often when you go to a store, you go look for a plant? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you don't know what's updated because you already think you got everything. So you go to the store and actually look. But a lot of people don't look at that stuff.
when the Instapot came out, it was everywhere. It was in ads on TV and ads in magazines, ads on the internet. It was all over the place, and I couldn't see a real benefit except it was a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
Now, watching her do this, I can see the difference now, and yeah, it would make a big difference. Can you imagine how quick you could get a turkey done
Yeah. Yeah.
or a
I
game?
mean, there's a lot of things that's changed in the last 10 years that it's still blown my mind in a way. You know what I'm saying? I mean, golly, there's a lot of stuff that's changed
Oh yeah.
in technology and for cooking. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of stuff on there. It's like, man, you got to watch a video just to learn how to work the dang on thing.
Yeah, they don't give, and the thing I hate the most is they don't give us instructions to hang on to
Okay,
it.
guys. There's a big difference. I don't know if you guys can see it.
Oh, heavens.
God, that
That's-
one was like a time bomb.
Yeah, and this is huge.
Tiny, Nina, would you fit in that pot?
You could probably put like a 10-pound turkey or something in here.
That thing looks huge.
But that's the big one.
Joyful, you can take that big pot and make dog food for a month at a time. Good dog food. Joyful cooks for her.
Okay, sorry guys. I had Steve making making the garlic bread.
Oh, garlic bread. Now the house really gonna smell. Nothing better than garlic bread. We should take a bottle of wine to Steve and Nina for dinner tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
I want a stroganoff lasagna. I want to try something different. I'm gonna see if you can actually make it that way.
Oh, look who decided to join us. Now he's here. Pablo. Okay, so what does the clock say? How many more minutes? 2.
I don't know. I can't see that far.
Me neither.
2 minutes. Okay, let's see who's in the chat. Love my Instapot. Use it all the time. Makes Your meat's so tender. Yes, definitely. And fast, right?
I like tender food. Yeah, it's the best kind. For me, it is. It falls apart. You don't have to worry about which way you have to eat the meat with grains or not. You know what I'm saying? It'll still fall apart. I like that kind of stuff.
After I broke my foot off of my leg, I had to have surgery, and they used something weird on me, and all my teeth fell out. So I don't have the teeth to chew the meat. So good soft meat's a real good meat. That's a good thing.
I don't have no teeth either, and I can eat corn on the cob, steak. I just can't eat peanuts.
I can't eat corn on the cob either, unless
Oh
I take
man, I cannot pig out on those things.
and do it
Well,
on, take it off the cob first.
what happens when we get old, huh?
Yeah, there's some things you can fix, some things you can't afford to fix.
How about popcorn? That's something you can eat. Popcorn. Oh my
Now,
gosh.
if it's not got shells in it, some of them don't have the hard parts with it. And if they don't have the hard parts, I can eat some of them. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think I got um I hurt my tooth once before when I was eating popcorn and it was a hard kernel and that really hurt.
Can I please come up? Someone wants to come up.
Josh, how do I? Okay, let me. We're gonna be. Hold on. Josh is trying to grow his channel and he wants to do live streams, so he wants to come up and say hi to everybody. Here we go. There you go. Hey T girl. Oh, let me show you your God puppy. Come here, Pablo. Come here, Pablo. Did you get it, Josh? Okay, Pablo. Pablo. Oh,
Hey,
wait.
Pablo.
Look, everybody's on
Oh,
stage. On your lap.
hi, sweet boy. Hi, sweetie. How you doing?
Are you up, Josh? Are you? I don't see you.
I don't see you either. I
Hey,
think
hi. Hi, everybody. My mommy's cooking. My mommy's cooking, and I'm just sniffing what she's got left behind.
look at that nose. Look at that nose. He says, I know it, Mama. Where is it, Mama? Where's it
Don't
go?
fall, Pablo. Don't fall, Pablo. I gotta
Calm
make sure
down, Pablo.
there's no raw meats on there, even though it might have fallen off.
I do try to feed my babies is at the size of these guys, a half of a chicken neck or the leg portion of a wing once a week raw is really good for these guys.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard that dogs they eat raw. They eat raw meat.
Never eat them cooked meat. Anything that's got any kind of bone that has been impacted by the oven or the microwave, they cannot have.
Oh.
Because once the bone is cooked, it splinters. Splinters inside them and potentially causes obstructions in one intestine. So you don't want to ever give them anything that's been cooked. All they should get is raw. And a raw chicken neck is really good because the chicken bones, the neck bones are so tiny that even dogs who are older can eat them. but or a leg at the biggest. Pablo might could do a leg, but the miniature Chihuahuas and I wouldn't let them have a whole leg. But they can eat it as long as it's never touched the heat. And
Oh,
I used to get the chicken necks, split them in half, and freeze them. I'd get a batch of them at Thanksgiving usually, and around the holidays, and just cut them in half and freeze them. And then once a week, I hand Dale one. Every Sunday, he got one, and he'd eat that. And that's all he'd eat. But it cleans their teeth for one thing, and keeps their teeth clean as well as sharp. And so if your dog bites, this is counterproductive, but it keeps their teeth sharp and clean. So you don't have to have their teeth cleaned as often and it gets all that yucky out. A lot of people feed dogs a raw bone every week. I just didn't because I didn't want to mess with it. Mine
I
were
feel
all
your pain, dog. I feel your pain.
but just give them a raw bone. Cleans it, and the chicken necks really, or turkey necks, either one, are really, really good. Um, they also eat. One of the things I use sometimes in the past has been chicken hearts frozen or gizzards frozen, and give it to the dog when they're frozen because frozen meat also helps clean their teeth.
all right. He wants to go down. He's like, "There's no food here."
But the bones, as long as it's not ever touched to eat, that's it is the best thing in the world for them. Hog
Guys,
feet,
if you come to my channel, you can get also. I'll mod you up so everybody can share mod channels if you want to come to my channel.
Right.
I make everybody mods, but I think he's on mute.
Oh, you're not a mod? Sorry. Let me check.
No, I don't know. I don't know if I am or not. I didn't even say hello in chat. I just came straight on up.
No, Mr. Bean. I know you are mod, but I'm thinking Josh is mod. Uh, I don't know. Can you guys tell me if he's?
CXL.
Hey, ZXL, aloha, welcome. I can't get to this one here. Oh, you know
Tiger.
what?
The reason I put the stuff in the freezer is for longevity, and it doesn't hurt to be in the freezer. It doesn't hurt them to bite into a bone that's frozen, or a gizzard or heart. That I don't like feeding my dog liver because that's where all the bad stuff goes. In your body goes to your liver and your kidney, and I just don't like feeding dogs that. But the frozen organs helps them be harder, and that helps clean their teeth. Uh,
Oh,
it helps that way, but otherwise it doesn't matter. I just use the freezer as the as a way to prolong the life of them.
all right. Very interesting. I don't know. I heard that somewhere that dogs eat raw meat, and they were talking about how it's hard to give dog raw meat because you can't package it and all that stuff. But they were talking about freeze drying the raw meat for the dogs, but that can be expensive too.
There is a dog food now that is freeze dried, um, and comes to you freeze dried. And I cannot remember the name of it, and it's one of those things you can't buy it anywhere other than kind of like Avon. You got to find a
Mm.
to sell it to.
Yeah.
But it is all freeze dried, and I've looked at it. As far as I can tell, if Ace was not on um, uh, kidney, bladder, urinary food, I would probably switch him to that freeze dried. It looks so good. But he's got food to help keep the certain things out of his system. Um, and I don't want to mess with that, so I didn't switch him. But it looks like it's good food. Um, and in fact, of all the things they've done to food in all these years that I've been dogging, and I've been dogging since I was 5. Um, this freeze dried food actually looks like the first real major improvement in dog food that I've seen in years. When there was a guy here in Washington and Oregon who started a dog, all natural dog food, and you could order it from them, and you came to you, and it was good food. I did that for a while, but then there was all kinds of food you can buy now out there in the stores. A lot of Kroger's, for example, has a particular brand that they sell, and it's just like, you know, but I think the freeze-dried food, it just looks like it's going to be a big deal. I think it's going to be more of it out there in the future than is out there now. But I was impressed with what they're doing with it. I'm more particular about what my dog eats than what I eat. But I'm a little weird that way.
Sounds good. I have a freeze dry machine, and it takes a long time to do a batch.
Ooh, I bet.
Like when I do my freeze dried Skittles, it takes about 17 hours. So, and I think it takes up a lot of electricity too, because I had to get an electrician in here, because this house was built in 1993, so they didn't have the 3-prong or that little dash next to the one of the prongs,
Right.
so it wouldn't work. And I tried to put it in the spare bedroom, and it would just trip. So I had to do a dedicated line just for that. And that alone, we went the cheapest route, and that cheapest route was $700 for an electrician, because it was close to the box. If I wanted to put it in the bedroom, it would have been over $1,000, because I don't know why the the wires cost that much more. I don't know. It's weird, but it costs money. But I don't use it anymore. I think I want to try to sell it.
I had to have the bedroom extra wires, dedicated wires, and extra outlets and all that stuff, and make it so that if I needed medical equipment down the road, I would be able to plug medical equipment in, and all the computer stuff that's in here now. But it does. It was amazing to me that they had to run so many wires just to give me 2 plugs in one corner. And yet they didn't need half that many to take it over to another corner and put something in over there. So it was weird to me what it cost, but it was a lot of money. Electric
I
is cheap.
know, right? Electricians are expensive.
Yeah.
We're gonna. Okay, so it's been. How many minutes does it say? 13 minutes, and it looks like the pin dropped. You guys ready? Can you guys see it? Oh, okay.
Let's see it. Let's see it. We can't eat it. Let's at least let us see it.
Let's see it.
Good evening, Josh.
Joey Cole, do you feed your babies raw bones?
There you go, guys.
Ooh, we need
No.
some.
Oh, sour cream, baby. Get the sour cream out of the refrigerator.
I haven't done that, Silver Girl. And usually the bones are so much too big for them. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the reason I think you were missing at the time I was saying it, because I did have something I thought about with your little ones is the necks, chicken necks, turkey necks. Those can be cut with scissors
Okay.
and cut into smaller pieces and still give them a whole neck, a diameter of the neck, but just not, maybe not more than a half an inch or an inch in length.
Like ribs, small ribs. Like if you're doing like barbecue ribs.
That
I used to do that, but I haven't cooked that in forever.
Yeah, you normally do it with ribs. You're normally doing beef or pork. That's a different.
I like pork ribs. Yeah.
Okay, that's different for dogs.
So
with dogs, you want to stay small game because that's what they would eat in the wild. They're not your dogs and my dogs are not going to go out and pull down a cow.
that is good to know.
Oh,
I can think of a rawhide, which
Your
they
dog
really
and
love.
my dog is not going to go get a boar.
That's right.
They're going to go out and catch chickens.
Oh yeah, that looks delicious.
Wow. Wait. Is that cheese on top of there?
Oh,
On the bread? That looks like
Oh, he put cheese. He put
Garlic.
cheese. Where's the camera? He put cheese on the garlic bread, the Texas toast.
She's on mute. She can't hear.
Oh, my.
no,
Am I mute?
Oh, there she is. Okay. I thought she was on mute. I was about to say, uh-oh.
Uh-oh. He's going to join us in a little bit. He's
one of her windows is muted, but her mic is not. So
Yeah, the picture is. Just
Right.
not her. Yeah.
So we're going to put, oh, shoot. I took it off the camera so I can put the sour cream. There we go. Sour cream. It says add half a cup of sour cream, but I'm
It
just
just
going
makes it creamier and thicker.
I think I'm just going to go by texture, I guess, or color, yeah.
yeah,
I think the 2 cups is good. Not too much noodles, yeah? Let me think. This is a lot of food, guys. You guys got to come and join us.
oh yeah,
I wish.
there.
I wish they'd send some, but it won't be no good time it gets here.
Oh, that's what we missed. Did we lose Too Tall? I think we lost Too Tall, huh?
Yeah, we lost him a while back.
Yeah, okay. So sour cream. This is original sour cream, no fat or anything.
A little bit it sounds good in it because all it does is it fixes it up and gives you that little bit of a whitish color to it. Small
Yeah.
print of it.
Sorry about that noise, guys.
And it goes by y'all's taste, not our taste, because you're the one that's going to be eating it.
I'm gonna put a little bit of parsley. Oh, I put my pepper.
For Steve when he's out and about.
Where's what, Steve?
Yeah, nice leftovers.
Let me go get some of this. Little bit of parsley. I'm not.
Wait till it gets cold in the mornings and put it on a sandwich and take it
Yeah.
to work with you.
Full on comfort food, huh? Okay. So I don't think he knows. Maybe he was paying attention in the garage, but I don't think he knows I got the mushroom. So. But it's big enough so he doesn't have to, he can take it out. There. How's that color, guys? More? Let me taste it.
Yeah, there you go. Have a dip. See how it tastes.
Get you a spoon of it and see if it tastes right. That's what cooks do. That's why we're always full before we sit down for a meal.
Right? Mm. Um.
I'm going to ask your hubby to take a taste of it. Go ask Steve, say, here, take a taste. What do you think?
We're gonna dish it out and we're gonna have some food. Where's my? It's hard to tell the camera because it's mirrored. Is that? There you go. All right, let's put this back.
I feel like that dog. My mouth is all drooling and everything.
That is a lot of meat. Hi, baby. Bring a chair here, baby. And Steve is gonna join us. We can chat while we're. You want to bring a chair?
This is so cool. It's like you guys are at restaurants a lot, and here's a home cooked meal. Very cool.
Well, yeah, there you go. We usually share a plate. Anyways, we just.
Need some cracked pepper on it now.
What's that?
It needs cracked pepper.
Okay. Cracked pepper.
Drop it.
There we go. A little bit of parsley for color. Okay. There you go.
I definitely know the dog wants to taste.
Now he's on my foot.
Yeah.
I bet he is.
Now you want me, huh? Okay, let's put this away. So Steve's gonna join us.
He's gonna feel that food. His mouth is drooling just like mine. Yeah.
Pablo's favorite person is now going to be Nina for a few minutes. Yes, it did, Dee. Now, Joyful, I was thinking about your three because they're so small, and really, I would recommend getting necks and just cutting the necks up and letting them have a neck up a neck at a time.
Okay. Yeah.
Just take scissors and chop a neck up. And with your little ones, if you didn't go any longer, you go ahead and use the diameter of the neck, but no longer than a half an inch for your little guys.
Okay.
2 inches.
Well, thank you. Yeah, they love their food. I'll tell you, especially veggies.
Right.
I cooked them Brussels sprouts, asparagus. I mean, they love their veggies. But I was a little alarmed when you were talking about onions because I cooked with so much onion. No diarrhea, nothing has happened, but I'm gonna have to definitely be a lot more mindful, with my onions. So
You can just simply put into search vegetables for dogs, and it'll tell you which ones are the best for them.
Okay. I thought about doing that kind of search, but it's a matter of sitting down and doing it.
Hawk and I both have that pretty well down pat. So, but green beans is one of those things that I use as a filler so that Ace doesn't become 15 pounds.
Yeah, they love green beans.
But green beans is also exceedingly good for them, for it helps to grease their intestinal tract so that if they were to run into some worms, the worms would slide out. So it is also beneficial for fleas. It's not going to make them go away by themselves, but every little bit helps, especially when you don't want to put any of this nonsense on them that they sell. The cedar side is the thing that works the best for fleas, but that doesn't poison them.
Yeah.
But you do research for which recipes are the best for them. And I think if you do that, you will find what is going on?
I thought it was going to be the headless.
Oh, the headless Steve.
Hey, I want to know how it tastes now, Steve.
Welcome.
Seriously, I want to know how it tastes.
Well, he said,
Oh, this tastes really good.
No.
Oh, we're sitting on the wrong side. I'm left-handed.
I know.
You do this every time.
I'm right-handed and he's left-handed.
Okay, you go first.
Oh, you.
Well, I gotta
already
make sure you don't
tasted.
die.
I already
And then I know I'm safe to eat it.
Okay,
No,
there's,
everything she makes is really
there's
good.
actually mushrooms. So, but I made it big enough so that you can take it out.
after a man's heart that you make the mushrooms big enough so he can easily remove them.
And the noodles is just right, not too hard, not too soft.
If I've ever seen it in everyday practice.
They're hot. Mm-hmm.
See, you guys got to come and join us. There's a lot hidden.
Yeah. Have you ever made it with mashed potatoes instead of the egg noodles?
Instead of what, Joyful?
Egg noodles.
Using mashed potato instead of egg noodles?
I think I've had.
You got to do a lot of chopping up on that to make it that noodle.
My grandpa used to make it like that. Not every time, but every once in a while, he would make it with the mashed potatoes.
My mom too. My mom was actually a very good cook, and she did a lot of entertaining in her day.
Oh, mushroom is good.
When the cook says it's good, it's fantastic.
That's good then. Can you taste the onions?
No, it's. I mean,
Can you taste it? Is that what you said?
yeah.
It just all tastes good thrown together.
Yeah,
That's
Exactly.
it's a good marriage.
It's like the perfect mix of everything at once. Oh, you still got
What?
a comment on the screen.
Oh.
I was wondering why the boxes were so small, because when you put a comment up, they shrink.
I like what V said here. This is so much better than waiting at those restaurants an hour on a Saturday night.
Yeah.
I have to agree.
Hey, beautiful V. And you, girl.
It was lovely watching you, go through your process, and you took some suggestions. How's the brown sugar, for example? What do you think?
What do you think about the brown sugar?
Can you taste the brown sugar? Like, is it a little sweet?
I think it tastes perfect. I don't know how that break it down.
He's hungry.
It's 1,000 times better than fast food, and 10 times better than any restaurant. So.
And you know what's in it.
Sometimes it's cheaper.
You bet.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what's in it.
Definitely cheaper for sure.
Right?
I bet that would be something in the an entree that would get $25, $29. Or the entree would be beef stroganoff and everything else that would go with it. I bet you'd have a $30 bill there for one person.
Yeah, definitely. And I was actually like, when I went shopping today, I had to get some last minute ingredients, and I saw the box. So the box was I think it was on sale. The hamburger helper beef
Right.
stroganoff was what was it? 2 for $6. Just cheap, $3. But this is so much better than the box. You know what I mean? I mean all that processed cheese and everything else. This is all, which is always good to make your own meal. But sometimes we're too busy to do our own meal, right? I mean, we're really busy and we have to go through the drive-through and eat a 1,000-calorie burger.
Yeah, and then you feel it like 2 hours later, you're like, oh, why do I feel this way? But you know how when I can break down and explain is when the food's not good. Then I can be like, yeah, this or this is off, or there's too much of this, or not enough of that. But when it's good, I'm just like, yeah, give me more.
And you know, the most important ingredient, in my opinion, is the love that Mina put into that food.
Yep.
You know, absolutely. It was really a blast to watch the process.
Oh, you forgot the sour cream.
I did put it in,
Oh,
but
you
do
did?
you want to put more?
No, I didn't know you put it in there. See?
Yeah.
With
See,
what
when
Joy
it's
just
good, I can't point things out.
I just didn't put back.
what Joyful just said about the love that goes into it, that she's got a real good point because it's been shown that when you shine black lights and those kinds of things on stuff, that the food that is made by somebody that loves the person they're making it for, they make it with much more gentleness, and they are feeding the love they have for the person into the food, and it actually goes into the molecules of the food. They see it go in there. And if the person is just somebody who doesn't want to be in that particular place at that moment, would rather kill you than feed you, other stuff goes into the food. But they had, just like they have documented on film, the moment that the sperm and the egg connect and make a person, and it lights up. They've documented that people who love the person they're making it for literally take that love and that intent, and it's the intent that matters so much, of love towards that person, and injects it into the molecules of the food, making the food better even than it was to start with. And that goes into the person that's loved, so that she's literally injecting love into the food physically, and then transfers it to you to eat.
I said, no wonder why everything my mother-in-law cooks, it tastes like.
Yeah, that's a good point, Samoan. But I've seen the research, like, and they've actually got it on film. And Joyful reminded me of that. It's not just because it's a nice thing to say, but it's physically been documented that something turns the food.
Right. You're definitely right.
When I cook for my babies, I go into this love place, and it's very meditative, and there's joy because I know they are going to be so thrilled when they get their treats, snacks. It's not dog food. It took me a long time to get my consciousness where I started to include them as part of my family. Being single and everything, they've helped me so much. And so we eat together, and that's my happy place because I know that it's feeding me, and they're just like over the moon because now they've gone beyond dry dog food. So they get to have all the flavors, that I eat. But it has also changed my diet too, because I'm very careful. I eat wholesome food, fresh food. I stay away from processed stuff now. sometimes my veggies will go bad because I just don't get through them, But the point is that it's maybe even more mindful in how I bring food into my own body. I try to make it as healthy as possible. So it's been a really good process. That's my happy place for us.
Aloha, PDF. Good to see you, brother.
PDF is here.
PDF.
PDF.
If you want to come up, PDF, you are more than welcome, brother. Anybody's more than welcome to come up.
So we'll talk about Josh trying to get more subscribers or whatever. So he wants to grow his channel. If you guys haven't already subbed to Josh, you want to drop your link? Try to get him to get more subscribers.
Yeah, he's trying to get the 500 subscribers so he can get a community page. I forgot what he's at now, but
I think I got 147. I'm getting there since I had to start all over.
I was going to say 147. How? I thought you had way more than that.
Well, that was on my other channel and I couldn't get back on it. And I had to start all over. That's why I'm named Mr. Bean and GW.
I gotcha. Yes.
But I just like to be called George a lot. But they call me whatever the hell they want. As long as it ain't too bad.
I say, call me whatever you want. Just don't call me a dick.
Yeah, exactly.
Call me an asshole. You can call me. Just don't call me a dick, because then.
Why is that worse?
I don't know. It's just always been that word, which is like, good thing my name's not Richard.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? But it's just something about when someone calls someone a dick, it's like, it's kind of like the C word for women. For me, though, that's just me. Like,
All right. Okay. And then
I know
that
that like 98% of other men out there probably look at me like, really? Call everybody a dick. But I don't know.
My work.
I've been calling MF plenty of times.
Yeah.
That goes through me sometimes too. Depends who says it.
Yeah, that makes a big difference too. But I mean, I've even been called the C word, and I think that's funny. I'm like, like he just called me a CUNT. It's like,
when you put it the way you did, that makes sense to me. But I never had figured that out before. I couldn't understand why that. And it was true of other people that I know that we called dick was the thing that you didn't get called, and that was fighting words. And I never understood why that one in particular was.
right? Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't my channel, so that's why I'm not saying it. But I like that word. I like the way it sounds. Like, not the meaning.
What word?
The C word.
See you next Tuesday.
Yeah, that one. I never even thought of that. Really.
I haven't heard.
Next Tuesday.
Good.
That's good. That's good. I like that.
See you next Tuesday.
I've never heard that before. Dude, I'm naming my next live stream that. See you next Tuesday. Capital C, period.
Go.
And then
Don't
you, but you would be like, nah, I'll figure it out. But it'll stick out, but I won't be saying the word at the same time. I like that. See you next Tuesday. I can't believe I never heard that before. See you next Tuesday.
A new way of doing it. It took me a while to figure it out too.
I'm gonna wake up at like 4 a.m. and be like, "See you next Tuesday." That's good. I like that.
Hey, you and
the second Tuesday
get together and write
next week.
What, Joyful?
I'm sorry, George, for interrupting.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just thinking of that one. But go ahead.
Okay, thank you. David, he's been writing a song, Sounds Like Freedom. Well, you can do See You Next Tuesday song there, Steve. Write a song for that.
I want you to tell David that's the song you want him to write from. But the hook is "See you next Tuesday."
Yeah, there you go.
I want you to explain to him why you want him to write that song.
That you like the word, right? So it's just wait. That'd be too much.
I just would like to see somebody explain that to him because he's going to go absolutely deep red.
You think so?
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
Maybe take a smoke break or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, did he finish writing that? Sounds Like Freedom? Because I thought that's what he was going to go live for today, and then it seemed like he forgot all about it when he went live. And then he went live like 2.5 hours after he was supposed to go live. So I'm not sure.
Gets in the way.
I'm eating too much. I'll tell.
That's
Dave
my
to-
thing. If I eat,
Oh my god.
if I eat more than 5 bites, I go into food coma.
That'll be funny.
Literally, that's what.
Tomorrow.
I kind of eat a lot, but I just eat a little bit, a whole bunch of different times throughout the day. Because if I sit down and just eat a meal, then
You'll
it's
be
like
asleep.
Thanksgiving dinner every time. Yep. It's like,
Yeah.
wake me up in 2 hours.
Take a nap. Yep, it's almost Thanksgiving too. I mean, almost Halloween, but
You know, it's going to be here right around Thanksgiving. Yeah, I'm going to do a collab with. I don't know if you guys follow Sunny Las Vegas. He does like the reselling. So he goes garage sales and
but he's from
like,
Hawaii.
well, he's not from here. He's stationed here.
Oh, okay.
So he was stationed here before, so he's been here, but now he lives in Vegas with his wife. But his channel, he goes to garage sales and like farm markets, and he finds stuff and buys it for dirt cheap and then sells it on eBay and stuff like that.
They're called resellers.
Resellers, yeah, I reckon. But we've known him through the internet for a little while, and he's coming out here with his wife to visit in November, and we're gonna hook up, and I guess they call it collab. Is that what they call it? Or am I saying it wrong? I don't know. But we're gonna hook up and like stream together, or make a video or something. So his channel's doing really good too. His channel exploded.
Colombia is so much tastier than Kiko Man's. Oh, I never heard of that, Tigo.
I never heard of any of that. Man, I don't know that shit.
Yeah, Silver Girl was talking about that.
I know what soy sauce is. That's the only thing I knew out of that conversation.
I'm with George on that one. I know soy sauce and
Soy sauce is real salty, but if you like salt every once in a while, just bake you some chicken in the oven and dump a whole bottle of soy sauce in there, and then let it cook. And then when it's done, it's delicious. But it'll have the smell throughout the whole entire neighborhood.
I love salty though. I love anything salty.
Well, then you definitely like that.
I put salt on stuff you probably shouldn't put salt on, but yeah, I love salt.
We still do that around here every once in a while, and a lot of times we take chicken and Worcestershire sauce and dump a bottle of it in there and let it cook. Wrap it up, let it all cook in real good and stuff, and we eat the crap out of it.
How about salted duck
Did I
eggs?
just hear someone?
I think it's Josh, but his mic keeps going in and out. Now it's one off.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's because I'm pepping in the chat. And
Oh,
okay.
that's good.
when my phone is set up, when I type, I have it set so that it says every word so that I know what I'm typing.
Right on, right on. No, I thought I heard someone say like Steve, but like from far. I don't know. My ears are. I got tinnitus, so my ears are ringing.
Too. I heard something too. Isn't that interesting?
Oh, you guys did hear it too, so it's not just okay.
Yeah, I
That's
heard
weird.
it almost sound like a mouse or something.
Alice said he did Christmas shopping.
I wasn't sure it was an actual word or it was just like a squeak.
Yeah.
A
Yeah, it definitely came from the speaker though, because the speaker is like 4 inches from me. It definitely came from the speaker. That's why I was like, what?
No, I thought it was like somebody outside, but it's from his.
How weird. So weird.
That is very strange.
Did you even
Yeah,
try some of the mushroom? Did you have a mushroom?
I didn't pick any out. I was just
Okay,
eating
like
it.
there's one mushroom right there, but I made it big enough so that you don't.
No, I eat them.
Silver girl, I like your
Not
background.
like, ew, gross, mushroom, get out
That
of my
water and look like the lighthouse or something. I like that.
It is a lighthouse. It's one of the lighthouses on the peninsula that I live on, actually.
Oh, that looks cool.
Very cool. Yes, I commented on it in chat.
Oh, well, I didn't even probably pay attention. I forget a lot in a short time.
Yeah, I really liked it. It's especially because it is one of ours. That's the one that everybody shoots here. I have some of my own, but this one I took out of
whiskey.
paper.
I never seen a lighthouse in person. Never.
You can.
I like to see it one day.
I always wanted to be able to go to the top of the lighthouse. And when I
I
got
don't know. I'd rather have a wall up because if I can see down, I'm not going that very high.
Well, when I got here, I was in a wheelchair, so I'm not getting up to the top of the lighthouse here. When I was in Vermont and would go to Maine, I never ended up where the lighthouse was because I didn't go south, and so I didn't get to one out there either. But I always wanted to go up and see what was up at the top and look at the actual light. But the one here is open enough that you do get quite a bit of view. And then in Astoria, Oregon, there's a museum that gives you what you can't see from outside, you can see there. So it's nice. But we've got 2 on the peninsula, and then several others within eyesight.
That's cool. We don't got nothing like that in Kentucky.
No, I know.
There's something about lighthouses that have a unique energy. I don't know how to explain it, but I've seen a number of them, George. Been in a few myself throughout my life, and it's a spirit.
Yeah.
You know, the intention of being that bright light in that open sea, it carries something unique that is distinctive to lighthouses, I have found personally.
A lot of the Christian religions use the lighthouse to denote certain things. Salvation, Jesus, God, whatever they wanted to. But they all have some kind of... Lighthouse is the way to get to God type thing concept. And so lighthouses are important that way.
Yes.
But for me, and I think part of it is that energy. That's what I've always picked up on, is that salvation is the solution. If you always keep the light and the love of the light in your face and you're always going towards it, then you're doing good. And the light will always find you. Um, I'm as bad as every other tourist here, and I've got probably 500 photos of one or the other lighthouse. But this is one I could, even in the chair, I can get to all the way up to the building in this one. And it's got a really pretty red roof. So in all the other pictures, you've got this bright red roof on top of this white lighthouse building, and the lighthouse is white. But it's beautiful. And both of them are, both lighthouses are gorgeous. And desperately needed. This one here that is in this photo is the one that keeps the ships from running into Washington State.
How
Instead
tall
of,
is a lighthouse anyway? I mean, like on the inside, is it like 5 stories, or how tall is one?
they're different heights depending on how high they are where they are built.
Oh, okay.
So I think this one is 5, but the other one is only 3, I think. I can't get anymore. I haven't been able to get to the other one. I got there one time only since I moved here. I can't get there anymore. But I think it was 3 stories for that one. It's higher on sea level versus where it is. It's higher up because it's an outcropping of high rocks right there, and they put the lighthouse on top of the rock. So it depends on where it is, how high the bottom of it is, how many stories. But it's not very big around. I was surprised that this one here in particular is one of the smaller ones I've seen. The ones on the East Coast are all bigger. The ones that I've seen in Oregon and Washington are smaller, and it's odd that they are consistently that way. That East Coast bigger, West Coast smaller, all the way up and down as far as I've been on both coasts. And so I think there may be some significance to that, but I have no clue what it is. But like the ones here are, they're not even 5 feet across at the bottom. The ones on the East Coast, some of them you put a house in there. Some of them are really quite large, whereas these tend to be 3 feet to maybe 5 feet across at the bottom. And then the stairwell is what takes up the majority of the room going up. I always wanted to be able to go up and see what was up there, but I never did.
And they have such an important function as well for the seafarers out there.
Oh yeah. Well, this one here this is the Columbia River. That this one is guarding the land versus the Columbia River, and there are all kinds of cargo ships day and night going up Columbia.
Oh, very good. Okay.
And coming out of it, and they cannot. Columbia, the bar, which is the place between the river and the ocean where it intersects, that section here cannot be gone through if you're in a ship unless you've got a registered, licensed bar pilot on your boat. If you're driving a cargo boat up here and you want to go into the Columbia River to go to Portland and Longview and down through there and get unloaded, you can't get there unless you get a bar pilot. And what they do is they take the bar pilots out in a helicopter. They jump down into the water usually, and then they grab a hold of a rope and pull themselves up the ship and some of them jump off the ships and try to catch the ladder on the side and are pretty good of doing it. I would want to. Thank you. But and there's at least 3 women who do it. I know that. I know one of them, and I know she has 2 friends that do it with her. And they literally take control of the big ship and they drive it in because of the fact that whatever's under the water is so crazy that nobody's allowed to drive anything into the Columbia River unless you are a bar pilot. And the only place you can be one and get trained to be one is here.
Not to be rude, I'm getting ready to go crash. I'll talk to y'all later on.
Good night.
George, yes, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for coming.
I sure met you, George.
Yeah, it's been an honor.
So that's what they do here. I mean, that light is really important, but it's also because the bar is so dangerous here, they have to have bar pilots. And that it can be that dangerous, but it is. But this is the last lighthouse from Alaska going south before you hit Columbia. Actually, that's the Columbia and the Pacific combined right there over my shoulder.
Sorry, I should have made this bigger earlier. Is that the lighthouse you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the one here. Cape Disappointment.
It's nice. Look at the light, the stream of light. So
it's wonderful. Go watch it.
And where is this at? I'm sorry, I was.
It's on the Long Beach Peninsula of Washington State. It's called Cape Disappointment. It's on the south end of the peninsula. I'm on the north end, but that's on the south end.
Nice.
And it's just the peninsula is 26 miles long and 2 to 4 miles wide, with one access to mainland, which is south at the Columbia River.
Ooh, that looks so nice. Congratulations, honey, for being able to figure that out.
Well, it's not totally figured out, but it works.
It does. That's great. But I didn't know that about the Columbia River, actually. So that was informative.
I thought you would have done that. I guess not.
I saw it somewhere.
I had a cousin who was stationed here at the lighthouse when he went into the service in the Vietnam War period. He was stationed at the lighthouse.
Oh, right.
When he found out where I moved to, he went, whoa, whoa, whoa. I've been there.
I don't know much about the Columbia River, so that's kind of a factoid, but it makes perfect sense because it's a big river. And you have to watch out for the currents. There's no doubt.
Yeah, the little boats, like individual personal boats, can go up and down the river, but significant weight.
George.
Good night,
Much
Mr.
love.
Bean. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out with us and cooking with us.
Yeah.
Here, Nina.
Wait, where he was. I think I talked him to sleep, Nina.
No, he didn't. Mr. Bean's awesome. Oh, there's Joe. I'm gonna just twisted my back tonight, moving 2 couches. I'm in pain. I'm resting. Aw, get better.
Joe Kerr. I was gonna text Joe Kerr a little bit ago, but I was like, it might be too late. I'll do it tomorrow. So I'm glad to see you though, Joe.
Yeah.
That sucks about your back, brother.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, I texted him earlier. I said, we're going to go live in 2 hours. He says, okay. Oh, feel better.
Thank you for coming, Joe. For sure. Hang out with this healing energy with Nina, and Steve, and Silver Girl, and Josh.
You guys are awesome. I hope my cooking wasn't too boring.
No, love it. And what was really cool is that you took your time with it too. Each element, and that you added the brown sugar, and people were offering their input and everything. So it was definitely wonderful, and I so appreciate you doing this because I think it was like maybe 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago. I was sort of egging you on, about your cooking show and cooking.
No, and I said I want to do a live cooking show. I mean, I want to do a live cooking on the stream, and I just never got around to it. And I did this like the other day, 4 o'clock in the morning. I was like, I couldn't sleep because I go to bed early sometimes, really early. And if I go to bed too early, I get up at 4 o'clock. Early.
I get home from work at like 8, and she's already sleeping. And then at 3:30 in the morning, I'm like,
I'm
where'd
up.
she go?
I'm up. So I was like, I gotta do this. I kept saying I'm gonna do this, and I was thinking about you, Joyful. Like, I know I told her I was gonna do this, and I was gonna do a cooking, and I also mentioned I was gonna do that at my rental, which I already talked to my tenants. I said I might just do a live cooking show here because my kitchen is so small that there's no room in the kitchen, so it's like it's not open. You know what I mean? So this is better.
Which eventually, because the kitchen's actually behind, and eventually we're gonna
open this wall.
Yeah.
And make
take this out and make it like a countertop, so you can put bar stools on this side, and then it opens up the whole one of those type deals.
Well, as they say, if you build it, they will come. And you've got the space ready to go. So there you are. But that was delightful. It was really wonderful. Just hearing other people's ideas and ingredients, and just the mindfulness that you put into the whole process. I found it, I love cooking stuff. I find it very relaxing, actually. So
I like to introduce to the Instapot. I think that having no idea, I was aware of it when it first came out. It was this big thing everywhere, but it didn't interest me. But they've actually, I believe, got an Instapot that you take your lunch to work with you, and then you can in your Instapot and then you plug it in while you're at work. But because I think I saw that at the time and thought, oh, I would like that when I was in Vermont. That is an interesting gadget.
Well, if you think the cooking was enjoying and relaxing, I gotta take you guys to work with me, show you some plumbing.
Woo-hoo! At least you're not pulling out hair or anything, because that's like, oh.
You'd be like, when I first get there and I'm talking to the customer, you're like, oh, this is so relaxing. And then when I get into work, you're like, turn it off, turn it off.
I know that's what I'm saying. It was hard enough doing it in my own time,
Well, you know what's funny to me about that is when my daughter was born, and when she was a baby and I was changing her diapers, I couldn't handle it. But yet I go to work.
Voiceover off.
It's like nothing. But for some reason, within my actual child, it's like, oh God, what is that? No. And then I go to work and I just play and shit all day, and it doesn't bother me. But not literally, because I run pipes and sweat pipes and I'm not always doing sewer cleaning and drain cleaning. always doing tours. What is this? Why am I hearing? Oh. I feel good.
My bed is important. And I have to jump.
And what are you smiling about?
What are you playing, Josh?
Oh, I'm dancing along with that song. I feel good. Na, 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 na. Oh, you know what's funny, Hoot Owl? I have had been called at jobs where because when you're at another skilled trades person's house, they like when I have an electrician here, I go, yeah, I'm a plumber, motherfucker, I know. But plumbers are on top of the list, then electricians. So like when you're on a construction site, out of my way. Then electricians are like, everyone get out of my way except the plumber. I got to get out of his way.
Yeah,
Well, you take care of the most important thing in the world, not the bathroom.
No.
Yep. And the kitchen.
If there was no plumbers, you wouldn't have anywhere to go.
Right. And anyway
That's
to
my
get
favorite thing. Without us, you'd have nowhere to go. Literally.
Isn't it like if you're, doing a building home, the plumbing goes in first and the electrical is usually the last, is it not?
Nah, it's like it's like
No,
sections because you build a frame and everything, and then you run it's called the underground. But yeah, before the frame, the underground goes in.
Yeah.
And then they do the slab or base or whatever kind of house or whatever, and then they do the rough in. And then after the rough in, then the electricians do their rough in. But when you have contractors that don't really know what they're doing, they do it backwards. And then like the plumber will go in, but then the wires are in the way where they're supposed to put the pipe. But up to code or per code, you can't have wires and pipes right that close to each other, because if the pipe starts to leak, then you got an electrical fire. And yeah, when I first started, I used to get confused, like, why? What was that, Josh? I'm sorry.
The people have actually seen me fall asleep on swing arm.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen it when I was on someone's panel, but I've watched when
Man, like people actually seen me fall asleep on
fall asleep.
Swing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I haven't been on someone's panel when someone else fell asleep, but I've watched before, and it's like, and the other people on the panel are like, wake them up, and it's like, how? You can hear him snoring and shit. It's like,
yeah,
he fell asleep on his own live stream.
Oh, we could get the $700 back from the electrician.
Ron used to do that.
He sure did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
One night I remember Zach trying to wake him up. He was
You were
calling
there
him.
that night?
Huh?
Were you there that night?
It could only happen once. Yes, I was there. I don't know if it happened more than once, but I was there one night when Ron was asleep and Zach was on the panel, and he was doing everything he could to wake him up.
Yes.
He called him on the phone. Like he had his own, like the phone number, and you could hear the phone ringing like crazy.
Yeah.
I almost did. One time I remember I was so tired. I'm like, and I turned the camera off, and then I'm like, oh, I can't. And I'm like, I gotta go, man. I just ended it. But I probably could have fell asleep, and 2 hours later, it would have still been going. Because I think I had like four or five other people on there, and it was like they could have just kept going, and they wouldn't even notice. I can see that, Joe. I can see Maurice passing out when he gets a few too many in him.
That's very cool, Silver Girl. I was in chat then as well. I think it was, oh gosh, Camel Carl, and I can't remember her name because I haven't seen her in some time, and Zach, and
Yeah.
all the sound effects that he was using to try to wake up Ron. That's classic stuff.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and he did it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
But I was just laughing that night. It was so much fun. Zach was a hoot.
Hoot Owl is saying that it was hilarious, that he laughed until he hurt that night. It was just perfect. Virginia was on set.
It was one of my most memorable nights with Ron. Yeah. Just because of how much fun we had to wake up.
And then when he woke up, he didn't believe it.
Yeah, wasn't that?
I mean, he was totally in denial. He never fell asleep. Oh, I didn't fall asleep. You're crazy. You're just pulling one on me. Zach, stop it.
Yep. Yes. But Zach was delightful that night because he kind of took the lead. You know, he had the whole show just trying to use his sound effects.
Oh, yeah. And I think it was one of those nights when he actually realized he could do it.
Oh, that's cool. That's very
Does Zach know Josh? I mean, does Josh know Zach?
I don't think, no. Zach started his own.
I know, but he has this thing that he can talk by typing.
Yeah.
Isn't
All
that-
right. But yeah. Hey, Deez. What's up, Deezville? Aloha, brother. But Deezville is going to be on my Music Mayhem 6 this Tuesday. So he has a music channel as well.
See you next Tuesday. You get an opportunity when you close the show. You can use that code word there, Steve. See
So
you.
what's that, Joyful?
And so you can use the code word. See you next Tuesday.
Yeah, nice. Oh, I love that.
Oh, and it's on Tuesday. There
Yeah.
you go. There. Oh no, that's the second
No,
one.
it is. No, Monday is this.
Yeah,
But
so-
still, see you next Tuesday. So.
But that,
There you go, honey. Music
Right.
make.
Yeah, bloody. See you next Tuesdays. It's not my channel. Otherwise, I'd be saying it left and right. I
wait,
wouldn't
he's
care.
leaving, and we gotta say bye to.
Oh, Tigo's
gotta say
leaving? All
bye
right, you
to-
gotta say bye to Pablito.
Come here, Pablo.
Okay, mama.
Come up.
I think Tigo wants me to go back too. You be yelling at me in chat. Get down!
Okay, there. Come, go up.
Get down on it.
There we go. There. Say hi to God, mommy. God, mommy.
Pablo,
God, mommy.
when you're up like that, Pablo, you look like you're the lion in the MGM sign.
That's
I,
like thing.
I
Over there. Look over there. There's no food. There's no food.
Hi, Pablo.
Say hi, everybody. My God, mommy is going to bed. I have to say hi to her and good night. Look at the camera. Over there. Oh, he smells.
He smells.
He's looking for food. He's looking for food. Oh, he's gonna go on a table. Go. Just don't. Oh, no, you can't drink that. That's. What is it? Eggnog? It has rum in it. No. Look, Daddy's something. No.
Pablo, are you after my heart? Are you a rough dog? Oh my goodness. You'll have to
There.
get Linda. Yeah.
Holding a treat.
Yeah.
His
Oh,
daddy's holding a treat. Oh, there he is. There he is. Don't go on. Don't press the keyboard.
but when they stand up like
He might accidentally type in "See you next Tuesday."
There you got your treat. Oh, yeah. He dropped his treat. Okay. He just wanted to say bye.
Good boy.
He just grabbed that and said, see you next Tuesday.
Oh boy, we've got an inside code word. Oh,
There
because
you
I like
go.
that word.
Tigo, we couldn't let you go to bed without seeing Pablo. Pablo is the boss. Yeah. So, sorry. What did we were talking about before I who Tigo said bye.
We were saying what's up to Deez, and he's gonna be on the show.
Oh, okay.
And then we were talking about see you next Tuesday.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, these.
And then yeah, I'm gonna start ending shows like that. See you next Tuesday. And on my show, I'm gonna actually say the word though, because this isn't my channel, so I'm gonna be respectful. But on my show, I'm gonna say, "See you next Tuesday, you bloody."
Oh my goodness.
Even if it's not going to be a Tuesday, right, Steve?
Yep, exactly.
And people will go, "What is he talking about?" And then you can just get them guessing.
Yep. Even though if I say the CUNTS with the S at the end, like as you know, even if I say that, which is kind of giving it away, they're still gonna be like, "What do you mean? See you next Tuesday?"
Yeah, you have a little fun.
Or if like Travis Joe starts acting up, I'll be like, "Hey, Travis Joe, see you next Tuesday."
You're expanding on it, brother.
Well, I'm gonna have a lot of fun with that now. A lot of fun. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna put this cigar out because I know Nina hates the cigar, so I don't wanna. I'll be right back.
Nina, was that your see you next Tuesday? Who brought that up tonight?
I did.
Yeah, I've never heard that.
I was watching something. There was this one girl, and well, this channel, and they call her Karen. They're like they do specials on Karens where they act crazy, and this one girl they call her Karen, and she has her own channel and Instagram and all that stuff, and all she does is bitch about everything. And so she said she went to Home Depot and she called them and they said they had it, and when they got there she said she drove 2 hours to go get it, and they said it wasn't they didn't have it, so she went ballistic at the store. They had to call the cops and everything else, and she went on her channel and she was bitching about Home Depot and all that stuff, and then I think she was the one who said see you next Tuesday, because in her stream she would say see you next Tuesday. So I'm like, okay, I watch a lot of YouTube, so that's why I got that from.
I would be a little upset too if it was 2 hour drive.
Right, but
I don't take it that far, but it's like, are you kidding?
Right, but that's not the only thing. She complains about everything.
If she's an actual Karen, I'm sure that 2 hour drive really breaks down to like 15-minute drive. It's like, oh my god, seriously, I had to like drive like 2 hours, and then they were such jerks and they didn't have what I wanted, and oh my god, it's just not fair. I told them they better give me a full refund, okay? And then the guy was like, excuse me, Karen. And I was like, oh, no, he did just call me Karen.
He's an actor too, like, but he never got hired. He never landed a job, so he's here with us. You're stuck with him here.
I also appreciate when you go into your impressions. We have a lot of laughter in our family, and sometimes we would do impressions.
That's my family too. That's
Yeah.
so me growing up, it's like there was never like that's why it's such always thick skin, because it's like even if something that makes you want to cry your eyes out, it gets turned into a joke. Like, no, crying here. Everyone laughs. Everything's funny. Everything's funny.
And I feel really blessed because everyone in our family had such a great sense of humor. And laughter really did, along with Mom's cooking, our laughter together was a big type of glue. So nothing was off limits for a joke. But they were very proper too, though. I mean, it wasn't crude jokes. It was like, smart jokes. But,
yeah, for the most part. But yeah, sometimes in my family it gets like I was just about to cry and you made things funny, but then you made a really mean joke and now you make me want to cry again. Oh my God. But wait till October 21st because my dad is coming. Wait, is it 25th? 25th? 28th. He's coming on the 25th, but on the 28th, everyone gets to meet Mr. Senior Harloha. Because he gets here not this Wednesday coming up, but the following Wednesday. So I'm not gonna go on like he's gonna fly in and be like, all right, get in front of this and go, motherfucker, start talking.
You're not gonna
so I'll wait till Friday.
Yes, Steve? Does he know you have this all planned?
Hell no. But he's the one with the sense of humor, and he's where I get my sense of humor from. And trust me, I can't even put it in a word. Put it this way: if you don't like him, then I don't like you, because he's just one of those guys where there's not a person in the world that meets him and they're like, God, what a dick. Nobody's ever said that. Like, he's just one of those. He's like an angel sent from heaven. Everyone's just like, oh my God, that's the nicest guy I've ever met. You'll see. Not this Friday coming up, but the next Friday.
I'm tickled that you're
supposed to be a Tuesday.
About him at your age. That is a wonderful gift that he gave you. That you can talk about him in the way you are and with that much love out in the open like that. That is a beautiful, beautiful gift that he gave you.
Oh yeah, I'm grateful, and I know I'm blessed because growing up, none of my friends had dads, and half of them didn't know who their mom or dad was. So I never understood that growing up, because it's like, well, everybody had, it's like everybody does have a mom and dad, but just not in their life, and yeah, my dad always there for me. I mean, even when I was on the streets, and because I made my own bad choices, he's still mentally there for me. I mean, he had tough love too. He made me learn on my own, but
my bad.
Oh.
Beauty of free will, right?
Yep.
And just to be there as a rock or foundation, as someone is exploring their free will, is really important. And I think that's an amazing gift, Steve.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because my thing was when I hit like 50. Well, my son was born when I was 16, and then I started hanging out with the wrong crowd, and then gets to the point, and I don't blame my dad. Actually, I'd be mad at my dad if he didn't do what he did, because then I would have never grew up. But he gave me tough love, and he was like, yeah, that's go on, dude. Like, don't come here. Like, you don't live here anymore. That's the life you want to live. Good luck. And like a month later, I was like, oh shit, I think I made the wrong decision. He's like, no, you go. Too late. No takebacks. But now I live in Hawaii, and I met this beautiful, beautiful lifesaver. So
he says that about you a lot.
He's what?
He says that about you a lot.
Well, she remembered before I met her, I was the angriest person in the world. Even though I thought I was happy, I was angry. But she brought, because I had a really, really big trust issue, and that's why I was always angry. And I had reasons to have trust issues, but she brought out the real me again. So
Okay, quick second, Joe. You can sorry about that, Joe, but this phone that I have. You have my number on. It's my phone that I dropped, and I can't turn it back on. I have to get a paper clip because the button that turn off and on button came off. So sorry, you have to send it to
And that's the
Steve.
brand new one, huh?
Yeah.
My phone's in. I don't know what I do with my phone.
Email it to me, Joe. Just kidding. But sorry. Yeah, he was angry a lot.
And that's why I'm so blessed because after 1 year, if I was in her shoes with me for the first year, I'd be like, after 2 months, be like, yeah, no, it was nice meeting you and everything, but I think you got some shit to work out on your own, buddy. But she stuck it out with me, and yeah.
So yeah, are we? This is therapy. We're telling her therapy.
So, I have a question for you too. How does it feel to go through this kind of evening? You know, where you could smoke your cigar and do what you're doing.
Hey. Well, no, this is normal us.
No, not normal us. We like.
Well, yeah, normally I'd be in the garage and she'd be in the bedroom, and I'd be like, "Is she even home?" I'll find out when I go to bed.
Is he even home? When he comes home, he doesn't say, "Hi, baby, I'm home." He goes straight to his tablet and does his routine.
I do my invoices and I clean all the junk out of my van and get it ready for the next day. And then I sit down and do the paperwork stuff. And then I feed Pablo and take him for his walk. And then, by then, she's already sleeping.
So, this is a treat.
And when she's in the room and I come home, if you're in the room, you don't hear the garage door open or close. So you don't, unless you're paying attention, you don't even know that I came home. So
well, what's so cool is it's like the first time you've done this in my part, me experiencing with you, and it wasn't a restaurant setting. So how does it feel to you, Nina, to do this? Did you feel a little nervous about the cooking at first and then kind of relaxing?
I was kind of nervous because I was like, I make videos and I get to cut and edit, and I don't have to show my face. I don't like showing my face. But then I was like, what if I forget an ingredient, or if I, so.
Oh, just sent it. I'm gonna go get my phone.
But I'm like, you know what? We hang out with all of you guys so many times every weekend. Sometimes we don't have nothing to talk about, and we still, and I feel comfortable because you guys can tell me, suggestions. I'm not pro. I've never even made beef stroganoff out of not from the box. You know what I mean? I've never.
Unspecified V. I love you, beautiful V. She was the last comment on David Devine's live stream, and she said, "See you next Tuesday."
They don't know what it is. Yeah. So, but yeah. So I feel comfortable, and then when I saw Silver Girl, she was in here from when we first started our stream, and I'm like, Silver Girl, you want to come up? She knew I kind of wanted the company, because I don't think I could have done it without, by myself. I would be like talking to myself, and when I'm on here, I don't get to read the chat as much because I would be cooking, or I would have put my glasses off and on. So I have you guys as you guys are awesome. I wouldn't have been able to feel as comfortable as I did during the cooking without you guys. Because when we do the sunsets, I'm not in front of the camera, so I don't. And sometimes it's silent, which is okay because you guys are watching the sunset anyways. You know what I mean? So, but if I'm here and you guys weren't here, I would be like, okay, and then I would be having to read the chat because I couldn't, So you guys made it easy for me. and I feel comfortable. And we've been.
I'm glad you feel comfortable with us up here and just let us run our mouths, and we can do that for a while.
No,
Oh yeah.
It's also a nice place for me to come. I feel like I can come and relax here.
right.
And
We're
um,
amongst friends.
yeah, I get on with Rescue or sometimes with Steve or the others. I'm not as relaxed as I am with Nina. Um, I guess it's a girl thing.
Yeah, and Steve kind of promoted the girls' night.
Yeah,
You know,
Yeah.
well, when Silvergirl when you went up, it's like, okay, I'm going to bring in the big computer and I'm going to jump up there too. You know, it's so much easier, as I've mentioned before in the past, to work off my Mac uh, computer than my. Often I'm using my iPad, my cell phone, and it's exhausting trying to work between those two. But Silvergirl, you came up. It's like, okay, let's do some support.
You know why too? Because what I kind of promoted it is because when we come home from the sunsets and whatever, she jump on. I just see how happy she is. So that's why I'm always like, no, you guys do your thing. That's awesome. Like, it's fun, and it's fun for me to go in the garage and watch. That's what I feel like I'm intruding when I'm like.
No, I
involved.
kind of like you here, but I mean, I like you here, but he's like when he was on that side, it was hard because we were like cramped, and he's like, I don't know, and his chair is so high.
Well,
If when he
because
wants
the
me
chair
to,
is high.
when he wants me to like,
It has
okay,
to be high. I
yeah,
like it better over here too.
my
Because I don't
butt
like
hurts.
sitting that high.
I mean, I don't
My
have a
butt
butt,
hurts
but
and my back hurts from
yeah.
It's like basically you're sitting on a bar stool. It's
So
like
that's
a
why I
high.
said I'll go in my office and I have my comfortable chair and I can lounge or whatever. But I can't cook in there. So this is awesome. You guys are awesome. You guys are Silver Girl and Joyful. You guys are always like on my live streams, and I really, really appreciate it. Sometimes I don't know what to talk about.
And that's where we come in, you know,
Right.
because of what I've learned from the back in the days of Ron, it's so random. Even like when Monday comes around and we're going to talk about sexuality, sometimes it'll come in my head, is there anything I need to do? Should I prepare or whatever? And I can always trust that there will be people there to just make it random. And we can talk about
Right.
unexpected discoveries like Heather's husband, Coach, who had this incredible knowledge. Now, I might have known what he was talking about intuitively, but I had never had any real science behind it. When we were talking about the clitoris, as an example. So, this way that we have a chemistry and we support one another. Would you agree?
Right. Definitely.
So I try not to plan too much for that. And it was really unexpected that this would be happening. I must admit that it has been kind of healing for me. And also, there's been some darkness for me too because of my own things I haven't healed. Being of my sexual preference, my life, I've had a lot of things projected onto me from my family, people, etc. And so just to be able to talk about my past openly has been rather healing for me. And I just want to always do it with the utmost respect, you know, for people and to let us all know that we're sexual beings. And as Heather often has reminded us, that, you know, we're just wired differently, but we're so much more than our sexual identity. There's so much more soul and beautifulness and magnificence to each and every one of us. And so I've continued to participate with you, Steve, in this, just to be there. So it has been healing for me because I've had to face some stuff that were like, God, I'm talking about stuff that is so intimate. I don't never want to offend anybody. I just want to express that maybe we have a lot more in common when it comes to our sexuality. And so, like with lesbianism, there may be a lot of preconceived notions that people have held on because it seems so foreign to them. But it is my hope that you realize that we actually have a lot more in common. And it's been lovely to be able to bring the feminine, the divine feminine, out and how we like to be touched. And does that make sense? To learn more that we have so much more in common, that we're not scary beasts prowling around for, children or always for sex. We've had sexual lives that are very unique individual journeys. We've had amazing people that we've been able to be with, and maybe not so amazing people too. Mm-hmm. And that's part of also the abuse that people have experienced from whether it be a parent or a partner,
That's with any walk of life, though. Really, if you think about it, right? Like that's, I don't know. To me, it does yeah. I suck at explaining shit, but I know exactly what you're saying. It's like, hey, David Divine broadcasted. Aloha.
Aloha, David. Yes.
David?
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference if you're lesbian, if you're gay, if you're straight. It's like, I mean, it goes back to, Martin Luther King Jr., judge by the content of the character and not the color of his skin or, their personal whatever, it doesn't matter. It's like, are they an asshole or are they the freaking coolest person you ever met?
Joe, you're so funny.
Pinch it with a board.
But yeah, it's hard to put it into words because we realize that we do have so much more in common. And if we can honor each other, like to fall in love with someone who is of your same gender was a taboo in the hugest way. And so to transcend all of that and realize that love is one of the greatest things that you could experience as a human being. And if you do it with honor and respect and all of those things, it's just, that's, I think, where we can bridge the gap. So.
I'm the whole ass.
Well, I just glad that you are open to, when he first had his sex chat, let's talk about
The
sex.
first one.
Honestly, I didn't even want to show my face, and I didn't, because it's him talking about sex, and
I don't talk about our personal experience.
I was a little embarrassed, honestly. I mean, I don't know why I was, but it was because I know he has a past, and he brought up his past. I was, so, but I'm glad you feel comfortable and you were able to, because I wouldn't be able to, because of him. You understand what I'm talking about, Joyful? I was a little uncomfortable talking. I mean, but I listened. I was in the office and I listened. I don't know.
And that's what I know what Wesco's saying too. And he's like, oh, I might not be there. I might be in the background and chat, but he's like, because we keep that. And I'm like, that's because I don't talk about our personal, I just talk about my past and, my feelings about how I feel about stuff now, but I don't bring up, like, oh, dude, last Sunday, me and Nina, like, that's just rude. But,
it's also disrespectful of the spouse or the person you were with.
Yeah.
Right. But just the topic of sex and your sexual preference and who you're attracted to and what kind of things you're in, just sex, It's like that's why I always laugh when I go to the sex store, like Susie's or whatever, and it's funny watching like people just walking in, they're like, it's like everybody, how do you think you got here? Everyone has sex.
Absolutely. And to take the shame and guilt out of it.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
Which it can be more meaningful in the long run.
Oh, Josh, you getting tired, Josh?
He doesn't like the subject.
Or are you getting hot and bothered?
Are you not comfortable with the subject, Josh?
Getting tired.
Okay. Don't open.
Two girls were yelling at me two girls were yelling at me in chat. Get down, time for bed.
Right.
Yeah. People can tell when you're when they're in chat and you're on the panel and people are watching. Because I've noticed people. I'm like, hey, maybe you should call it a night, man. You look like you can tell when people are tired and it's time to go. Get some sleep. Or you'll be the one that falls asleep on the panel.
Yep.
You don't want to be that
guy. I want to set up my own panel.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try to. I'll get a hold of you tomorrow or later today for you, but because I want to go do a backstage with Ronnie, and then I'll have you back here too, and I'll see if we can. Yes, I'm not sure how to do that, but I'm sure we can figure it out.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go to bed here because I'm gonna end up falling asleep, and I'm gonna laugh on one panel. I'll be like, "Hey, Trav, wake up!"
We'll just mute you. Can we? Yeah, we can.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Good night, guys.
All right, much love, brother. Thanks for coming up, man.
You're welcome. Good night, guys.
Say hello to your wife.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Simone said, we don't openly talk about it. That's what I meant by like when I talk about it on Mondays. It's not about us personally, It's just like my preferences, my past, but as far as me and Nina, I don't openly talk about our. Does that make sense?
Talking about sex is not talking about sex with your partner. That's
Right.
two things. I mean, you're going to pull everything into a talk about sex, but you're not going to pull everything into a talk about you and your partner. And you don't want to do that out of respect for the partner. So you just talk about it, all the other stuff, everything combined, and what you think, and you go from there. But the biggest thing is that you can talk about that openly, no matter who is in the group and what their preferences are or what their history is, and be respectful of all of them. And that's what I saw pretty much on the sex nights.
Right, and that's what it's supposed to be. But see, that's like the vibe I get when, like, how Simone just said we don't openly talk about it, and when Wesco said basically the same thing. That's the vibe I get is what they're saying. But what you just said is exactly what what'd you do? We almost ended it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the vibe I get what they, but it's like, no, I don't openly talk about it either. I mean, I openly talk about sex, just like I openly talk about my work during the day, or anything. Because to me, sex shouldn't be like,
anybody
you bring it up and people start blushing. It's like, no, it's a natural thing.
Not talking about sex and is having sex, it's probably not doing it right.
Right. Good point. Good point.
But you don't, you need to talk to each other. You just don't need to talk about it to other people. And,
Right, right,
past
right.
relationships are open for discussion, but the current ones, out of respect for the people you love, you just don't. But yet everybody is perfectly um, comfortable. And I was a little bit on guard about Joyful, but the person I was thinking might show up didn't. And it really went really, really well, I thought.
I think so too. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and I sense that too. And I expressed my nervousness because I believe I picked that up a little bit. Is that it could be an uncomfortable journey. And so that's when I wrote you the text, Steve, about kind of how I saw the opportunity for us to do some healing around it. And I think that each and every one of us has a little bit of that to do, regardless of how you identify. So good. And Heather and Coach, man, they were just great because I think it broke a lot of ice. Just their love, and Heather, the way that she feels about sexuality in such a spiritual way, and her own journey in her own body. It's how it's meaningful for her to connect with her husband. That's beautiful. We don't have enough of that, actually, because there's just so much propaganda thrown at us what sex is and so forth. But it's actually one of the most beautiful human things that we share together, and it makes marriages and it makes generations. So
When it has meaning, because I know there's a lot of people too that it doesn't have meaning. It's just an act, and that's what makes it gross to me. But yeah, when there's meaning and actual feelings, like not physical feelings, but that too. But you know what I'm saying, man.
I sure do.
I think that there are more people out there that need to hear the honesty and matter-of-factness of the discussion, but I also believe there's a huge group of people that are not being addressed, in that those of us who've come through hell on wheels, you're going to take one of us that can't do a particular sex act because of something that happened to us when we were kids, and throw us away, or you're going to jab. And I think there's need, and on top of that, you've got people who can't do things because of physical conditions. And it's kind of like Zach's thing about prepping for the special preppers, those of us who are too old to prep, and people with disabilities, and how do you do it different? I think that there needs to be maybe some discussion about there is a difference out there when you're dealing with someone who has hang-ups in particular areas. You don't just push them through it. How do you deal with people that have gone through that and maybe never told anybody?
Yeah, that's a good, yeah. Wow.
How do you handle that whole situation in order for the betterment of the relationship? And like you say, it's the meaning versus the act. And for me personally, with my background, it's much more meaningful just to lie in somebody's arms and be able to hold their hand than the sex act is a physical act. I can do that without you. I don't need another.
Yeah.
If I need release, I figure it out.
And that's so true, though. There's so many, yeah.
it's the intimacy that
So
comes from
true.
after the sex act that is where you're lying there together nude and talking at that point and sharing things at that point. That's what bonds you together, not the act. And I did make a point of figuring out if I even could do the act, but and I can and I can enjoy it, but like everybody else. But I didn't know that for many decades. But there's a bunch of us. I mean, and 1 in 12 kids are sexually abused. So there's a bunch of us out there, and we want to have regular families and everything else, but it makes all the difference in the world that you, as the prospective spouse, male or female, I have some understanding of what's going on there because you can really make it a whole lot worse or you can make it all better.
Yeah.
And with
And
one
it's
in
crazy what you just brought up about how you get more out of just cuddling or just laying with someone than, because that's so true. I never thought of that, but yeah, that just laying, like
that makes
no physical act, no, just holding each other and just laying. That I get a lot out of that. I mean,
yeah.
I never thought of it, but
I like to lie here. Well, I'm always here anyway, but yeah, if lie here and hold somebody's hand while we watch a movie,
yeah,
that's so intimate, and it is such a special exchange of love and trust with that other person that it's an intimate act,
absolutely.
and it's a much better, much more indicate a bigger indicator of trust than the act of sex these days.
I'm very glad that you bring these things up because when we started this has been on my mind. And so it is coming out now through you, Silver Girl,
What?
what you're sharing.
Oh,
Yeah, these are all great. These are all great points and topics to bring up. This is great. Like,
People
but
have
it's
gone
a
through.
downer. It's a downer to bring it up for any people. That's why I have. But I think it is something that there's more of us out there than anybody realizes.
Right.
And because of my background and my ability to see through people, I see it. I have oodles of people just suddenly, for the first time in their life, in their 60s and 70s, are telling me they were raped when they were 12. And they've never told another person. I'm the first person, and they're in their 70s.
Wow.
And it happens on a regular basis.
yeah,
I've gravitated. I gravitate towards those individuals because I can feel the pain and recognize it. And I've worked with so many of them too in groups, therapy groups. But it's something that needs to be thought about because somebody who walks in with no matter how much they care about you, if they don't know how to deal with somebody who has been through hell already and has it all mixed up with things such as um, orgasm, for example, can be the last thing in the world some person wants to do, male or female. And the fact that the males are out there getting even they come with even worse of a hang up because of the perceived need for the male to laugh about it. And it's supposed to be okay that the male got raped, no, but it's not okay if the female got raped. And that ain't true, but you know how that goes.
mhm,
But women need to know how to handle that issue.
Yeah.
And just as much as men need to know how to handle those of us like me, and worse. Um, and I don't think that there is anything at all out there about stuff like that. And that was the one thing I did think of this last sex night a couple of times, but I purposefully had stayed off of the panel.
I have given it some thought, and I sense the energy that's coming forth. It's going to be there, I believe, in our discussions, because it's just all a part of the healing, that we're trying to do individually around the topic. So it feels really appropriate that you're talking about it right now. And that the energy is going to continue to blossom. Yeah, for the very first time that the very first show, this was always in the back of my mind. Don't forget those who have gone through physical abuse. So.
Yeah, because it's not usually. I've got to have some water. Hang on.
She disappeared.
She said she's gonna get some water.
But well, yeah, it's one of those things where there are so many different scenarios, but at the same time, everybody comes into a relationship with whatever they have already experienced, and everybody needs to understand that there are people that are damaged out there that make perfectly good spouses, probably some of the best spouses, but you may need to take it a little easy in the bedroom for a little while. What is he doing?
He's changing our back.
I wanted to show you how I cleaned the house earlier.
Good job, you two.
Beautiful house.
They are.
I'm still learning how to play. Where's my arm? Oh my God, where's my arm?
Yeah, it's the back.
Learn how to play.
Yeah, it's kind of like. Well, once
I got to go back to 1955. I'm losing my arm.
I think the green screen will.
No, yeah, the green screen. Well, it even says right here, if you have a green screen, it works. Well, it doesn't actually say it works 1,000 times better.
What are the choices? Only those two choices?
Yeah, but with the green screen, you can add.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Silver Girl.
I'm sorry.
We just saw you disappear for a second.
Yeah, we saw you disappear, and then I was like,
"There."
I want to put the virtual background on.
Yeah, I don't have a green screen. This is just like the virtual you just put up. I have that as an option as well. This is just off of the computer.
Okay.
In fact, I've got others. Let me see. I don't know what I will show up as on these, but I like the dark blue one a lot.
So we can do that, and when you say you can add, could you add like our sunsets?
Yeah.
I'm thinking you can add anything you want, but yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I've got the brick wall, and I've got the living room that you just put up.
Yep.
You can see that. Well, come on. It's taking its sweet time to get up there. Wonder why.
See, that's the thing with ours though, because our laptop's kind of older and not up to date, so it doesn't work as good either. It's like.
Well, I'm on my computer, and it's just because I'm live. Wait a minute. Let me stop the camera first. That's what I'm forgetting to do. Whoops. Stop camera. Okay. I think this will work. But I'm not sure. Who knows? We'll see. If not, I'll just leave Dale up there. No, it's going to circle. I'll leave it there and let it circle for a while. I can see it showing up down at the bottom. But where I can see my own square down here, I can see that the new picture is showing in this one, but I can't see it on the screen because it's there. It goes on YouTube. I can see it on YouTube. It's showing up, but not on StreamYard.
Oh.
If you look at YouTube, you can see that it now looks like a pretty day behind me with a seagull.
Mm-hmm.
But that's only on YouTube. It's not showing up on StreamYard yet. But those are just photos that I've taken.
Oh, okay. Like your picture you showed earlier. I can't. It's not in
Yeah,
the
it's the one to the lighthouse. All those are
the
photos.
lighthouse.
And
That's
then if they don't, like if I were to grab Ace's blanket and throw it up here behind me, some of these would start to fade because Ace's blanket is brown. It's going to go in brown with this rock wall here, and it's going to be brown all over. So I would need another color instead of Ace's blanket. Right now it's working fine with the white. But yeah, it's not as good as a green screen by any stretch of the imagination. But once you get a green screen, you can use any photo you've got.
okay. We have a green screen, but it's still in the package.
Right.
And we were gonna put
I can't add virtual.
we were gonna put like a. Should I go get the green screen? Because I think it has like like a rod, a curtain rod where you put like a hole where you put the curtains
Right.
in.
Right.
So I think that's the one because there were so many different ones, but I thought that would be the easiest, so we could just put a curtain rod over there and then just. And I think he wants to do
The
his.
secret too. I still want to have my normal background that's over there.
He's gonna transfer it over here. I don't know about
But I guess the secret with the green screen too is light. You gotta have like a lot of light. The more light, the better it works. I guess that's what I heard. I don't know.
Have you got one of those cheap circle lights?
Well, we got two of them going right now.
Here's one,
Yeah.
and there's one.
Usually those circle lights is all you need.
Yeah, and that's what's making my shadow. You can see the shadow.
Right. I have too much light, and I've only got my the lamp on.
See, I was trying to add a virtual thing in the back on my phone, but I can't get to that. I don't know if it's because we're live right now, but
Oh, we'll play around with it tomorrow.
yeah, see, because it doesn't have the virtual. But I'm just gonna try it real quick, see if because I never hit the add before,
So
so
you have to go in the.
yeah. Then I have to have pictures downloaded to the computer, which I don't.
I'll download some. I'll email some pictures for that computer. Maybe we'll do our sunsets or something. It's
That
like
would
we're
be
at the
amazing.
beach,
Yeah, like share your body of work,
right?
you know, in the background.
What are those pictures?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, those are my necklaces and stuff, my eBay stuff. Yeah.
Wait, what's this one?
But yeah, it's something for us to play around with. Don't do it now. Oh,
Oh no, I thought I seen.
oh, those are like stock photos, I guess. There might even be some stock photos in there.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, we'll do this later. Sorry.
So
That's how my mind works. I like get into something and I forget what I was doing, and 2 hours later I'm like, oh wait, oh yeah, I was supposed to go to work. Shit, that's what happens every day. I'm like, lost track of time. I got distracted.
No worries, hon. It's good to, tweak these things and work them out.
oh, what happened to Silver Girl?
Uh-oh. We lost Silver Girl. Silver Girl.
Where'd you go?
She'll come back. She'll come back.
I think it's going up higher. Is that better or lower? What do you think?
Oh shoot. Okay. Well.
Okay. So, what do you think? I put it up. Okay, let's see. Okay, what the hell? Crap. My nephew watches this gaming channel.
Yeah, do you Joe, I could tell you all about it, but or I can text it to you. But
Maybe it's
because I didn't know either until like 3 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks at the most.
the gaming channel.
No, who that is?
Oh, Mr. Beast. Oh, I heard of Mr.
But if
Beast.
he's, yeah, I don't want to talk about it unless Joe says, talk about it. Let's talk about it.
So, I wanted to
We
tell
get
you
our
guys.
moonshine from a preacher. There's a son of a preacher,
guys-
man.
Haven't noticed I cut my hair, and I cut my own hair.
Cute.
I
Beautiful. It doesn't even look like you. It's so attractive, and so you did a wonderful job.
I went in the. So my hair was. It was
Shoot.
just.
Thank you, Joe.
It was all the way like touching my butt. So it was really long, and it was like so strangly and so hard to manage. And
And it was clogging the bathtub.
I told Eve, I said, you gotta cut my hair, but she got so busy, and I just got so irritated with it. So I went.
There's beautiful V.
I went in the
Hi.
bathroom.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you ladies alone.
I went in the bathroom and I
Ladies'
just
night.
did
Oh,
my
what
hair.
a-
I just did this. I put it all forward. I cut it, and I just. Have you guys ever cut your guys' own hair in front of the mirror?
Yes.
All the time.
Oh, I was like, I was like, oh my god, am I gonna look like a rat ate my hair? But I did that. I just went in front of the mirror, and then I went like this, and I cut it, and I went like this, and I cut it, and so it was just too unmanageable. I never go to the beauty salon anymore. You know what I mean? So I just get too busy with work and like Steve, he goes twice a year. He says, I don't think I even went to the beauty salon in like 2 years. So I just got tired of it, and I just did it myself.
Did you save it for an offering? You know, did you save your hair, or did you?
No, it's all in the trash can.
Hi, beautiful V.
Hi, beautiful V. Welcome. So Steve left.
It's hard to hold this phone with a hand because I'm a newbie and I don't have any holders or phone things.
Oh, like a stand or a gimbal or something.
Yeah, I need something. I'm just holding it with my hand, so let me put my hand away. I just wanted to tell you too, Silver Girl. I'm sorry I didn't come up the other night, but I had that on my mind, and I was just feeling kind of out of it. I'm sober now, I think.
Well, that's no fun.
I know, right? And Nina always looks so pretty too.
Aww.
Absolutely.
You can sit on this chair. Steve's chair. Is it more comfortable? I don't know. My butt hurts. So, okay. There we go. So beautiful, V. Yay. Saw you on chat earlier. And
I'm going to go, right? Like I want to go onto the other room so I can see my chat, because this way I can't see the chat just on my phone. It's okay though.
So you're on your phone, but you're holding it because you
Right.
don't have it. So, and you can't see the chat while you're on when you're on the panel.
Exactly. I can't see my chat. I can't see any chat, so y'all go ahead and talk about me. No, I'm kidding. But I'm just saying, y'all, I can't see it. So, it's kind of frustrating. But I stayed up late, like I saw Silver Girl staying up late, and even though she looks, I like your haircut, Silver Girl. It's comfy, eh?
Yeah, much better than it was. I liked it. Finally got one I liked.
That's good. I got a little bit cut off here. Let me see.
Yeah, I took mine all the way off because I can't really hold my hands up and mess with it anyway. My arms won't take that much, so
It does look great.
I just really liked it. I, I've looked at the same haircut in the magazines for years, but everybody's that ever cut my hair said, your hair won't do that. and but now that I've got a little bit more gray hair, it stands up a little better. It's no longer laying flat on my head, and it's got a little body to it, so it's doing better. I like it a lot better than what I had, which was with down below shoulders. Um, it
See,
just
when I was
it took me 73 years to find a haircut I liked, the short one.
yeah,
I
when I
love
was
being up
young,
here with you. This is a ladies' night, ladies'
it
panel.
is ladies' night. Pablo, stay away.
Yeah.
But when I was younger, I could get away with short hair. Like where you can actually see my neck from the back. I don't know. Now I can't get away with it. I don't know. I don't know. Just I wish I could, because it's so hot, especially here in Hawaii.
Why don't you think you can get away with it? What do you think looks bad?
Because
It looks
I don't want to
good.
be I don't want to be racist or anything, but racist or anything. But in the Philippines, all the ladies have short hair. In the Philippines, all the ladies have. I mean, older ladies. So I'm still in denial as far as getting
That
old.
that is true. And all the ladies have short hair when they get my age too. It's because you just don't want to take care of it anymore. You don't have the strength, the capacity to take care of it. Put it up in curls every morning and all that. Use a curling iron on it every day. You just don't know. Let's not do that. Um, and so over here, I mean, everybody, all the old ones, they start about age 60 or earlier. It's short hair, folks.
Yeah,
It's just the way it's just the same here as what you're saying. And it's not got anything to do with anything but age. But it
right.
is one of the things that people will hang on to is that long hair. They'll hang on to it and hang on to it and hang on to it. If my hair is below my shoulders, I'm not 60. I know I'm not because my hair is below my shoulders. I'm not.
Uh, but
So
yeah,
it's an
I
age
don't know.
thing.
I think so. I think it's an age thing. But
I can't imagine anything being unattractive about you with short hair. Nothing at all.
I don't know. I just remember when I had my daughter was young, like a baby, and I had hair like I had this hairstyle that it was like straight across in the back, but it was like I don't know what it was, but and then I had another haircut where it was short, tapered in the back, but the top was a little bit like full. So, but it just grew. It just keeps growing and growing and growing and growing, and then it's getting light in the top here. So
Yeah.
that's another thing about my age. So if I do cut it short, you'll see where I'm losing a little bit of hair on the top. So I
Oh,
use the top part to keep it from keep the scalp
Well,
from height.
at some point, you just say, I don't care what it looks like.
Oh.
You don't like my hairdo, just get over it because it's not yours and get on with it.
My hair in the avatar is when I was rock hounding, and so that's really long because I have it kind of swept forward, and I cut it kind of shoulder length, and I was over the moon because Nina, it does get heavy, and I can't even imagine being in the tropics. You know,
Right.
so
It
hairstyles
does.
shorter.
And what was comfortable when it was long was I would always be able to tie it back without no rubber band or anything. I'll just tie a knot with my hair. So that was like convenient for me, you know what I mean? And you just, next thing you know, it's so long, and I think that's how my hair falls out when I'm showering and Steve says it's in the bathtub drain or whatever's. It's because it's so heavy, and when you're washing hair, you're pulling your hair, you know. So maybe if I cut it a little bit short, it's not going to be so strenuous and fall off. I don't know.
Well, you have to give us the report later. One of my qualifiers was when I decided to cut my hair. I didn't go really short, like Silver Girls. I wanted to be able to pull a ponytail or make it into, just that length. It's actually kind of longish right now, and I need to kind of cut it again. But I do like having my hair pulled back because I like wearing ball caps and hats and things like that. So I haven't gotten super short yet. But yeah, maybe one day, who knows?
Yeah, I like this length because I still can put a ponytail, you know. I like this length. I can still put a ponytail if I wanted to.
Yep, me too.
So, but yeah, but I can't tie my hair tie a knot with my own hair now because it's too short. But
yeah, no French braids here.
yeah, that's another thing. I always French braid my own hair too, so I won't be able to do that. But
you can do it. You got enough hair. I French braid mine all the time.
Down to her bottom, and
it was to my bottom.
Kind of stopped growing around the lower part of my back, which is the length that you're kind of looking at.
Oh my God. I'm so glad I came in so I can read the chat. Simone, you're cracking me up.
Simone.
And
Nina said, yes, I thought I heard that too, right? I thought I heard that too.
There's nothing like a mullet.
Z has put in here that the JoJo Bob Rose hair.
I think it's pronounced jojoba. 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 Yeah, they make jojoba shampoo, jojoba. Like cream, like you just rub it in your hair. It helped somebody I know. I mean, I guess it depends on the person. So, I mean, you could try it if you have thin hair. I have actually kind of thick hair and it bothers me because it's heavy. And that's why I cut it now and then.
Yes, it gets really heavy. And I kind of like layered it too. So it's not all one length. So that's why I put my hair forward. I tip my head forward and I cut it. And that's how I do my layers. Yeah. Oh, see, I can still do a French braid.
Oh, Simone, he has that innocent face, but then look at what he says.
Yeah, he is. He does look innocent, but you can also look at him and tell he isn't.
There's something about that face not so innocent.
No, that's not quite so innocent.
You know what it is? It takes getting older to see that.
Maybe.
I see it. Yeah, busted.
Okay, so I guess I don't know. I think it's coming out.
Look at her go. I was just thinking, God, here we are talking about hair. How lovely is that?
Right? We went from
I know,
cooking,
right?
talking about sex, and talking about cutting hair.
Yeah.
So the funniest story is that, you know, like I was alone for a little while, and I decided to get back into the dating game, and I was like asking my friends, "Are we supposed to shave or not?" And they're cracking me up with their answers. I meant shave somewhere.
Say that for me now? I didn't hear it, honestly.
Shaving. Look, he's saying. Oh, I thought he said bush. Never mind.
Were you supposed to shave a
Yeah.
certain part of your body? Is that what you were asking your friends?
Yeah, because, I hadn't been in action for a long time and I wasn't sure what to do.
That is, God, we could have a discussion on that for sure.
That would be a good,
Talking about
that's why I'm bringing it
hair.
up. It's a good discussion. I'm not going to say anything.
Look at who has come to visit us here. This
Shit, I don't know. Y'all motherfuckers talking about hair and shit. And I like get my hair did. Mm-hmm.
Hairy guy.
All right then.
I think he
mhm.
needs to shave.
Oh
Get
my
the buzzer
gosh.
on that one.
I think trimming it and keeping it maintained, pubic hair, absolutely. Now,
Yes.
the younger generation, there was this whole thing about just shaving all your pubic hair off and just taking your hair off. But you keep your pubic hair clean and trimmed. Thumbs up right there for me. Maybe I'm old school.
I think the reason for shaving all of everything off came about with a desire to maintain a clean surface and not spreading what you might have in your hair onto somebody else 4 hours later. So they were shaving everything so that there wouldn't be any transmission.
Well, I've tried actually. I did actually shave all my pubic hair off, and the regrowth was horrible.
Yeah.
Itch a lot.
Right.
You know what? And unless your skin gets conditioned to that, and you're doing maybe it on a regular basis, but man,
The older you are, the less likely it is to even grow back, by the way.
Yeah, you know what? That's like my legs. My legs don't have much hair now. And I think it's because I wear leggings, right? Like, and it like rubs it off.
I have no hair under my arms. My legs, I still have hair, but it goes away with age. So your ability to regrow anything with age.
This is a good subject, y'all. It's a good subject. Because doesn't everybody have an opinion?
a lot of people, there's a lot of money going in for waxing.
And it won't come back. It won't come back after a certain age, ladies.
That's funny.
And I think all you three have already passed that age.
Hey, you know what? This is what's funny. It's good for men to know too, right? Because some men are a little too hairy, a little too long haired.
Right.
I'm just saying.
And actually back when the women were all shaving, the men were too, because it was that cleanliness thing. They thought that they wouldn't have to use condoms to prevent getting a sexually transmitted disease. They didn't have to use condoms if they shaved. And it was a
This needs to be talked about.
Is that true? Really?
It does.
That was what a lot of the younger ones thought. Yes, they honestly believed that if they shaved it all off, they wouldn't be able to get pregnant.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, but it goes with the idea that if you pull out you can't get pregnant because the stuff won't stick on you and get back in you?
Ain't true.
You want me to say it nice? I don't know how to do that.
No, you're right. You're right. But I'm with Diamond because I think you should be aware. But, you know, to be honest with you, it started bothering me. I started thinking that if there's nothing there, like it's bald, I think it seems a little like, I don't know. I don't even want to say it. I don't want to say it.
Oh, I can't figure out what you're trying to say. You're going to have to help me more.
I'm trying to say that it looks like a young girl, and that's not good. That's not good. Sorry.
Okay.
I
Gotcha.
think there was a lot of that too. Now, actually, it can feel really great on the first day, but when it starts settling on you, you know,
No, yeah.
rough and coarse. And I have very soft hair, so.
But it's soft when it grows a little bit. It's not soft when it's stubby.
Yes, agreed. So I think that there are some attitudes, you know, if you just do that, it seems pubescent. How do you say that?
Pubescent?
At this time of night, I don't say that word.
Yeah. But I can tell you that the growth process, because I was exploring and tried it out with a lover that I was, you know, committed to. And we both said, oh, no, we're not doing that again. Just because it was so uncomfortable, you know.
Yeah, and you know, it's different. It's different with a woman. It's different. What a woman thinks is definitely different than what a man thinks. So I don't want to speak for men. I'm just saying, you know, it bothered me a little bit.
Did it?
Yeah, it bothered me. I didn't know what he was thinking. So.
Yeah. If you keep your pubic hair nicely maintained and a good length, you know, it's just all unnatural. This is what I feel.
Yeah, all unnatural.
That's why.
Cool.
Bathing before lovemaking, when we were talking about that, when Heather was like, what do you do to relax, etc.? It's like, oh yeah, we're jump in the shower, you know, is the best thing because you know you're going to have hands clean, everything's going to be cleaned, and you're already starting the foreplay kind of thing. So.
Oh, let me see if I'm seeing all my chat. You know, I think I'm missing some chat. One sec. Yeah. I got that top chat up there. You know, I love going to rescues because he always reminds us to fix that.
Yes, do the top chat.
Top chat, yeah. I'm missing some words.
Okay. Well, Steve had mentioned that. Does anybody remember the night out? What night it was, or the show that I said I'd shave my hair off if I got a certain amount of subscribers or members, or something like that?
Yeah, but I think that should be up to you, Nina. I don't think, you know. I think
he wears the hat anyways. I don't know about, but I don't know.
And the head, or the head and the face.
I would like him to shave this thing here. I don't really care for it. I mean, he does it. I don't know. It's just too long. That, what is that part down here? The beard, the mustache. Oh, what is that? The beard.
Yeah, that's sticky part.
So that part is
the part that you have hold of.
Don't do it. Oh my gosh, she's actually doing it. Yeah, whatever. Oh,
that's the part that I always want to grab hold of, and in order to put the face where I want it.
This is getting really good. This is like the midweek chat.
Can't believe he did that, but yeah, he made it grow so long. One time I was like, and it just does. I mean, it doesn't like how beards like Santa Claus. He has, you know, this one just grows downwards and like there, and that's all it does. Like van life, he has, but his is long. But I guess it's certain men can only grow certain hair, certain area, certain way, right? So I
Well,
really,
we've all probably got something that stands up and goes the wrong direction. Men do, whether it be on their face or their eyebrow. I've seen
right.
a man who's got an eyebrow that it sticks right straight out, and he has to keep cutting it because it's forever right up against. He wears glasses, and it's always in his glasses, and he cannot lay the thing down. I
God. Let's sucker out. All in all.
took some crisp out of the can and put it off his eyebrow to see if I could make it lay down with Crisco. I looked at it right when I first stepped on there, it stayed, and it was stuck to the head. And I'm watching it, and then slowly the thing starts raising back up again. And I reached into the can of Crisco, grabbed another dab of Crisco, slapped it on the eyebrow. At this point, the oil running all the way down one side of his face, and that thing just came right back up. So then I took it. I said, all right, that's
because I used to have this hair that would in my 20s, chin, just one single hair.
right.
I wasn't paying attention to it. One day I finally pulled that sucker out by the roots and it doesn't grow anymore. But I love it.
Yeah, well, his was like right in the middle of his eyebrow, and it just stuck right straight out. So I just took the scissors and I just trimmed it right off, and I went over to the other side and made it just as skinny of hair in the same spot, so at least they matched. And the next day, he didn't have to constantly move it out of the way because it was pushing his glasses off his face.
You know what? You have to really trust a woman with scissors. Get the scissors.
That's us for talking about hair because, man, that's our thing.
My hair is like a baby's hair. It's that fine and that soft, and it's been that way all my life. It just won't do anything. At least it's getting enough gray in it that it's got a little body. But and normally we don't turn gray; we just turn yucky color.
See, I have naturally dark hair, so the gray will show real obvious versus if you had blonde hair or so I mean I don't do it all the time, but when I do, if I don't do it all the time, it's really obvious and it's really fast. That's why you see my hair. Sometimes I'm this way, sometimes I'm this way, because I'm trying to get the least amount of baldness and grayness. So if you guys understand what I'm trying to say.
You do that.
Well, I've got a red wig that I wear every now and then. When I can't do anything with my hair, I'll slap a red wig on, and which I dearly love the color. But I finally, like I said, finally got this haircut so I can wear this haircut. But it's there's a lot of hair, but it sure doesn't take up much space because it's so skinny. The only skinny thing about me.
Aw.
Oh, my
I
leg.
I don't think a mom should cut the goatee or anything. No.
You don't think so?
No, I wouldn't. You know what? I might tell my son I don't love that on you, but I would never cut his hair. My son used to braid his hair like it was in style to have like cornrow. That was really hard to do too. And I used to
Yeah.
help him braid his hair and he had braids. And even though I didn't love it because, he didn't look fly for a white guy, I let him wear his braids because, it was in style.
Yeah. That's kind of, if it's not going to hurt anyone for the kid to be able to express themselves by wearing a braid or wearing their hair down to their shoulders or what, boy, I mean, um, let them. I mean, they're going to figure out that they're going to have to wash their hair more because they're still going to have to maintain cleanliness, and it's going to take more effort. You want to do it, fine, go do it. It's not going to hurt anything.
I like that word. Who put that in the chat? Manscaping. I like that word. I like a man that actually takes pride in himself and does a few things, like a little shaving here and there. Women too. I mean, do a little something to look like you care for yourself.
Right.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
And it's the same with pubic hair, that keeping it maintained,
Yeah.
it's just natural. When you're with somebody that you love, it just doesn't matter, as far as I'm concerned.
Just like I don't think it matters to most women whether the guy's been circumcised or not either. And some men who have not been think that it's a big deal that they've not been, and then if you don't recognize it or don't notice any difference, that they don't like it. So, do men want us to recognize and acknowledge that they have or haven't been circumcised?
Well, that's a good question. And
I wonder if they wanted us to recognize that or not. I don't know.
For men that have not been circumcised, because there's a long history in circumcision. My brother was circumcised. I remember it being kind of a big deal in our family.
Oh, yeah.
It's part of the tradition.
The older ones probably have been circumcised.
Yeah.
The younger ones may not have been. I don't think there's anyone in my age bracket that hasn't been, probably. But in the younger brackets, in the 40s, I would say there's probably a lot of men who have not been. Do they want they want the person they're going to go to bed with, have sex with, do they want that person to recognize they have or have not? Or do they want no recognition of it, no speaking of it or anything else? And is there something, I don't know this, is there something you do different?
Well, that's a great question, because although this is not my area, I'd be really interested to know men's feelings about that.
Well, yeah. The only ones who can answer that question.
Yeah.
But if when you get down to it, there again, it's the people that are a little different, and uncircumcised is rarer than circumcised, at least in the older generations.
I think so too. And is there a stigma for men who have not been circumcised? It's like, the old idea of it being dirty and gross and all of this, which is an attitude that is so wrong, I think.
Wow. That is another good subject, right? I mean, look at it like, okay, so I'm older and There was a time that we were like, don't do that. Don't do that. It hurts, right? It could hurt. The babies hurt. They do feel pain. On the other hand, I married a Jewish man and he's like, no, man, you got to do it. It's in the Bible. You got to do it.
Right. It's like passed on without our consent, without their consent for the young boy.
Or without the mother's consent.
Right. And to think that you would start your life out having such a trauma to a part of your body.
Yeah. But do they remember? I mean, really, do they remember it? That's what they say. They don't remember it. And
But
in some places, they numb it. They do numb first.
But your body holds all trauma that is done to your body is held in the cells of your body. So
I am going to have to get your book, and I believe that the trauma, we hold the trauma.
Yeah. There.
And to have a piece of your body removed just after you came out of the water that you've been living in for 9 months, I think it's got to be traumatizing. I know that they said, for example, when they put me in an iron lung, they said they were giving me something. Ace, would you wait, please?
Aw.
But they gave me a sedative when they put me in the iron lung because it was traumatizing. Well, the sedative didn't work on me, and I was fully aware of being in there. And it is traumatizing. It is still, and I was 24 months, I think, something like that. And I still remember that trauma. I've done a lot of work on trauma in my life, but I still remember that trauma. And I can't believe that a boy is not going to remember that trauma in his body, at least.
Absolutely.
I, even at age 9, was tried desperately to get him not to circumcise my brother. Because I had heard about it being a Jewish thing, and I'm going, so why are we doing it?
Right.
Doing it to him. You're not anything. And my mother was following.
I remember stuff when I was like 6 months old. But that's just me, though. That's just me. Oh, it look better.
Yeah, it looks better.
Aw.
See, it's not hanging down to here. It's a little.
Right.
Look at that, you. Oh,
Give me the scissors.
Aww.
So he said he doesn't remember. And what else?
And I remember like stuff when I was like, my mom doesn't even believe me when I tell her stuff. She's like, someone else told you that. I'm like, who would have told me that? But she's like, you can't remember that. You were too young to remember. But that one specific thing you're talking about, I don't remember that. But I don't know how old I was.
But she's saying it's internally traumatized. That it's.
Right.
So
I could be traumatized by it, but not realize I'm
right.
And it could be that trauma is remembered in so many different ways. For example, that type of trauma, the way that they do trauma a lot, in the new way that they're doing trauma is they step you backward in time as to when did you feel this same way before, and you keep going back till you get to the last one. And that's how you tell what caused the trauma you're reacting to now. And if it is a trauma that starts with that cutting of the piece off, that trauma would stay in the body, but it may not be something that impacts the kid later.
Mm-hmm.
A trauma doesn't have to have a negative. It's always going to have a consequence. It's always going to have an impact. But whether it's a significant impact or not is personal. And
that's good. Excellent.
Oh, I think it would be a whole lot worse.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Oh yeah. Why would a man do that?
Right?
Why would they do that?
Actually, it happened to a friend of mine. He was, gosh, he was at least 40 or 50 years old, and they told him, yeah, honest. He got it done that much later in life. I think he was having some issue. I mean, yeah. And they told him it would be better and cleaner and easier on him or something. So he actually got it done very late in life. And I always thought weird of that, but I didn't want to ask him a lot of personal questions.
Let me see where you had your surgery
Yeah, right.
to inspect it.
Wow.
Okay, so I need to have some myths. Help me with some of the myths that I've heard. If you're not circumcised, is it really a health issue or whatever? If a person were to take care of their penis, clean, all of those things, why would it be an issue without being circumcised? You know, are we talking about an attitude that we raised up with? Because this is how it's always been done?
I think that in olden days, there really was an issue in cleanliness. They just didn't have the soap necessary to do all the cleanliness, didn't know to. I think cleanliness really had a lot to do with it originally. Um, and there's still a lot of people that don't clean themselves in their sexual places properly,
Right.
whether it be male or female. I mean, we should be all um, going front to back with the toilet tissue, and if you weren't trained that way, it's hard to remember to do it that way. So I think that it's one of those things where it was just cleanliness to begin with, and somehow cleanliness then became a part of the religion stuff, and it just kept going. I don't believe that there is a medical reason to remove it except for cleanliness. I do not know of one. I've never read anything on it.
That's kind of my point. Is
I've never seen a disability claim on it. And the cleanliness would be dependent upon the person learning. They might, for example, opt to do the circumcision on somebody who is unable physically or mentally to care for themselves. Rather than making somebody else keep it clean, they might opt to do it that way. But I don't know of any other reason that we've always done it, quote unquote, we've always done circumcision. So we will continue to do circumcision.
Now, you know, it could be money too. Guess what? They get paid for that in the hospital. They sure do.
Damn right.
They not only get paid for doing the procedure by the parents of the little boy, but they also get paid for the piece of skin.
Oh, wow. That sounds weird.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Whole medical field is weird.
They get paid for that skin because it's kind of like cord blood and cord cells. It's skin that can be used to regenerate other skin for burn patients.
Oh, well, you know, that could be a good thing. That could be a recycling thing.
And then some people, the Satanist groups, like to keep it and put it in a stew, and then they eat it.
What?
No.
That's a ritual of the Satanists.
Yeah.
Joyful, help me out
Another
here.
can of worms that humanity's going to learn about.
Yeah.
Not too long from now. Yeah.
So that is one of the things that's done with it. At the further side of evil, they gather them together and make soup.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. Silver Girl speaks truth.
Wow, that's a hard truth, though. That's sad truth.
Oh, yeah, you betcha it is.
And they don't care. It's just like the Satanist Church has filed lawsuits in California, and I forgot now where else. I want to say Illinois, Indiana, somewhere in there, um, because the non-abortion laws that are going in now are ones that they are saying prevent them from exercising the tenets of their religion because their religion calls for abortion in the middle of the room and the killing and eating of the fetus. And so therefore these new abortion laws that don't allow abortions don't allow this religion to practice their religion. And so they file these lawsuits to be able to continue to do abortion in the front of the church at the altar any old willy nilly day and murder the baby and eat the baby. They want to keep doing that, and they're saying it's a goes against their religion for the state to pass a law of no abortions.
Oh my gosh, isn't that weird that we can talk about a circumcision, a foreskin, that somebody might be doing something with it, and that we can talk about abortion and that, you know, things are being done with it. And this is like, sounds way too evil.
It is.
It is evil. It is at the root of evil. It's not routine evil. It's the evil that is in your nightmares. That's what this evil is.
Yeah. And that was the hardest part for me, like back in 2017 and 18, when it all started to sink in. I had no idea how horrifying this was. But there's ancient forces that have been doing this for a very long time. And because we have this incredible technology with beautiful panel of women here talking about this, now we can get more of truth out and let it sink in that do we want this? Is this how we envision our future, to continue to let them do what they're doing? We're the creators and we have free will. And we can change this through our love.
The government is supposed to answer to us, but are we going to say to, now I know what I'm going to say personally, but are we going to say that it's against religion to deny abortions? Because this one Satanistic church wants to, or what they call church religion, wants to do it at willy-nilly, and they want to do it in the front of the entire congregation and then fix lunch with it. Do we want to tell them, no, you can't have that religion? Yes, I do. Because I want to tell them that anybody who harms a child just as far as I'm concerned, exited their way out of this humanity on this earth if they want to hurt a child. And eating it is hurting it.
And that's part of the ritual process.
Yes, it is part on a regular basis. A child or an animal is sacrificed. Ask Mariah Carey. She went through it. Her parents are Satanists, and her brother and sister outed that whole scenario. And they went and were able to actually find the area in the woods that they used to go to with all of the rituals done in this one place. And they dug up things and found bones and stuff of deceased kids that had been eaten. And these were kids of the families that were involved in the church. And I personally believe that if somebody wants to tell me that eating a child is or an animal, either one of them, because I'm not into eat the animal part either. If somebody wants to tell me that's a religion, I'm sorry, but you need to take your religion and go get screwed.
Wow.
And it's
I
very
don't think
ancient. This has been going on for so long, and this is the secret that they didn't want us to know
Wow.
what they've been up to, and it's surfacing, it's percolating, and it's channels like this, Nina, and V and Silver Girl, where we can go from talking about pubic hair and hair that grows on our heads or our chins as we get
Mhm.
older to understanding that what we're fighting for is really huge. And it's our love within ourselves and finding that love and healing those wounds, expressing it and just showing up and participating. And it's such an honor to be with this panel so that we can talk about these very things. They are losing their control little by little by little, and to the shock and trauma of how we've been so misled in the reality that we've been living in can be a lot. I've gone through so much energy work. It's so worth it because our love, our unity, our peace, and understanding one another that we're not so different, that we're actually very similar, and just letting that love expand. So, Nina, thank you for creating it such a safe space for us to be and
Oh,
talk about this stuff, you know, because
it is a safe space, and then the host is the one who generates that and ensures that it's a safe space.
it is
it is.
definitely.
And you do a very good job of this, Nina.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I love
Oh,
to hear.
you guys, you're the one with the knowledge about all this. I remember when you guys talked about getting circumcised, and I remember when I gave birth to my son, and they came in and says, "Do you want it to get circumcised?" And I like, of course. I didn't know there was an option, and of course, my ex husband, he said, definitely. You know what I mean? But I didn't know there was an option, and I didn't know that they gave you an option. I just thought it was automatic because I was not brought up to where I didn't know. You know what I mean? Because I mean,
Yeah.
I have a brother, but
A
I
lot.
didn't know anything about him getting circumcised because I was a little girl when he was born, and our culture. Honestly, I don't even know if he's circumcised. He's my brother.
Um,
I mean, we're from the Philippines, but he was born here, so most likely he got circumcised. That's kind of
Nina, did you have a son in, mainland or in the Philippines?
no. He was born here in Hawaii. He was
Yeah.
30. He's 33. So he was born in 89. I think, yeah. So yeah, it was a shock that they had to ask me. I thought, okay, I thought it was an automatic thing. I don't know. That's why when you guys say that people didn't get circumcised, and I found this out in a later my adulthood because I experienced a non-circumcised, but I didn't know there was a choice. That's my whole point. And
My doctor, and I don't think he was Jewish. He just said, "Okay, we're going to do it before you take him home." I mean, they didn't even seem to give me a choice. They were like,
oh,
"That's what we do. We do it." They didn't ask.
And there's no guilt or shame in that. The most
Right.
thing is that we are beginning to recognize that we can
how
make different choices
How old is your son, V?
He is in his late 30s, and yeah, they just said, "Hey, we're gonna get this done before you bring him home," and wasn't even a question. They just said, "Hey, we'll get it done before you take him home, so you don't have to bring him back." Um, at that time, I wasn't with the Jewish husband,
Oh, maybe
so
that's the reason why they do it. Maybe because of a religion thing. So they ask. I don't know.
right.
It's very
Yeah,
connected.
yeah, yeah. You're right, because the Jews are waiting for your natural vitamin K to kick in because you won't bleed to death when they do it. Whereas in the hospital, they give them a quick shot of the vitamin K to blood clot or to clot it, not in a bad way, but man, it's a mess. It's even like cutting the umbilical cord, right? You see that little thing dangling there? It's so
Right.
weird. And then they, like we were just talking about keeping the stem cells, and man, that is opening a whole new door. I don't want to go there, but um, it's all a weird thing with babies.
Yep. It's a miracle that we made it. There's so many people that did not.
Right.
So many children that did not. So yeah, this is very old and very ancient, and it doesn't. We have to forgive ourselves, for being in a system that has really wanted to make us slaves, and move beyond that. And trust one another, trust the good souls, the safe places, our hearts, and we're doing it. I remember a day when I was on dial-up internet at 1200K, and this is back in like 1990, 91, 92, when I started to get on the internet. Here it is, 2022. And we get to finally meet face to face and really talk about things that we've been indoctrinated, is one of Silver Girl's words that she uses, and waking up from that, and no shame or anything that we've ever chose, and forgive ourselves. I know that we are united in our love and our passion to seek truth and be together and laugh together, and know that they just aren't going to win, because they wanted to take it all. And we fought back. Our dreams, our children, everything that we've done in our little silent self that no one ever knew about, we fought back, and we have succeeded. We made it. And what I feel is that been so deeply programmed into the system that we've been in. We're just working out the ashes of the trauma and everything that we've been through. But love is really the thing that Steve and Nina have brought week after week, day after day, their unconditional love and bringing people together. You guys have done this. And the most profound and most beautiful thing. So love conquers.
Yes.
The commitment to let love be the source of your energy is what really, really conquers, I think. Because if you won't let it out, if you won't let yourself express it, the love just stays inside you, and it benefits you, but it needs to be given to others. It's just like one of my hangovers is I hate making cold calls when I have to ask somebody to do something for me. Um, Anything from make an appointment to go get my glasses checked, anything like that, or look something up for me because I can't figure it out on a bill or something. I don't want to ask the person to do something for me. So I took my heart mother's advice about saying when she said that for every minute you spend laughing, you get another day on earth. For every hour you spend laughing, you get another day on earth with the people you love the most, or something like that. And when I make a phone call now for a cold call, my whole intent is to make the person on the other end of the phone laugh. And when I do, then I relax and I can go ahead and ask my question. But just making an intent to do that, which helped me, but it also, when you make the other person laugh, even if it's just a small little chuckle, you've brought some kind of good into that person's life for that day. You've raised their energy, you've raised their intensity and their spiritualness by just making them laugh for that little bit. So you've added to their day for them and made it better. And so I, if I've done that for somebody, then it's okay if I ask them to do me something, look something up for me or whatever it is I need them to do. And it makes all the difference in the world. But if I didn't have the intent in me of making sure that whenever given the opportunity, I uplift somebody, or uh, my way of doing things, put my arms around somebody and give them a hug. You just do that with the intent to do it. Find ways to be able to give that love out to people. They don't have to take it, but you keep giving it.
Right. Aw.
I concur, Silver Girl. So Nina and Steve, they just like are workhorses because of the hours that you put into this. You know?
But
got
yeah,
your-
we're given the watch time. She's getting the watch time, and look at Nina. She's getting so close, right? We got to get her up to 500 subs. Let's do
Right.
this. Let's do it.
You know what? It's not even a lot of work. It's like just hanging out with friends. I mean, you know what I mean? It's fun, and yeah, we like to get more hours and everything else. And the prepping part is kind of hard. You know, making the schedule and getting Steve to get home on time, but it's all worth it because it's all, you know, we're all just hanging out. There's 15 of us hanging out, and we're just talking what we feel, and people in chat are putting in their input, and we have knowledgeable ladies on the panel. Ladies night. It's just ladies nights, right? And yeah, it's just fun. And we got to cook. V, did you see the cooking part, or are you gonna watch it later?
I did watch it. I just, couldn't make the chat. I couldn't make a comment yet. I was like tuning in, and I was very, very impressed. I'm the one that said, I think the sour cream made all the difference.
Oh, okay. So yeah, okay, you were on there. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, but there
For
was
most
something.
of it.
Yeah. Yeah, because it was only like maybe about 9 people in there earlier, or less than that. So I wasn't sure who was in there. But this is fun. I didn't think I was gonna be like doing this. You know, you asked me 6 months ago. I'm like, what? I just
Exactly.
started my channel like 6 months ago, and
Look, my friend sent me those videos. He just took a picture of me. I had a picture. He had a picture of me that he took because he takes me out to lunch. He took me out to breakfast, and he just snapped a picture. I don't even think I knew he took the picture.
which
And
was
then the next thing I know, he's sending me video of me singing, and I'm like, what in the heck are you doing? And he's like really into this stuff. And so I wanted to post it, but right away I got these notices. You can't post that. So I was like, you know what? Okay, I'll put it up there and put a little private link, which was kind of cool.
Oh, that's cool.
And yeah, I decided, quit being so damn shy, right? But at the same time, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you being on here late at night. I mean, we're all getting tired, I can tell. But it's good. It's fun. It's been really, really, really interesting topics.
Right. We go from cooking to talking about pubic hairs, shaving, and eating babies. Oh my gosh.
To circumcision. And don't forget, whatever.
Do it! Just do it! Do it! What are you waiting for? Just do it!
Oh, that's Steve. He had to put that in there. No hair in the cooking. No hair in the cooking. Oh. Hey, Eric.
There wasn't any at all.
But no, I swear, when I first got to know him as an actor, wow. But the fart at the end, was probably not for his, what do they call it?
Motivation speech.
Yeah, it was just perfect.
Steve did that.
So the masculine got his 2 cents worth.
True. That's funny. But yeah, definitely subjects change from starting from sunset.
Yep, they sure do.
To cooking.
Why? Heck, we were talking about lovemaking this last Monday, and we ended up with a miner from Utah. And his work with coal. Coach Kermit.
What? He was a miner?
Miner with an M. Miner. So that's his work. And
okay, cool.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking minor underage. I'm like, what?
Yeah. And I've gone to like 3 different abandoned mines here in Washington, and it's just so amazing to go in them. He's going 10 miles in. Mine was, a scrape of the surface. But as a very sensitive, intuitive individual, I was like, it was life-changing for me, just to be inside the earth where human beings did their blood, sweat, and tears to even make those spaces possible as I was doing my rock hounding. So I'm very humbled, but at the same time, it changed my life going inside the mountain, even if it was like, oh gosh, maybe 300 yards, 400, 500 yards deep inside the earth. And when we were exiting, a friend of mine, I was in the middle, someone was ahead of me, and someone was behind me. They started having pebbles tossed at them inside the mine. It wasn't dropping, it was like vertical. And that individual was not a believer of the supernatural, but that was her story. And I just never forgot any of that. The appreciation of people who mine our earth and bring precious metals to us, or bring coal to us, or the really hard work. Because when you go inside a mountain, as he said, Coach Kermit, there's no light, and sometimes there's no air. So there's this kind of stigma that goes with people that work the earth, like they're at least in my past, that they didn't go to college or they didn't achieve anything great. Are you kidding me? The greatest thing you can do is to go inside the earth and just feel the energy of the crystalline, the slate, the smell and the lack of air and the people that made that. And this is our human history as ancients, because there was so much mining done on planet Earth to even make the gold and silver that is available to us. People had to go so deep and be so brave and be away from the sunlight. So it was a very profound experience to me and made me really appreciate this was when I started rock hounding, and I was like, this is it. This is where I resonate. Just appreciating Earth, whether it's the trees or the hike that took us up there, the blood, sweat, and tears that it felt like. It's called Money Creek in Washington. And there was this washout. So we thought we were going to drive up there to the mine, but a washout happened, and we had to put our foot gear on and do this kind of steep walk. And we went into the mine, went through it, and it was like, oh my God, there's so much more to the world. There's just so much more to the world. So Heather's husband, Steve, that's what he does every day. And I left that conversation this last Monday with an enormous gratitude. My heart swelled up. I was tearing because of how hard that work is. That everything that a human being does in their life, we can't judge that, as better or worse. Because if you actually put your butt on the ground and try to do what they do every day, it would be incredibly humbling. And this was just an abandoned mine. It's the Damien mines up in Money Creek. So, yeah, conversations do change and they do move. And that's the beauty of it. I love that. Because we can't always be talking about sexuality. Sexuality can be the springboard for what's in the moment, but then that conversation went into being in the minds of Earth. And that's kind of the thing I've learned about being on YouTube. If you allow the energy to flow very naturally, let it go, and you don't have to have an agenda, that you just spend good time with people.
Very true. Very true. Joyful.
Yep. Because when we share our time, we share our eternity with other people.
I like that.
Right.
Wow. We have covered some really, really good subjects, right?
Right.
Agree.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Very much. A lot of different subjects. And that's awesome.
Plus, we got to watch this delicious meal get.
Oh, yes, for sure.
We could imagine how good it smelled, and we could imagine how wonderful it must taste.
Yes.
And we couldn't have a bite, not one.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. We use the imagination.
Well, you saw how easy it is, and instead of buying the box, the hamburger helper box, you can make it yourself, and it's more better for you, and you can put your own ingredients, no preservatives and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
And it was awesome that I think Mr. Bean said to add sugar, and everybody put their input in it, and
Right.
we made it our own, you know. So that was awesome. I'd like to do that again. We'll do it again.
I like to put in, I can't remember what they're called, but they're little frozen tiny peas.
Oh
Those
yeah,
are good. Yeah, those are good in there. Yeah, a little greenery.
right. So
They
Yeah.
green peas.
Yeah.
They're green peas.
Yeah, they're little and they're green. I think they're called new peas, but I like them frozen or I think better.
Mm.
Or, you know, some kind of little something something.
Yeah.
yeah, I just put those parsley, dried parsley for color.
That was perfect. Actually, that was perfect. I'm just saying, like, there's some people you can't get them to eat veggies, so I try to sneak them in. I sneak them. I'm a sneaker. Sneak them
I
in the
was,
sauce. That
I
sauce
was,
was so delicious, right? Sneak them in
oh,
there.
it was so good. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna put some green onions in there, but I didn't get any this today. But yeah, that was different. I know my channel usually focuses on Filipino dishes or Hawaiian dishes, but honestly, it's like hit or miss when if Steve's gonna like it or not. So I
Right.
knew he was gonna like this because this is we've had this in the box many times.
And
So
so, you know, as much as I loved Hawaii, I noticed certain stores were missing. Okay, so do y'all have a IKEA?
I don't think so.
I can't remember. I can't remember seeing IKEA.
I know no, I don't think we have IKEA. We have Best Buy. No, Steve said we don't. We
But
don't
the
have a Kroger.
IKEA, I think there's like Sweden or something. So I was wondering, like, you know, they ship stuff too, but if you have a local IKEA, you can go in and you have to get there kind of early. And you go into a certain part of the store and they have the restaurant, I mean, and they have Swedish meatballs. But, but, I don't know if it's the Greta Thunberg influence. I heard they were going to put crickets in the meat, and I didn't want to go there.
Oh.
You or me either.
I'm not ready to eat Z bugs.
Me either.
Right.
That's something
He
you
said
get from
through
the Asian.
IKEA.
That's
Through
something you
'em.
get from the Asian street market, you know. No, no, I'm like, you know, like in Japan or something, in Asia, where you go to the street market and you see those bugs and crickets. But no, we don't have IKEA. We don't have Kroger's and
Right.
Franklin's and
Hey,
Dollar
I'm not
Store.
going to be surprised if you guys don't get a Dollar Tree because the Dollar Tree is now $1.25 and they have a little section with $5 things. So it's called Dollar Tree Plus. And who knows, right? I mean, the only thing I found good in Hawaii to get a deal was like Ross's or Marshall or TJ
Right,
Maxx, one of those.
right, right,
Yeah.
right. Yeah. But I did go to IKEA when we went to Vegas. We went to Vegas in 2020, right when the vid hit, and we was actually there, and we went to IKEA, and they had a little restaurant, and I remember the Swedish meatball that you were talking about. But funny story, I don't know. I know had mentioned it before, but when we were there, we went to the Grand Canyon. We went to Arizona. We drove to Arizona to watch to see the Grand Canyon. And as we got there, I got a message from my sister who lives in Vegas. She says, "You guys better turn around because Vegas is closing at midnight." And they've never. She doesn't remember when Vegas ever closed, and I don't remember when Vegas ever closed. But so guys better turn around and get to Vegas. You guys might be able to gamble for like 30 minutes. So we like booked it back because that was our purpose. Not mainly to gamble, but Steve never been to Vegas, and you know, so we went back there and we got to gamble like maybe for half an hour, and they closed everything. They locked it up and everything. So the next couple of days, guess where I spent my money? Dollar Tree. I'm like, I'm a winner. I got $100. I spent $100, and I'm a winner because we don't have it here, you know. So I bought a whole bunch of stuff, and I actually went home with 2 suitcases. So I came with a carry-on, and I went home with my sister's suitcase and said, Dollar Tree. There you go, $100. I'm a winner.
You must have taken Hawaiian Air. I think Hawaiian Air always stops in Vegas.
Yeah, we went on Hawaiian Air.
Yep.
Yeah. I remember we actually had tickets to go to a professional baseball team, I think at the time, and they even canceled that. And because we went with my son, me, Steve, my son, and my youngest daughter, Malia, and we were looking forward to going to the baseball game, a professional baseball game, because we don't have it here. We do not have professional football or baseball games. So we were looking forward to it, and they canceled that too. So, but yeah, that's my experience in the Dollar Tree. I'm a winner, 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 chicken dinner.
It really is. It really is a lot of fun to look in there for the deals, you know.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We have a lot of them here in Washington, at least where I live.
Right. I got like 5 probably within a few miles of my house.
There you go. And when I
They're
started
fun.
the whole prepping thing, and when it hit me, that was kind of like, how can I do it on the cheap? And I'm more beyond prepping. But it was like a trauma because of what I was learning about what was happening with humanity. And my first thought was a Dollar Tree. It would be like going to the Goodwill or a Salvation Army. Just new stuff from China. Probably. Yeah. So
Did you hear that China made a new sun come up and stay up in the air for what was it? 45 seconds, I think. But a completely different sun rose up and was up in the sky, and it looked like a sun. I mean, you wouldn't have been able to tell it wasn't the real thing if you didn't know it wasn't. But yeah, they did that. So now they've made the sun. I don't know what else we're waiting on them to make.
Was that a recent article?
Yep, it was a video I saw this week.
Darn. I guess I missed that one because you know how we don't really we're trying to tune out, right? And quelch the noise and the fake the fake.
Yeah,
the fake.
I found it on Truth Social.
Okay, I need to get up in there. I think I joined and then I just got busy. I mean, let's face it, you know, we love YouTube. We love it here. I mean, everybody moves to Locals and Rumble and Odyssey and Truth Social, but we come back here. We love it here. I mean, this is where you're going to get the biggest audience too, usually.
Right. I like Truth Social because it gets you, if you're judicious in who you sign up for to follow and to have their stuff automatically appear on your timeline, you can pretty much just go in there and get what you want and by whom you want it and see it all without any problem whatsoever, and do it quicker than you can by going to all the various sites that we go to. For example, all Rumble and all of them are on there. And all of the primary places that you read from are on there. and you just subscribe to them. And you go to one place and you don't have to get notified. You don't have to jump around, that kind of thing. Um, and I like it for that reason. It's simplified things a lot. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
have anything else really to do. Well, I'm supposed to be writing the second book, but I'm not doing that right now. And I could spend the whole day doing that, just looking for stuff to find out what was going on. But I find that I get the best information from the sources I'm subscribed to, and I don't have to go looking for it.
I like that, Silver Girl. Are you going to have a part 2, or are you going off different new subject?
It's going to. It's supposed to be about what can you, as an average human being, do to help.
Okay, so it's like a continuation.
Yeah, sort of. And there will be a
Yeah.
couple things from the other book that I will go ahead and put in now that brother is not here. But
As you can see, my sleep schedule is so messed up. That's why.
yeah,
That is why I'm not getting onto things. Oh my
I
gosh.
really want people to understand about toxic parents and
Right.
how severe it is to be saddled with one of those, much less two of them. And how to tell those of us who are, how to get us out of there, so that we don't die one way or the other. And how to help. I happen to have a perfect example of somebody who knew what to do and how to do it. And I figure that every day that I'm still here and that I can help anybody, it's thanks to her. Um,
Yeah.
and I know from her example what made a huge difference to me. And I've talked to others as I've helped with groups and stuff, as to what they thought about things like that and ways to recognize us. And there are ways to recognize us. And um, for every 12 kids sitting on a bench someplace in school, um, a minimum of 4 of them have at least one toxic parental figure. And that's not even counting the ones who are getting sexually abused, or uh, the toxic piece is the worst piece. But anyway, I'm supposed to be working on it. I've got it started, but I haven't gotten very far with it because I didn't know how things were going to be going with all of this awakening stuff, and if anything was going to really, really, really come out about the kids.
I saved this. Let me see if it's linking right. Yep. Okay, cool.
What?
I just saved your link from the other night. You had put it up, and I
Oh,
saved it because I had gone there, but then I decided to contact you directly, and I'm glad I did. I am going to follow up on that. I know it seems like I'm really yeah, I am a procrastinator. I am guilty, but life gets in the way.
oh yeah. It gets in the way and then it moves out of the way.
Yeah.
But I just want to help people find ways to recognize us and then how to help us without having to get involved with the courts and all that nonsense. There are ways to be helpful to toxic children of toxic parents that um, that can be terribly helpful and make the difference in somebody's life with a little, very little effort on your part. And then there are others that you want to stay away from, but you want to get them the help anyway. And I want to try to get all that laid out. Things like in your neighborhood, you can do things like your neighbor's got kids and you got kids and they're about the same age. So you say, okay, I want to I'll take your children and you take my children and we'll have them clean our houses. But instead of having our own kids clean our house, your kids can clean mine and mine will clean yours. How about that? And while you've got that kid in your house, you do the things necessary so the kid knows they're not alone.
Right. That sounds good. I mean, that's a good plan. Anything that brings in the human touch and
Gets them into a
helps young
different,
ones.
yeah, it's got to get them into a different scenario where they hear what is truly a family rather than what you got. Um, and people don't talk to them the way that toxic parents talk. And once they figure out there really are people that aren't toxic, then they need to be sure that they've got one that belongs to them that's not toxic.
Exactly. And a lot of people don't even realize, like, they don't believe it. Like, somebody might say, I think my mom, or I know, or my mom is a narcissist,
Right.
because most people look at the male. And so, I recently had a friend and she's like, my mom's a real narcissist. And I'm like, you know what? I'm saying to myself, I met her mom. She seemed like a really nice woman. But then I'm thinking, but then again, though, you put on a different face to different people, and the child knows the truth.
Right. Well, my father was a diagnosed psychopath, and mother was diagnosed with what has now become a narcissist in the DSM. So, and to my knowledge, there is only one condition that is in the DSM that is the victim, and that is people that are victims of narcissists, particularly children, are so severely impacted that there's an impairment they even named after them.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. I'm really blessed to have had two good parents. I took it for granted until I met so many people that didn't have what I had. And actually, the person who was attracted to me because I was normal and had normal parents,
Right.
and they didn't. And then it was a matter of, I really felt sorry for them. And
Right.
so, was I really in love with them, or was I just feeling sorry for them?
Right.
It's, I'm telling you, it gets deep, right?
Oh yeah, because like in my family, with my father a psychopath and mother is the narc. Um, my brother was a golden child. I was the scapegoat, as far as she was concerned. Um, and my brother didn't survive it either.
Wow.
He was third generation suicide when he was 60, um, and which was 2 years ago. But they don't. So the kids that grow up with these people
Let me
are
know while
not
I'm talking.
are not people you want involved with your family either, because they marry the people that, just like anything else, you're always going to marry your father or your mother. You marry what's common, what's normal, what's familiar. And when you've got narcs or psychopaths or sociopaths as your parents, that's what you're going to end up with. So then you just perpetuate the problem. So you want to get these people help, and you want to get them recognized early so that they don't contaminate more kids coming in later. A narcissist has been determined that a narcissist is incapable ever of love. They are absolutely incapable, and that includes love of their own children.
Yeah,
Every,
that's very sad.
yeah,
Yes, it is. It's very sad. Hmm.
but it's that kind of it's trying to help people find a way to help, but it's not easy.
So, you, V, you had mentioned that you you're glad you talked to Silver Girl before you bought the book. Is there a reason for that, or is it a? I mean, I have the book, and do you wanna? Is there another way directly from you, Silver Girl, or is it only through Amazon?
You can ask me. I've got some here, so I can send them. But the other way, only way is through Amazon because it's self-published, and that's the
Mm,
only way
mm.
I need to do it.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
yeah, they print it at the time that you order it. There aren't
Oh, okay.
any printed as such.
Oh, okay. So that's to the What is it? KDP or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
But yeah, but basically to order it, it's from the publisher as such. It's you
Oh,
gotta
I
go
see.
through Amazon and order it off of Amazon to get it that way. I keep copies here um, when I can try to put them in local places. I just haven't had a chance to get out and do that because I can't get out. So um, I'm kind of in
Oh,
a stymied spot right now.
that's a good thing though. Maybe someday I can get mine's autographed by the publisher too.
Yeah, Mike could get yeah, Mike could just do that.
Do I send it to you and you send it back?
No, just give it to somebody else to read. Send me
No,
yours. Yeah, and
no. So
um,
yeah, that would be awesome if I can get it autographed. But yeah, okay. So now I understand why it was um good to you. What you just said, unspecified. Yeah,
yeah,
awesome.
yeah. It's if it's going to be autographed, it has to come from me. But I can get my A to take it and mail one out. Um, so it's not an issue.
Okay. Well, maybe someday we will meet because we
Yeah,
plan on going to the mainland, and I don't know. Someday maybe I would like to like go. What do you call it? Road trip.
oh, road trip. Yeah.
Hold on.
I've never ever road trip. You know, Hawaii is like.
Have you ever been to the mainland, Nina?
Oh yes, yes. Um
Talking about
been-
being in Vegas.
yeah, I went to Vegas. I've
Oh,
been
that's
to California, and my son was. I only had my son when we went to California. My sister, who lives in Vegas now, lived in Yuba City, Yuba City in California, and my ex-husband and I went. He was a little.
Don't worry. Next June, we're gonna go to Detroit. Well, we're gonna go to Michigan. We're not gonna go to Detroit. We're gonna go to Michigan, and I'm gonna show her around. So we're gonna go on road trips.
So yeah, but I would love to rent one of those mobile mobile trailers or whatever you call it, and just drive cross country. But we would have to not be working, no jobs, retired. You know what I mean? That would be awesome. But back to your what states that I've been to. I went to California, and my son was only like 18 months or so, and we rented this van. It had like 8 miles on it, but in the 10 days we were there, we put like I think 5,000 miles on it. And they were like, "Whoa," because we visited all of our friends, and one took like 4 hours to get to one place, and it's like it's a big state. We drove to Lake Tahoe. We drove all over the place, but yeah, I would love to do that because I watch it on TV. People they call it the van life or the whatever you call it, but that would be awesome. So maybe we'll visit you, Silver Girl.
I sure would like.
Soon.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll save this book.
Joyful is right up the street.
Oh, really? Oh, yes, right.
Yeah.
Washington, right? Tacoma.
What?
Yeah, I've been. No.
She's further north than that, but she's above me, and Indy's up between us. And
Wow.
Virginia Roots is between us.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
who else? Joyful.
Oh gosh, I'm trying to think. Forgive me if I can't remember.
Cindy.
Surprised that there's a number of people.
Yeah, there's a bunch of us Washington females.
You betcha. It does feel like that. And Indy is,
Yep.
yep.
And Virginia and Cindy Loons.
That's right. Yeah.
Wow.
Even though it feels like kind of a blue, scary state.
Yeah.
Bella, we're doing our work.
Isn't Chadwick in close by too?
Is he?
I think he is. I think he is in Washington also, but then I thought maybe I misunderstood. So I'm not sure. But
I think he's from that area.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe he's from here, but not here now.
Van Life is doing a series, if I understand, in Washington.
Oh, okay. Van Life is from Vegas.
Right.
I think. I know but he travels in his van. So we have to do this. We have to like make a schedule a day, maybe sometime next year, and have a reunion or have a get together and
absolutely
do a what do you call it? A meet and greet.
Yes.
Plan a meet and greet. I mean, it'll probably be hours of traveling for you guys, and we have to but we'll plan that definitely. Maybe next year.
I'm still holding off on the anti-gravitational vehicles, where it's just so easy and smooth. No putting us in sardine airplanes and stuff like that.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So we'll have to wait and see.
Right. Oh, Stealing Tree said, Eric said to tell Silver Girl hello.
Mm-hmm.
Hawk Guardsman. Okay, Hawk and Guardsman is also in Washington and Oregon.
Yeah, we're here.
Wow.
Skin TV is in Washington.
It's a beautiful state.
Yeah. No, actually, yeah, I was saying that I was in Washington. I was in Tacoma. My sister, my second sister, who lives in Arizona right now, she was married to military, and her ex-husband's first tour was Germany, and then they got stationed in Tacoma, Washington, Fort Lewis, Washington, Fort Lewis, and he's in the army. And I had just graduated from high school. So she says, "Do you want to stay with me?" I said, "Yeah, of course I want." I had no children, nothing holding me back. I didn't, I didn't go. I went to college for like a year, and then I went there and I spent 9 months there. My niece was a baby, so I had I had a job at the Madigan Army Medical Center. It started off as a summer job, and then they kept me there for a while until I decided I had to come back. I wanted to come back. But yeah, Washington is beautiful.
It's
And
really varied. It's because there's desert.
Yep.
And then there's mountains and snow and desert. And then there's a lush, um, what do you call it, Joyful? Forest type, almost uh, humid and all that stuff area. So it's really a weird state in that everything is different here.
It is. It's like my
Yeah.
mother was so proudful. Her name is Loretta. Of just this extraordinary beauty of this particular region because it was the best of all worlds, whatever you preferred, whether it be alpine, the coast, the desert. Yeah, we have a little bit of a mix of everything here.
Yeah, because I'm sitting down here 2 blocks away from the ocean, and on one side, and probably 2 miles on the other side from the bay, and so we get fogged in a lot. So we don't get the heat that everybody else gets, but we get fog and a lot of rain at night, in particular. But rain at this time of year should be starting. It hasn't, but it should be. Um, but it's nice and it's lush in the wintertime.
It is, and I learned this. Oh my gosh, oh, I've learned so much. The northern hemisphere has like the evergreens, the beautiful pine trees. If you go a little bit south, it's like palm trees. So if you like the feeling of the northern uh, hemisphere, it goes all the way across the nation. This was a huge epiphany for me. Being limited in my point of view, I thought it was just in Washington, but if there was some guys who it's called Adventure Archives, and anybody in the northern part of the United States, it's kind of the same topography. It's the same stuff. We're not going to get like rattlesnakes necessarily where the cooler climates are, or the scary spiders. But if you go south, it's all the same across the south. And that was a huge epiphany for me. So yes, it's really beautiful here. If you like pine trees and cedars and Douglas firs, um, the
And
beauty.
my puzzle trees are the best trees.
Which ones, honey?
The monkey puzzle.
Monkey puzzle.
You don't know a monkey puzzle tree?
I don't.
You might want to look it up.
Okay.
They absolutely fascinated me the very first time I saw one, and they are an evergreen. The reason they have these little strange leaves on them, and they are exceedingly sharp, and they all point in one direction, which is up. So the reason it's called a monkey puzzle tree is the monkey can get up the tree because all those sharp points are pointing upward. But boy, when he turns around and looks where he's got to come down, and all those sharp points are pointing upward, he ain't coming down that tree.
Jump.
That's it. That's the only choice. They have these looping branches, and there's a male and a female. And the first year I was here, first spring, I went out and bought one. So I've got about a 2 footer. Yeah,
Is that
that's
Hold on, let me make it bigger. Hold on, sorry.
yeah. But they're really really sharp, and they have long branches that come down and swoop down and everything. Most people around here trim the bottom off so they don't have to mow under them. That's a bad example of one because normally they look like Christmas trees because they've got the perfect shape. But there you go. There you go.
I've never seen one.
Yeah.
Honestly, this new information.
And the female has the cones, and there'll be these big cones at the top of the tree. And at some point they pop open and you gather them off the ground, and that's your seeds for monkey puzzles. They're year-round green trees. They can get humongous, and that means not only do they get really, really, really tall, like a 3 or 4 story building tall, they also go out because there's none of this pushing the leaves aside. If you're going to go anywhere near a monkey puzzle tree, you better be wearing 4 or 5 different outfits, and at least one of them is plastic. So hard plastic, because that's the only way you're not going to get cut.
I have not seen any of those kinds of trees here.
Oh, they're all over down here. Everywhere.
Oh, really? Okay, so it's the
I
one weather.
adore them, and they're ornamental, considered ornamental. My aide, for example, she's going to take my ashes and Dale's and Ace's and put it in a hole and then plant a monkey puzzle tree.
That's funny.
That's how I'm going to get buried. She's just going to dig a hole and put the ashes all in there and put some dirt in there and then put one of my monkey puzzle seeds into there.
Huh. Well, it would do better, more southern, it sounds like. Warmer climates.
No, I don't think so. I think it's an African tree, I think. I've never seen it anywhere but here.
Huh. That is so new. I don't believe I've ever seen anything like that in my journeys.
I never saw one in Vermont or in the Minnesota, Iowa area, Tennessee or South. I never seen one anywhere but here.
That really, because like Washington State is buttered up to Canada. So the areas that I've traversed, I have not seen this tree here on the West Coast.
Yeah.
On the west coast of the Cascade Range. So
I can't remember. Wow. I don't remember how far towards Longview and Portland I've seen them, but most of the distance from there this way. I don't know. They're all over here. And the seeds that, like I said, there's a male tree and there's a female tree, but you don't have to have a male tree impregnate your female tree. It can impregnate itself.
Wow.
I haven't figured that part out, but my female tree has cones every year. So it's getting some one way or the other. But it's not done because of the sharp needles, leafy needle thing. they are not fertilized by birds or insects like most trees.
Huckleberry had a question. Is it an evergreen?
Yes, it is. And I love them. There's different varieties too. Some of them grow real fast. I happen to get one that grows fast. I've been here since 2004 in the fall. So I bought this tree in 2005 in the spring, probably. Um, and it was like 3 feet tall at the time. And it's probably, well, it's taller than light poles, electric poles. It's taller than those are.
That's interesting.
And then others grow slower, but I don't know the difference. But they're beautiful because they stay this beautiful deep dark green, except the cone is brown if you get cones. And um, you don't know whether you got a boy or a girl until you do or don't have cones, is what I figured out. But the green is just, it's almost a spruce green, a really deep green. And it stays green year round. And it doesn't have, it'll occasionally it will have a branch go black on it, and it's just because there's something, another branch just laying on that one, so you just take it off. And if you want to, you can take, if you can get to the ones that are on the bottom next to the trunk, you can sometimes take those off and give yourself a way to mow under it, because you can't go up and move that thing. You go up and grab one of those limbs with your hand, even a gloved hand, and you're going to have blood in your gloves.
I like really thick leather gloves, so I might have to disagree on that.
Well, you might have to, but if you grabbed one of these, you probably would end up with something going through the glove.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's any way to prevent. I mean, because it's not a sharp point on a leaf. It is a semicircle piece of, almost feels like rubber, and the very end of it is just super sharp.
Right.
And like a needle sharp.
Oh.
And hard, so it doesn't break off.
I have never seen anything like this that you're talking about, or I've seen through Nina here in my area. Yeah.
Well,
so
I think
the more south kind of growth. What do you think?
I think it would grow just as well where you are as it is where I am.
Is it cold weather hardy?
I would think it is. I don't think it would do well in Vermont.
Oh, isn't that interesting though? Gosh, there's a point in our hemisphere on the United States where we have these plants growing, and then you've got your palm trees, right? Your creepy crawlies, alligators, where there's more of a warm climate. It's really humid, things like that. So there's like this line all the way across the United States where we have our growth and beautiful green things, and so does the South. And what I loved about Washington, and except for the maybe transports that were brought in, like the brown recluse spiders or any creepy crawlies is I loved living in a place where I wouldn't have to worry about rattlesnakes or black widows, things like that. And that's the environment that I grew up in. And that it was really so benign, especially in my youth. We never even thought about these kinds of things. And it's kind of like the way the planet rolls around the sun, you see. And it just really felt very blessed not to have to think about alligators, for example, or black mamas or things like that. So it's amazing how temperature affects life. What do you think, Silver Girl?
Yeah, because I grew up where we were afraid of snakes, and we were afraid of spiders, brown recluse in particular. And it was hot and humid, and if what we were taught as very young children, if the snake is not green, run like hell. Because the only snake that was considered non poisonous was green. And I mean a bright green, like a leaf, like an oak leaf green, and or a lime green mixture in there. And those green snakes, those green garter snakes, were the only snakes that weren't deadly in one way or another. We had rattlers, water moccasins, the whole 9 yards. Um, so yeah, it goes with the temperature. I actually looked at one point at the monkey puzzle because I was going to send some seeds down and let my nephew's kids grow some and then maybe sell the trees. And thought they would probably do fine in the Nashville area. I'm not sure how they do. I guess they do okay even in the Memphis area, which is a lot hotter. But I don't know. I I know that they came. Somebody found them someplace else, brought them back, and was planting them all over the place. That's all I remember. I looked it up when I first moved here, and that's a long time ago. But I just fell in love with them, and they've got such a beautiful silhouette.
Right.
Wow, that is beautiful. Those are beautiful trees.
Yeah, and so there's like this line with the northern animals and creepy crawlies. It's much more benign in cooler climates, I have found. Would you agree, Silver Girl?
I'm not sure because both Vermont and here have so many more dangerous animals than Tennessee did. Um, I mean, Tennessee had bears, but they were in a really small area, and they don't appear to be in a small area here. Um, Coyotes and that kind of thing. I'm not even sure Vermont had those. We had bears and deer, but not a whole bunch of deer. Um, but I think it is weather connected, temperature connected a lot. That's why the more snakes in the south, reptiles. They don't go to sleep in the south, and they don't hibernate. They do here, and I mean, even here on the peninsula, the bears hibernate. Um, they're not totally out of it. You sometimes see them looking like they're two sheets to the wind. They absolutely look drunk. But Yeah, it's probably connected with temperature too.
I think so. Absolutely. And we do have the Cascade Range here, which is kind of a bubble in a way. You try to go over that sucker back in the ancient times, you know, just our forefathers and mothers. Wow. So my mother always felt like this area on the Pacific coast was like Eden. She was so proud to be a Washingtonian and just the lushness of the evergreens, the conifers, and the life that was here, the ocean. And she was so proud of like the commerce of that would happen from the oceans where the boats would come in, they would fish. She- this was her cat's meow. And to, as her daughter, now here in this moment, in this present moment, realizing what they fought for so hard to win World War II and everything that their blood, sweat, and tears that they gave, and their families, and everything that they went through. I kind of like to believe and feel that spirit she left with me and inspired in me to go out and explore the earth more. She's never done anything that I have with my rock hounding, but it was her love for this region that it was very sweet and protected because we didn't have the things, generally speaking, where we had to worry about grizzly, for example, in Alaska. We may have black bears in our mountains, or the cougar in California, or the poisonous, um, excuse me, that was my cell phone, poisonous spiders or snakes. It was probably the closest that she felt that Eden could be for her. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah,
Oh,
the
wait a minute.
being so proud of it, she almost via osmosis transferred that pride to you, and now you're exploring it even better than she lived it by doing that rock hounding and going deeper.
Yeah.
Is that
And
what you
you
mean?
were alone as an older woman, solo, you know? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was like an Eden in a way.
It was what?
It was like an Eden for her in a way.
Mm.
The best you can do on this rock that we live, together. So, oh, and my uh, other thoughts are like when Ian came through this hurricane. Um, one of my thoughts was, what about the alligators and the snakes that were coming into Florida? There were no reports on that happening, but there was like alternative news that talked about, some of the snakes and alligators being washed up after this last hurricane in
Well,
Florida.
there was a video that was fairly early in the process that showed two sharks swimming up the road in Fort Myers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did they identify the sharks? What kind?
Yeah, they did, but I don't remember. It didn't stick. Joyful, sorry.
No,
Uh,
no.
it just, I just was aware of the fact that they were sharks and that it was Fort Myers. I sent it down to my cousins who grew up there. And one of them's still in Jacksonville. But I thought it was very interesting that this shark was at least one, maybe two sharks were trying to swim up the street, and were doing a pretty good job. The water was deep enough that they could swim. And I'm worried about the fact that in a few minutes they were going to get to a place where they were not going to be able to swim because it was not going to be deep enough. Then what were they going to do?
Right.
But I was going to try to save them from being high and dry.
Right, absolutely. And that's a real thing that maybe is not being reported is the wildlife that was impacted by what happened.
The birds, the birds, they couldn't even land when they came on shore. The birds down there, when the hurricane is out over the ocean, the birds, in order to survive, have to stay in the eye of the hurricane. And they keep flying around and around and around in the eye of the hurricane, because if they get into the other parts of the hurricane, they'll die for sure, no questions asked. I was hoping they were going to show a definitive eye, because I've actually been in the eye of a hurricane. And it was just, it is something I'll never, ever forget. And it was just spectacular. And it was not bad because of the fact that it was an intact eye that managed to get ashore down around Plymouth, Massachusetts, and it came up right straight up into Vermont and right over my house. And it was spectacular. So I was hoping to see these birds when they came over, because I knew the birds would be in the end of the eye of the hurricane, and then when the eye came over, they come down and land during the eye part. And they if they can, they find shelter, because their instincts tell them that it ain't over yet. But the birds couldn't. When the eye came over into Fort Myers, it broke up out at sea, and the birds never got in to land with an intact eye. So there was no video of what you see if they make it. And but then later, the next day, when tide came in the second time, all these birds washed up ashore. They went down in the sea. Because it didn't come in so that they could land inside the eye and seek shelter there and find better shelter while they were waiting on the other side to come through.
Wow. Wow. The wildlife that is impacted by this too.
And that doesn't count the number of people who leave their animals when they leave. When they evacuate, they leave their animals because most of the shelters do not have animals. I looked it up. The animals in the Fort Myers, the shelters in the Fort Myers area, if they took special needs individuals, people like me with in wheelchairs or those who need special equipment. But basically, special needs people could go to certain shelters that permitted animals and wheelchairs and that kind of thing.
Right.
And others can't go to those. And if you're not a special needs, there are no shelters that allowed you to take your animal. Not one of the open shelters at the point that I looked allowed animals to, unless there was a special needs shelter. Now, I don't know how they work it out. It may be that everybody that has an animal is deemed to be special needs. And it could be that just that qualifies you to go to special needs. I don't know. But I can imagine, Joyful, that if you or I were to go to a shelter and they told us to leave the babies outside, that we would not be staying. I would not leave Ace in the car because they didn't want him in their shelter.
Absolutely not.
So I don't know what equates special needs. There was not a definition like normal. There's a definition, but there was no definition anywhere in the government website I was at that.
Yeah. I just want to say aloha, Mr. Beck from Doing Time. Glad they let you out again. If you guys like music, go check out Mr. Beck from Doing Time. You won't be disappointed. Much love.
Sorry about that, guys.
No worries. Hello. Our pets are so.
Oh, yeah, definitely. If they said that I couldn't take Pablo, I don't think Steve and I would also go to
Yeah.
if it was us. Definitely.
No way.
It's like telling us we can't bring our babies.
Yeah.
That's how it would feel. It's not like it would be how they felt, but that's like how we would feel.
Yes. And in the idea that we would leave them and have them petrified in their own home, scared to death because all this stuff is happening to them. No.
Right. Right. That's too bad.
But I really wasn't able to determine if they're, if it is that special needs is anybody that has pets that want them taken into the shelter, you become a special needs person. That's fine with me. They look to have a lot of special needs shelters, so that was good. But it was the only place you could take them animals was to special needs.
If I didn't have my beloved dogs with me, I would be such a different person. I owe so much to them. They allowed me to keep in touch with my heart and not shut down with anger or frustration. And I'm just eternally grateful for them. So you betcha they're going to be part of the exit plan if something were to happen like that. Yet I don't feel that's going to happen. I might have a knee-jerk reaction when I was waking up. I didn't necessarily think about them because I was more in survival mode of what I was learning about what was happening with humanity. But today, I would say it's an entirely different story. They would be my treasures I would bring with me above anything else. And so that's where I am.
Yeah, I think most of us feel the same way. Um, Reality is, it's a shelter you go to, you don't know where there is one. You need to find out where your emergency shelters are and if they're animal friendly or not.
That's that.
Because if you've got an emergency shelter that's down the street and they're animal friendly, you're golden. If you've got to go 6 blocks the other direction, then you go 6 blocks the other direction. But then you'll know. So it's one of those prepping things. But all it is finding out which way you go to get to an animal shelter. I just hope they get over this. They've reinstituted the pandemic again, um, after Potato said it was over, and now he's saying that he has extended the declaration of the emergency orders for 90 days. And the folks, that gets us into and beyond the other side of the election.
Yeah, they're just grasping for straws.
But they've reinstituted it, and we were given I don't know if you've heard it, Joyful, but we were given an announcement today that all rules are back into play for all places, visitation and quarantining and all that, even though that's no longer required by CDC.
Yeah, it it's uh, it's this thing about fear, right?
Yep.
That they feed on is our fear.
Right. I was about ready to go down here, hopefully next week when I had to go get my new lenses. I was going to go down and do a dry run and see if I could get through the hospital hallway to the doctor's office or not without being arrested. I was thinking, since everything had quieted down and Potato said what Potato said, and Inslee hadn't done anything else, that maybe it was a good time to try the idea of it's easier to say you're sorry than it is to ask for permission. I still may try it.
I have to admit that through this whole entire process, I've been so triggered. It just feels so old and ancient fear. And every day I do a little bit about that to free myself of it, that it's not going to be a part of my reality.
But you already know that. You know it's not part of your reality.
Well, I know that. But it's a lot. It feels like, especially when I started picking up the stones, I was connected to something really ancient. So like I was healing something even that this lifetime had nothing to do with Atlantis, Adam and Eve, the Sumerians, the Anunnaki, and everything that's been around. And there's been this current of fear that I've created that's in my body. And every day I work at that a little bit more. We are in the most safe place that we could ever be and have ever been in humanity, because we're about to break free of their control of this matrix. Let's put it that way. But there's still, being a female and having all of these intuitions and feelings, it's working on the fear in my own lack, my own self-judgment, all of it. It's a process. And if I tried to do it all at once, I would have loved to have been able to do it all at once.
Oh, yeah.
However, I may not be here in physical form if I wasn't doing it gradually and gaining the wisdom and the love of each moment. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does to me.
I wouldn't have survived a solar flash, for example, which a lot of people are talking about, solar flashes. And
Yeah, there's supposed to be
yeah,
some bad ones coming, and bad ones that have already been here.
That would go against our free will.
Yeah.
The choice.
But the flashes, what they can do to me, depending on the type of flash, the type of radiation that got let loose, it can really throw me off to the point where I don't know which end is up. And it's really awful. And I really can't rationalize anything, think about anything. It's like everything is dire and gloom and doom, and some of them are really bad. But there's an eclipse coming on the 8th of next month, also, and along with a pink moon, and that's supposed to be a big deal. But bottom line is, they don't need any of that stuff to do whatever they want to do, because they are still got enough in place and in charge that they can still do anything they want. If they want to do a false flag, they can do a false flag. We just have to know that we are going to be okay. And the reason we are is because that's what we're doing here. Look at how many people didn't make it through this far because of falling victim to doing what they were told. My heart mother would laugh her head off at the idea anybody thought I'd ever do what I was told about anything. But others don't understand that. I mean, none of us who didn't take the shot have regretted it, I would doubt, seriously. We just have to live so that we can help the ones that come up behind us who are still struggling with the knowledge that they've gained. And we got a chance to learn it slow and easy. They're going to get it thrown in their face suddenly, and they're going to need our help.
That's interesting.
Ooh, that's a bad comment. What do you mean? What do you mean, joyful?
I said that was interesting. Are you reading chat or asking me something directly?
Hi, Belinda.
What I've realized is I've had direct experience with someone that I know who has gotten the V, um, is patience and love and kindness, even though it's been very difficult because my mind can be very strong. And not to separate, regardless of their choice. And this is just someone like a close friend that before he got the V, um, and I mean, just a short term, he's changed so much after it. And that doesn't necessarily mean that he got something from the, was it graphene oxide?
Right.
Mm.
We don't know that right now. There's so many different aspects of it, whether it's the graphene or it's blood clots or it's the mRNA. There's so many different parts and pieces that could have gone wrong. They just could have gone wrong.
Right. Absolutely.
Are you saying that the person's personality has changed?
No, it was always the same. Just one of the things that we talked about in the past, or I've listened to, is that it cuts you off from your divinity.
Right. I've heard that too. That's why I was asking the question.
Yeah. And it's noticeable.
So everything else is the same, but he's just not connected to something higher than himself.
Right. Now, was that a lie as well? I think their intentions were to do harm and disconnect us from our divinity.
I have heard that. It was because I've also heard the speech where they talk about it, wanting that they have now got a vaccine that will take um, God out of the equation. That's what they've been looking to do, and they've now got it. And the reason we need to have it is so that people that have extreme religions can be fixed with this vaccine. So because it'll take God out of it, and they will no longer be threatening the United States or anybody else with their religious dogma. Yeah, that was a full mouthful.
That was a full mouthful.
Uh,
It's just their agenda. They wanted to take us away from.
right. And I've heard that speech that was made several years ago.
No, that's okay. And I wanted to put a disclaimer here that I could be totally wrong, but it's just something that I've been working through myself, and why I am absolutely adamant not going anywhere near any medical field because of the agenda that's still remaining on the planet as we get rid of the last vestiges of humanity being controlled. They wanted to cut us off from our source within ourselves and create transhumanism. And transhumanism, I have no idea what it is. I can tell you on a very intuitive level is run. If you want to have the true peace of mind and be your love and the things that you dream of that you think that are impossible, that this was the way the system was designed to keep us slaves to forces that I haven't mentioned tonight, but it starts with an R. The reptilians, and how now that these forces are gone and the Nebu Greys are gone, we're reliving stuff that we've experienced being in the Matrix. And if you incarnated many times, which I do feel I have, it's just getting through the trauma of all of that. But we have good forces off-world that are absolutely working to the benefit of humanity, but the rest is up to us to create. And so why we create channels like this so that we can gather together and share our stories. This is so much bigger. It's very ancient. It goes all the way back to the Sumerians, and God knows what was even before the Sumerians. We haven't been alone on this planet, but we definitely have been engineered to serve their nefarious goals and means. So love is the way out. And that takes some time. Love of self. I started rock hounding as an expression of love of self. I just pick up damn rocks.
And beat the rocks instead of beating something else?
Say that again, honey.
Beating rocks instead of beating something else?
Right. Or the abuse of nature, to self. Yeah. It just love is when you think about it, and when it starts hitting, when it hit me, it's like, this thing is so huge. It's not just our little planet, it's involving the whole freaking galaxy. This is huge. How am I going to get out of here in all of this knowledge and love? I mean, just love. Love of one another and one for oneself. An appreciation that you even are still standing and breathing. No matter what condition you are, a wheelchair or your butt sore or whatever it is, you have love. Now that's the energy. And I've looked for it for so long. Not love, just the energy. What's going to crack the code on all of this? It's love.
Oh yeah, that's the only thing that is in the application of it. Um, and it's going to be grace that we can even give it. There's so many people that want revenge for what has been done to the kids. Um, it takes somebody who's walked the walk to know that that ain't going to cut it. Revenge is not what's going to heal this country. It's not what will set us on the right direction by any stretch of the imagination. Um, we, it's got to be let go of. That desire for revenge, um, punishment has got to be let go of by so many people. Um,
That's huge.
if I can, I mean, I've been there, done this, and um, it doesn't go that way. You don't heal that way. You don't get better that way. And we as a country can't get better either. We can't turn it around when we've got anger in our hearts. We've got to have love and grace and the willingness to look beyond.
Absolutely. It's taken a long time to get here, honestly. But I think if it were to be a formula, it would be little baby steps towards love. It could be a reconciliation with a family member that you wanted to judge because you wanted to bang them on the head and say, you just don't have this right. But I think that's the transmutation. That is the transcending energy. It is the what we knew would happen. And all we have to do is just remember that it's this incredible alchemy of love.
But when you say reconcile with a family member, with most of these family members, at least as far as my personal experience is, they're not at a point where they are willing to accept us to begin with. Uh, because I'm not going to say that I was wrong. I'm not going, because that would be a lie, and I'm not going to do it. Um, that's what they want. They don't want to have anything other than I was wrong. That's not going to happen at this point. I don't have to tell them I was right. I can ignore everything, but they don't won't. That's not in the cards for them. So how do you go? How do you reconcile when the other half doesn't want to reconcile?
Oh, imagine being a lesbian. You know, ultimately, it comes down to love. And so I don't have that answer, Silver Girl.
Yeah, I know.
And there might be some preconceived notions that is weakness. It does not matter.
Oh heavens, no.
Absolutely not.
Actually, it takes more strength to love in the face of hatred and ambiguity. It takes more love to live in that than it does. You know what I mean?
I do. And understanding that people's projections onto us, um, that's kind of like a layer of healing. Don't take anything personally and just be in your light that is uniquely you. Absolutely. So man, just being lesbian, um, in the time that I was, that's what I've come to learn. After everything is said and done, and my family is buried now, and I'm alone here, it was about love. The love that we have, the best we can, and to do the thing that you love.
Love to me is not love for. There's love for a person, and then there's a different a different form of love. The love that lives in you, just like it lives in God, or Source, or whatever you want to call him. Um, there's this God person that gave us all this love inside us and wants us to use it. So there's the love that we have for people, but then there is this other love that's in us that we are here to express to other people. And we have to be able to do that part. So it's not just because you have no surviving siblings, family, like I have only one nephew and his two kids, but hardly that. Um, that still leaves within us both that love that was put in us to give out, to use our everything in us to spread out to people with just to say that you understand. Sometimes that's all they need. Um, it's going to be, I really think the hardest thing is going to be when these people that we've tried to help by giving them the information so they wouldn't do the taking of all of the boosters and all this other stuff, when they start to die, if they haven't already, it's going to be so hard as they start to realize that they've done that to themselves. And where it's going to be you and me and the people here tonight that are going to be the ones that are going to hold those hands and walk them through it, because it has to be on an individual one-on-one basis. If you did like a lot of us thought we would have an EB emergency broadcast thing, and we'd see movies after movie after movie telling all of the people what they missed. People aren't going to take it in that way. It's going to be slow. It's going to be word of mouth, a lot of it. It's going to be uh, really slow to get it all through and to other people. Um, and that's, I think, what the older ones are here to do. We're not going to be storming. Most of us aren't going to be storming down the street with our guns pulled. Um, I don't. I mean, I don't know about Max, but I don't think Ace is capable of carrying a gun. It's heavier than he is.
It will be. Absolutely. In fact, I think it was this last week, we I touched upon the idea of grief that people will go through. I think so. This last week, when they do realize this, but it may not be as bad as we think. We don't know because we haven't been told the truth. What's going on with these bees? these jabberdoos. And so,
Yeah, there are still things out there that we will be told that we don't know. We being those of us here tonight. There are going to be more truths that we do not realize are out there waiting to be admitted. I don't personally think that there's too much that will surprise me. That might be one of those things where I'll say something like, "Oh yeah, I might have figured," um, and that be the extent of my surprise. I think that there are going the other people, the people that aren't even rolled over in bed yet. Um, those people have got a hard lesson coming. And on top of that, they've got family members. Almost all of them have family members who've tried to save them, and here they did this and took all that, and it's I killed my kids kind of suicidal weekend. Um, I think it's going to be harder than any of us realize on those people. I've thought that since the very, very beginning because we don't know how it is to be them and get it suddenly and forcefully. We know how to plod our way through and teach ourselves what we need to learn by following rabbit holes, but
you
we
bet.
don't we don't know how it's going to feel to have somebody lay it on the plate in front of you and you're going to choke on it and they're going to choke.
Oh gosh, yes. Oh my gosh, no kidding. Yeah, my whole family that I've communicated with has gone through the Jabberdoo process, and my consciousness is like, you just keep moving forward, Jenna. Just keep going. Let's go. Don't don't look back. And so yeah, I understand.
Well, I've got an aunt, the only remaining aunt, um, whose biological family lives well into the hundreds. 109, her father was. Other family members, 115 in the past. Long lifeline, unless they were killed by accident or murder. One of them's murdered. But basically, this long, long, long line, and she's been healthier than a horse all of her life. And she went and started getting her little 1, 2, 3 and ABCs. And the next thing I know, she has got two completely different types of cancer in two totally different places. And she has now had two heart stoppages and a bypass and a stent put in and pacemaker. And she's going to get her fifth booster.
Wow.
And can't see a doctor because I can't wear a mask. And she has no idea that that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
But she doesn't know. She's never had it, and neither did her parents have any dementia at all. There's not ever been any on her side of the family, but she's forgetting a lot. Um, anyone else who was 90 years old, I'd say, well, that's just because they're 90 years old, but it's inconsistent for her and her family for it to be that way. And she seems to have lost, you were saying, lost the light. I can't tell if it's because she's so sick or she just is missing something that her core seems to be missing. I don't, that's weird. I don't know what I mean, but like you said, Joyful, something's missing from them.
Well, that's how I heard it described.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in touch with my family. So just the people that have been around this last summer, I just saw it, if that makes sense.
I've heard the same thing, the same term used.
And this is not about fear. It's about waking up, that we are so common and we share so much. Forgive me, I'll bring this up, that when I started talking on Steve's channel about sexuality, is to let everyone know that we're very common. We have so much more in common. And I grew up as a woman who made a decision that I wanted to be as truthful as I could, even kind of like a rebel in a way, not to throw it in anyone's faces, but that I would be honest about my sexuality, that some of us are born to love a same sex, and that what you go through and the shaming and the guilt, no matter what, love really is the whole thing. That was the whole kashpat for me. It's that I could meet someone, where we could be safe and tranquil and not go through all the stuff that we went through in this matrix that was designed by the ancients, that we could be free. So the ancients, they wanted everything, and they wanted ultimate power and control. And little things like myself come along, and it kind of throws the system off, because I was supposed to have 2.5 children, a house, and a husband. And I just wasn't like that at all. I was me. And so when I come to this moment here, I realize, well, how do you change all of this? How do you transcend it? How do you it's just feeling love in your heart. And maybe it starts with you, inside of you, that you feel better about you. And it was so simple. The answer was really beautifully and simple. You have to say, yeah, unity and peace. We're not so different. The same attraction between men and women have always been a part of our history. And this is the way I was wired, you see. So to let that energy go and to understand that there's nothing special about the LGBT flag. I never really actually got into the rainbow flag personally. It's pretty, but it was just about the pure honesty of human beings loving. And the truth is that off-worlders, there's those that are attracted to the same gender. And it's not a big deal for them. We're the ones that made it a big deal. What we have in common is our love. If you find somebody who is so amazing in your life, it doesn't matter. You're lucky. You're blessed. You see. And I've had those experiences in my life. They have it on the off world. What do you call it? Homosexuality or lesbianism or anything that you understand. It's not an issue for them. It's very natural. We're the ones that are making a big deal because we're in this matrix. If you get lucky enough to meet somebody that makes your heart sing and you feel whole and you got someone, that is truly a gift. And to honor that, but not our children. That's sacred. The children are sacred. Do not mess with childhood. I've always felt this because I've been given the blessing of being a child that got to live, not hurt Silver Girl. My family that would laugh and humor, like I said earlier, Mom's cooking and our laughter was our glue.
I have trouble even imagining a family life as a kid with laughter in it.
Yeah.
Except for the fake one.
Yeah, we had so much. These days I've been waking up and just saying, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. For that experience. So yeah. We have so much more in common.
I think my whole thing is I don't care one way or the other. If I don't want to be involved in that kind of a relationship, then I don't want to. Everybody's happy, everybody's happy. But don't push it down my throat. And in particular, leave the kids alone. And I think that the lesbian and gay community has taken a hit by those people that want to abuse children or transgender children, whatever they're calling it, and trying to loop it in with just with what is pretty much accepted throughout the country. Um, they're trying to loop that in, and we have to say no to that. I don't give a hoot.
And thank you for saying that because it has never been that way for me personally.
Yeah, I know that. But it is something that has hurt the movement and everything else because of them, con- the, the extra number letters and that want to hurt the kids and do drag influence the kids negatively. However you want to put it, these they're calling them transvestite reading times in the library or something, and they've got to leave the kids alone, and anybody who doesn't needs to just not be around them at all.
Agreed. It's a sacred space. I got lucky. I remember one day when I woke up and I thought, how did I even freaking make it? How did I make it? So, especially with my parents who came from World War II, it was so important in our family defeating the Nazi apostrophe S. And the passion that they felt about that, I so much more appreciate that now today than I did as a child. Although I used to watch all the war movies and the heroes and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, me too.
You betcha. Blood, sweat, and gore. But
John Wayne in a submarine.
yeah. But it's not about the Germans necessarily being the, baddies in this. It's about an energy that is very ancient, that's been around a long time. And
it's time it left.
Yep.
And it's been given its eviction notice. It's just not ready to leave yet. So we have to hang in and keep pushing.
You betcha.
But that old energy that has been the problem all this time is so ingrained in so many people. Those people aren't going to make it in one way or another. And it's going to be sad and desperate and miserable for so many people that are going to lose their loved ones. We've got to keep our own selves in the right place that God would want us in, and that it is for the good of everyone that we love, and we let God decide who's going to do what to whom, and not get focused on punishment and that kind of thing.
I liked what you had to say about that.
Well, thank you.
We are dealing with an invasive extraterrestrial force that has been manipulating humanity, not only on Earth, but other planets and our galaxy. It's bigger
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're right, V. You can't be this old without learning a few things.
Amen there. When I was younger, I had such a strong belief that I realize now that it was a form of control toward, what we're going through. And in these last months, I've realized we do have free will.
Get it out.
And sounds, um, that I can let go of that because it just kept me so tied into the system of control. Kept me so tapped into the way I think that this earth should be or how it's going to have its outcome in a loving, benevolent way. Hey there, Mr. Pablo.
Mm-hmm. He heard that. He's like, what? Oh, no.
Oh,
You're not going to walk
Man
over
United. Aloha.
Hello. Oh, you're such a sweet boy.
He went for his walk, and I combed him out.
Woo-hee.
And he's all like, okay, I'm tired now, guys. He's like, my legs hurt. I took Steve for a run. boys.
I actually went roller skating with him, and that was a bad idea.
Oh, really?
He pulled me, and I like flopped on my butt. So I said, "Get him!" Oh, he wants this.
You can't have no eggnog. You need for dogs.
Where are you going? Oh, it's gonna knock over my water.
It's not for you. It's not for you.
Yeah, I think.
Boy. Good boy.
Well, you guys were very touching with your words, and oh my goodness.
He still smells the eggnog. I said it way over there. It's not doggy eggnog.
Hey, Independent.
That's 15% by volume.
Yeah,
Rum
it's strong.
eggnog.
I had a couple of sips from it. I was like, oh,
He would sleep really well, though, wouldn't he?
I don't think he can have that.
No, he can't have that.
Oh, look, he's still trying to look for it. Oh my goodness.
You look like a gopher, dude. He's like,
Oh, Doc Danger. Aloha.
Doc Danger, aloha, brother. Good to see you.
Woohoo! Good to see you, sir. It's okay to, tell guys, sir, right, Steve? What do you think?
Yeah, I guess. I don't. I never thought about it. People call me sir. I don't know. I guess I got used to it. Now that I think about it, yeah, like 5 years, 10 years ago, I'd be like, sir. Because in my mind, I'm like still 21 years old, I'm like, sir, that's like a grown up or something. And then I'm like, oh shit, I'm in my 40s. That's right.
I just heard that some gentlemen do not like that. And I was second guessing myself. Maybe I should get rid of that word.
I have heard the same thing, Joyful. In that it depends. The way it was explained to me it depends on the age of the man and the age of the woman, and if there's an ongoing relationship. It can be funny, it can be respectful, and basically it depends on so many things that if you say it who knows how they're going to take it. I do it with one person on YouTube, and that's Truth with Tom. And I started it because of the Southern gentleman issue, and it's a thing that he and I share, and that's something that we go back and forth on, ma'am and sir.
Right.
But so it's fun. But
The
that's
ma'am. What about a lot of women hate that? Like they'd be like, "Who you calling ma'am?"
Yeah. I was just about to bring that up because with me dealing with customers for the past 30 years on plumbing, when I first started, there was a guy I worked with, and I was 16, and at the time he was probably like in his mid 60s, and he'd always be like, "Oh, ma'am," and people would always they'd always get pissed, like, "Who you calling?" Like you said. And so I have never called a customer ma'am ever.
I have Silver Girl. I haven't seen Truth with Tom. Is he still on now and then?
He still comes up, but he hangs out a lot with now that Jack's not on, with Ghetto backstage playing whatever they're playing.
Yeah. I haven't really been into that. So I mean, I popped in and given the thumbs up, but so Zach is off the air.
No, he's not totally off. He's now doing a show with Mayhem.
Okay, yeah. I think it was on at the wrong hour for me.
Monday night, I think.
Okay.
And
Aw, I love Tom too. Isn't he so handsome? Like sometimes he's got those deep blue eyes, and sometimes his beard looked blue. It was weird.
Yeah. No, his eyes are to die for. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And
so yesterday morning, I got up like I was going to bed or something, and I just clicked lives, and I saw our friend on there, Christina, our old friend, I should say maybe, and she had Jeremy in her house, and they said they were living happily.
No, that's nice.
Did you know this, you guys? Am I so far out of the loop?
No.
Did y'all know it?
No.
I haven't followed a lot of that in a while.
I haven't either. I mean, I didn't even know they lived near each other or anything. I actually didn't know where she lived. Yeah. It was a surprise to me.
Yeah, I haven't watched a lot of people that I've watched for a long time, because once my channel started going, and then with work, and it's just like I feel guilty about it because I'm like, I'm
track of a lot of the same people, but I guess
even
it
my
wasn't a surprise.
plumbing, the plumbing channel I follow,
Right.
Roger Wakefield. I haven't seen it in like almost a month now, and every week I'm like, shit, I missed it again, man. And I'm like, it sucks, but
I can't keep up. I mean, come on now. We have our favorites.
Yeah.
I try to channel hop and I mess up.
Right. And then with me, then it's like, and I'm doing Saturday night, Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night. And then it's like, next thing I know, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. And then I'm like, you still got to go to work tomorrow, dude.
I don't even understand how YouTube works really, but I do try to give watch time to people. I heard that helps. So like I'll watch, or I'll just put it on and run around and do stuff, watch later.
Yeah,
whatever I can
that's
do to
what I
help, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Anyone, if they got playlists, when I go to work, I'll hit the playlist, and it just.
I mean to do that too. I miss sometimes I miss the community posts of people. I forget, hey, they've got 500 subs, so now they can do the community post. That's why I told my daughter, I'm like, you know, you're really close to 500 subs, so just go ahead and get the 500 and start making some community posts, and then get more subs and do some little things. And she's like, yeah, I just sort of let that channel just sit there and didn't do anything for a long time. And I'm like, well, you need to get on it because I'm sending people over. So, you know, yeah. So I'm just trying to help her out because, you know, she's young. She's trying to buy a house. And hey, if she can get a little income from YouTube, why not?
Yeah.
Right.
It's weird because the only thing I do with my community page is I just post other people's live streams.
Well, we
Like,
all look out for you.
yeah.
That's the most beautiful thing, is the ones of us that have looked out for each other, especially since Ron passed. You know, we all looked out for each other and sent each other, told each other, hey, this is so and so's channel. This is
Yeah.
what they're doing. So and so's live. So and so's on this and that. You know, I know we can't keep up with them all. We try. We can't keep up with everybody, but you know, we do try to put in some watch time here and there. At least give the thumbs up. I try to comment whenever I can. I think that's nice to comment. I think it's something that it shows you were watching, you were listening, you know.
Right. And every time the next day, even if I don't see you or not,
Really?
or if I do see you or not, I always see a comment from V. Always. And it's nice to have. It's nice to open up and say,
Yeah.
oh, this,
So
I have one
true.
comment.
Oh,
I
honey,
do.
so
I
true.
do.
Yeah.
You're beloved. Yeah.
And she will mark the spot that she her favorite.
Yeah,
Like,
she timestamps it.
yeah,
She
timestamps
timestamps it, which is awesome.
beautiful
Yeah,
sunset.
because it's like the highlights. Like maybe you don't want to. Maybe you just want to cut to this part. Maybe you just want to see that sunset. Maybe you just want to. This funny thing happened at this mile mark, you know, and you know, it's funny things that I notice, and I'll write it down.
Yeah, and that's awesome. It's nice to have wake up in the morning and say, oh, I got a message. Oh, Silver Girl's back.
Hi, Silver.
Wow, Doc Danger, what was that on South Alabama Cop Watch's channel? I'm gonna have to go watch that. Oh shit.
Woo-wee.
It's good. It's going on 2 a.m. here, so I'm going to bed soon. Otherwise, I call you. But I'm gonna get a hold of you tomorrow, Doc Danger, and find out about that. Wow.
Look, I just open up my eyes and looking around, and the sun's up already. So,
Oh
oops.
my goodness. The sun just went down a few hours ago. here in
Shoot, no, it
here.
was
You know, Indy, I love to go. I miss things on. I do. I miss things on your channel. I missed certain posts, or like if I just don't be on a few days, or I can't keep up with my subscriptions or my bells. You know, I try to go in there now and then, and even just if I just give a quick thumbs up, I try to comment on every post. I really do. I work hard on that because I feel like, you know, everybody put time into it. They deserve it.
Right. And we appreciate it very much.
Amen.
yeah. You said the sun just went down here. It was 8 hours ago already. The sun went down,
Oh.
and it's gonna come up in. I don't know. I never check what
4
time the sun
hours?
rises. I just know what time the sun sets.
4
I've never checked what time it rises.
4 hours.
Yeah, I'll be sleeping. That's all I know. I'll be like, oh, did the sun rise? Yep, yes, it did. Sure did.
It's 2 o'clock
See
in
it?
the afternoon. Get up.
See it? The sun's up. It definitely rose.
Yeah, I've got some live cam
I will, Doc.
in Vermont and New Hampshire watching fall foliage, and it's a nice and bright sunny morning in both of those places this morning. They're already bright, and the cog train is trucking it up New Hampshire mountain.
Oh, and tomorrow is Sunday church at Samoan Watchman.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Simone Watchman does. Yeah, every Sunday he does. Hold on, you can turn it. I'm not wearing any pants.
He's so silly. So yeah, tomorrow is church, and I like to watch his church. His kids are so well behaved and so into it, you know. And you can see that he is. You can see that. Oh, he's coming back. You can see that he's a proud daddy.
I don't want to see my underwear.
Are you wearing
No, on
underwear?
YouTube they'll be like, strike. Not big enough. I mean, what?
Pablo wants to come up.
He wants. You know what? All right, I'll be back again. I'm gonna put this in the.
Oh, he wants the
He wants the eggnog.
Start him young. He's only 4. It's not aged. I mean, maybe in doggy years, but
He's a teenager, and that's what he is. He's a teenager.
he's so daddy's boy. I swear. He cries every time the daddy walks out the door.
Yeah.
I could be sitting right here and I'm like nothing.
You're the potato as far as he's concerned.
I'm chopped liver.
He'd like chopped liver better.
I was gonna say yeah. He probably like that. Okay, well, maybe we should end it. It is 1 o'clock. It's almost 2 o'clock here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going on 5 o'clock here.
Hey, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yep. Well, thank you very much. It was a lovely evening. I enjoyed it. We talked about lots of stuff. We decided
Thank you.
the whole world's problems tonight. I'm glad we were so successful. It's nice to be successful. We just got them all solved.
Right. So
I know.
many subjects that we've covered.
And you
today.
know what? I already made a thumbnail for next Saturday, and it's called Ladies Night Out, or no, it's called Ladies Night with Nina.
Woo-hoo.
Wow.
So next Saturday, mark your calendars. I'll post it, or I'll send out the notification tomorrow so that everyone can hit the notification and then they won't forget. But next Saturday will be even better. So tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell your neighbors' neighbors. Bring everybody.
Yes.
Absolutely.
BYOB.
It was great being on with both of you.
BYOB, and see you next Tuesday.
See you next.
Oh shit, I didn't know this thing wasn't connected. I almost knocked the table over.
Yeah, we just switched your gear and that was good.
What?
I leaned on it and the other side went.
No, wait a minute. We can't do it Tuesday now.
Good night, gent. Have a good night.
Thank you, Silver Girl. You are awesome.
I love you guys.
Much love, Silver Girl. Yeah, we love you.
Silver Girl, and everybody. I pinned her book up on the top.
Yes.
And someday we will get it autographed. Someday.
Next June, when we go to Detroit, and we drive from Detroit to Tennessee, to Colorado, to Seattle or Washington. Yep. And then from Seattle, we fly back here.
That'll take us about a month driving.
I used to road trip all the time in Detroit.
Yeah,
Best road trip of my life was when I didn't have a job. I just lost my job, and I was about to lose my apartment, and I just loaded everything up in my car, and I drove to Colorado. best road trip ever. And I stayed there for like maybe a month, 3 weeks. And I was like, nah, this sucks here. I'm going back to Detroit. And then I drove back.
We can't do that
I
here.
still didn't have a job, and I was even more broke, and I didn't have an apartment anymore. Yeah, that sucked, actually. But the road trip was fun.
How'd you pay for gas?
Well, that's what I mean. When I got back, I was dead broke. I had just enough to get back. But if you guys do it Tuesday, it would have to be late, because I got Music Mayhem on Tuesday.
No,
And that's,
no, we were talking about see you next Tuesday.
I know, but then V said, no, we have to do it on Tuesday. But that would be 10 o'clock our time. Yeah, see, it'd be 10 o'clock our time. So you guys would already be on for almost 4 hours now. So, yeah.
Yeah. That would hurt. In the butt department.
Yes. Yes. Oh, Joyful and V, Silver Girl, you guys were awesome on the panel. I learned a lot. And we had fun cooking, talking about pubic hairs and circumcision and all kinds of stuff. So that was awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let's say bye to Pablo. Come here, Pablo.
Oh, Pablo got to say bye.
Oh, look at him. He heard his name and he's like, come on. Come on.
Yeah.
There's no
Who's a good boy, huh?
eggnog, so you can go on the table.
Yeah. No, you're not going to
But
be
you
right.
gotta say bye to over there.
Come here, Bubbles.
What's up here? He's attracted on that side.
What's up
Good
here?
night, everybody. Come on. Good night, everybody.
He's like, I don't know what that thing is you guys keep staring at all the time. I'm right here. Now you want me to stare at it?
Till tomorrow, or what are we doing tomorrow?
What is it?
I usually go on the weekends. Usually go live on her channel on Saturday, my channel on Sunday for the sunsets. But Monday is going to be a very hectic day for me. So if I do go live tomorrow, it's going to be a lot earlier, like a lot earlier than normal. So it'll be like 1 o'clock in the afternoon for me, like 11 hours from now.
So, and then we'll figure out something else to cook. I don't know. Did you guys enjoy that? Did you guys like it at all? The cooking part and
oh my gosh,
interacting cooking.
Yes, it was amazing.
Okay, we can do it again. I have this recipe. It's a local dish here in Hawaii. It's called sweet sour spare ribs. So we could do that. Yeah, maybe.
How much for a rib?
But I think it has to be because I
That's
already
one
bought
rib.
the meat, so it have to be in the next couple of days. Maybe I'll do it Sunday tomorrow in the afternoon. No, I don't know. We'll figure it out, but we'll do that. And I've never made this dish too, so it'll be the first.
Wow. Right on.
I love eating it though, but I've never made this dish. So,
Sharon Steinspring.
hey Sharon.
Hi, Sharon.
Oh look, Auntie Sharon wants to say hi to you.
You say hi to Auntie Sharon?
No, this is.
Come here, boss.
I'm too sexy for my fur.
Say hi.
Good night, you crazy kids.
Good night, ladies. Good night, everybody in chat. We love you and we thank you for joining us today and tonight. And we'll see you guys soon.
Yep.
Much
And
love and aloha.
before, okay, beautiful V. Oh, beautiful V drop.
Yeah.
Love you, beautiful V.
Love you.
And
Supergirl, Joyful.
and before everyone else goes, don't forget.
Do it! Do it! Just Just do it! Do it! Do it! What are you waiting for? Just do it!
That's my favorite video I've ever made.
We ended with that. I love you, Silver Girl. Okay, guys.
Silver Girl and Unspecified V. Oh, I haven't said that in a while. I always say Beautiful V.
Right.
Thank you guys so much. And Joyful Diamond, thank you guys so much.
Indy.
And yeah, like I said, if I do go live tomorrow, it's going to be earlier. But either way, Monday, Joyful Diamond will be on my channel with Heather Hatch. And Ronnie York is Ronnie Cash. And hopefully more people. Hopefully Ren K1000 comes back. Or let's talk about SEX.
Yeah, well, Ronnie was saying that he may not make it. Have you heard any further news?
Oh, why? What's up with Ronnie?
No, not yet. Well, me and him are me and him are gonna do like a backstage, like a Zoom thing, like a backstage thing tomorrow.
Okay.
So yeah. So he says he's gotta. Yeah, me and him are gonna talk tomorrow. So about what? I don't know, but
Not sex. I don't know. It cannot be sex behind the camera.
Gosh, you lucky sucker. That wrong jaw, his jaw. He's awesome.
nah, he's a great guy. I love that guy.
Good night.
Good night, Joyful. We love you.
I love you too. Always.
Beautiful, Joyful. Have a pleasant dream.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Okay, guys. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, Joy. Okay. Sorry. I should be used to this by now. I should be able to pay attention to two different things at once.
Well, Joyful was pretty awesome. She
No, I know,
was
but
actually.
I was reading the chat and then I looked up, I'm like, oh, Joyful up. But I
Yeah.
heard her, but I didn't know she.
Yeah,
That's
she
all I'm
was like
saying.
talking and responding in chat. I was like,
Yeah. See, I got to get better at that.
that's very talented.
But yes, Beautiful V, Silver Girl, Joyful Diamond. You guys are awesome. Thank you. And Josh Kinder was up earlier.
Mr.
Thank you
Bean.
for coming up. And Mr. Bean, Mr. George, mahalo to you, sir. That is a great man right there.
Right.
And of course, everybody in chat. You guys all rock. All of you. So, Pablo?
No, Pablo's fur was.
Oh. All right. Well, with that being said, have a beautiful morning, a beautiful day, beautiful afternoon, a beautiful evening, a beautiful night, whatever it may be, wherever you are. Much love, much aloha, and God bless.
God bless.